Chapter 1. Readers, Brain Repositories. In the antique pharmacy, a handsome young man of 18 years old suddenly woke up in disbelief. I crossed over. I actually traveled to the peaceful period of the Demon Slayer. Blade. This luck lottery is redundant. Lin Chuan clearly remembered that he was still chasing the Demon Slayer Blade Forging Knife Village a moment ago. In the finale, a beam of light shines through the screen of the mobile phone and shines on him, and then he loses consciousness. A strange memory woke Lin Chuan up, so he came here. The original owner, also called Lin Chuan, is a disciple of the pharmacist, and now he is in the Ghost King's mansion, and he is about to accompany the master to treat the Ghost King. Do you believe in light? Lin Chuan didn't believe in light, but this time he did. Glancing at the retro brown robe of the medicine apprentice on his body, Lin Chuan believed it and said with a panicked expression. Hell starts, waste material medicine disciples, travel to the world of ghost destruction. The protagonist templates in the online article are complete. That's. What about my system? Lin Chuan seemed to have said some key information, and a synthesized electronic sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding dong, host detected, Supreme Invincible system activated, binding. 7%. 31%. 58%. 99%. Lin Chuan said with hatred, Supreme Invincible system, haha. I didn't expect that one day Lin Chuan will also have a system. After a long wait, Lin Chuan looked at the silver blue light curtain in front of him, and his eyes lit up. This is the system panel. Host. Lin Chuan blood ghost technique. None breathing method, none. Physical fitness, 10. Invincible value, 1. Comprehensive evaluation, fledgling. Seeing that the system panel was so perfunctory, Lin Chuan felt like he had been cheated, and immediately tried it. Lin Chuan punched out, but it passed directly through the system panel without causing the slightest damage. Seeing this, Lin Chuan said in his heart, it's okay, it is worthy of the Supreme Invincible system, it is invincible. The system first turned red, and became hot like anger. Just because he saw that Lin Chuan was so sensible, the system immediately returned to its normal color and continued. Ding dong, the newbie gift package has been successfully distributed, please check it with the host, good luck. Lin Chuan heard this, and said with a puzzled face, what's the thing in the novice gift package? Is it blood ghost magic, or breathing method? Lin Chuan has already thought about it, how handsome the blood ghost technique is. First choice. The breathing method is also good, and the breath of the sun should be the first choice. Of course, both are better. After all, it would not be a problem for Black Death Mao to hit 3 pillars with the blood demon technique. If Black Death Mao, Tong Mo, and Yi Woza don't act, then the Ghost Slayer blade will really become the Pillar Slayer blade. Lin Chuan originally thought that the system would gladly agree, but he never expected that it would disdain it. Host, this system gives you invincibility and makes you the ultimate creature. The more invincibility, the stronger you become. When the time comes, the host will be proud of the invincible opponent in the world, and no one will be able to hurt you in the slightest. Warm reminder, please refer to the invincibility of a certain king for this invincibility, and cannot be immune to suppression and contract effects. Blood ghost magic and breathing techniques need to be learned by the host themselves. As soon as the words fell, a delicate golden treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Chuan's eyes. As the system says, this treasure chest contains terrifying and mysterious powers. Seeing this, Lin Chuan pretended to be calm and said, it's so cool. It's much cooler than a certain king's glory chest. At this time, a golden ball of light flew out of the box and went straight into Lin Chuan's eyebrows. The system immediately spoke, ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the golden legend. The system interface is at full level, please check it in time. Physical fitness. Positive infinity invincible value, positive infinity. Comprehensive evaluation, invincible in the world. The system interface is shining with golden light, and Lin Chuan is also bathed in holy golden light at this moment. The terrifying power washed over Lin Chuan's limbs and bones, as if he was washing the marrow in the cultivation of immortals, painful and happy. Lin Chuan fell to the ground with a thud. It seemed that the sound was too loud, and the pharmacist rushed to hear the sound. He squatted on the ground to help Lin Chuan up, and skillfully checked his pulse. Xiao Chuan, what's wrong with you? Let the teacher take a look at. Although Lin Chuan's eyes were closed, his consciousness was far stronger than before. The pharmacist said with a sigh of relief after taking the pulse. Haha, there was a false alarm, Xiao Chuan was just tired, and it was fine. Brew some decoction for the teacher, you just drink it. After a while, Lin Chuan drank the medicine in a daze, but he didn't expect to really wake up. Looking at the amiable pharmacist in front of him with bright eyes, Lin Chuan couldn't believe his eyes. It was really him, who used his superb medical skills to revive a dying demon and create the Ghost King. Suddenly, the voice of the system came to my head. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate quest, the Fate Bond. The host's life will be bound to Wu Miao, he gives birth to you, and you probably won't die if he dies. At the same time, there is also an additional task column on the system panel. Lin Chuan glanced at it and said in disbelief, what the hell, tell me to protect Wu Miao. Is this really good? Wu Miao, he can be sweet and salty, but Lori, it doesn't seem to be impossible. There is no such thing as a miserable and beautiful woman's clothing. Lin Chuan's expression became yearning, and there was no resistance anymore. The pharmacist patted Lin Chuan's shoulder and said with a concerned expression. Xiao Chuan, it's okay. I have made a new type of medicine, this time the hard-working patient should be worry-free. Hearing this, Lin Chuan was shocked in his heart, and wanted to confirm the conjecture in his heart, so he hurriedly asked. Master, isn't that person's named Tsukihiko Sanyashiki? The Ghost King was originally not called Anime Suji, but he changed his name after becoming a ghost, so Lin Chuan had to change his words. Hearing this, the pharmacist nodded, and said sympathetically, alas, yes, he is a hard-working man. If you can, you should bear his pain for the teacher, after all, the future belongs to you after all. With that, the pharmacist pulled Lin Chuan towards a dark room. There were bursts of desperate roars from inside the house. Damn a bunch of bastards, a bunch of useless things. Why didn't anyone cure my disease? Am I going to die? I want someone to be buried with me. Before seeing him, he heard his voice first, and Lin Chuan knew that this person was the Ghost King of the human period. As soon as he crossed over, he met the strongest boss without misery. Lin Chuan was both excited, and almost fainted happily. When he was crooked in his heart, what maid should he wear? The pharmacist pulled Lin Chuan in. The room was dimly lit and filled with the smell of herbs, and the floor was littered with the remains of furniture. The pharmacist casually picked up a broken lamp and looked at Wu Miao, and said with a sharp look in his eyes. If you cure it, Xiao Chuan and I will definitely cure your disease. Chapter 2. Lin Chuan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar figure. The long-term pain and torture had made Wu miserable and bloodless. As if desperate for life, he was disheveled and his face haggard. The woodcar-like eyes rolled, glanced at the medicine master and Lin Chuan, and scolded sharply. Get out, get out. If you can't save me, get out. Why did God do this to me? Looking at the helplessness and pain in front of him, Lin Chuan's heart suddenly tightened and muttered. Yes, I almost died in the womb before I was born, and I have been sick and miserable for a lifetime. If this were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much better than him. Lin Chuan's voice was very small, so he didn't attract the attention of Wu Miao and the pharmacist. But from this moment on, there was more light in Lin Chuan's heart. The pharmacist was still wearing retro clog shoes, walked over very smoothly, raised the decoction in his hand, and knelt down to sit down. Mr. Yuan, let's drink it first. This decoction is absolutely effective, and I am quite confident. Lin Chuan hurriedly followed, and the closer he got to Wu Miao, the more he felt that fate was impermanent. Because now he is about to drink the potion and transform. If Lin Chuan stopped Wu Miao from drinking the medicine, then Wu Miao would die before he was 20 years old, and he would die with him. At this moment, as soon as the camera turned, Wu Miao frowned and said, I say this every day, but what is the result? Ahem. Wu Miao covered his chest violently, as if he was sick. His entire face was contorted in pain, and a moan of despair came out of his mouth. Lin Chuan did a fierce ideological struggle, and after figuring it out, he let it go. Yes, let's die together. Fight. Lin Chuan's figure flashed, and he instantly took the medicine bowl from the pharmacist's hand and flashed to Wu Miao. The pharmacist was taken aback, as if he had something to say, but he was a step too late. Lin Chuan knew the result, so he poured the decoction medicine into Wu Miao in one gulp. Gurgling. Whoa, the symptoms of no misery do not seem to be getting better. But the spirit is recovering at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. The pharmacist couldn't see this, but Lin Chuan saw it clearly, and said in his heart, the Ghost King is really coming. The pharmacist ran forward and praised Lin Chuan, so he hurriedly checked his pulse to see if there was no miserable situation, and comforted. Mr. Tsukihiko, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. It was asserted that he would not live to be 20 years old, and he was already desperate, but he was unwilling to die like this. No one else was willing to treat, but the pharmacist in front of him was kind and resolute, and he never gave up on him. With the decoction in his stomach, Wu Miao regained some strength, pushed the pharmacist away, and gave up on himself. Get out of here. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, no one can save me. You, and you, if I die, you all have to be buried together. Seeing that Lin Chuan was fearless, he hurriedly dodged and helped the pharmacist up, worried. Master, are you okay? Lin Chuan said secretly, worthy of being the crumb boss, and he still wants to drag us to die together. Hearing this, the pharmacist just gently stroked Lin Chuan's sideburns, facing the Wu Miao railway. Mr. Yuan, you will definitely get better. If you can't really cure you, it's my incompetence. Please don't be angry with Ogawa, he is innocent. I'll cure you. Please wait a little longer, the effect of the medicine may not be immediate, after all, you are very sick. In the face of such a kind and conscientious pharmacist, Lin Chuan saw the shadow of a medical saint in him, and persuaded him with kind words. Yuan, if you wait, Master will never harm you, everyone wants you to live, shook his head miserably, and staggered towards Lin Chuan. A short knife appeared in his hand. The potion went down to the stomach and instantly spread to the limbs, and hundreds of remains. Cell division, genetic mutation, and the root cause of all diseases disappears. Instead, strong muscles, endless power, as if a punch could blow the ground apart. Wu Miao was carried away by anger, and pressed forward step by step with a sharp short knife, his eyes full of fierce light, and his intention was very clear. Lin Chuan couldn't guarantee that he would not go crazy like him. But hurt the one who heals himself, this is too disdainful, isn't it? The pharmacist quickly got up, stood in front of Lin Chuan, and persuaded bitterly. I've been developing it for so long, and there's absolutely no problem with the potion. Mr. Tsukihiko, please wait a little longer, I understand your pain. I've traveled so many ways, I've seen too many people who are sick and sick. The pharmacist continued to burst into tears, I know them very well, and I pity them very much. So, please wait. If you can, please don't hurt Ogawa, he's innocent. Ogawa is another name for Lin Chuan, and it is the pharmacist's affectionate name for him. Get out of here, get out, he fed me and drank, and it didn't work at all. Woo! Meow said angrily. Damn, since I can't live, then don't want to live, give me a funeral. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten his weak body and couldn't complete such a difficult action. I didn't realize that I was almost okay. Full of anger, he turned Wu Miao into a wicked man, an executioner. The cold light flashed, and the pharmacist stood in front of Lin Chuan and said resolutely, Xiao Chuan, run, I'll block him. You must live. If you can, when Mr. Yuan recovers, go to my grave and say something. Lin Chuan's heart warmed, and tears came out of his eyes. The invincible value is infinite, and when he moves slightly, he instantly flashes in front of the medicine master. Lin Chuan raised his hand and pinched the cold knife that was coming at great speed. A huge force came, and Wu Miao's wrist trembled, and he was shocked to take a few steps back, his face full of disbelief, and he was shocked. What? You're actually so fast. Seeing that Wu Miao had stopped, the pharmacist hurriedly shouted, Xiao Chuan, are you okay? During the conversation, the pharmacist stepped forward to check, but shook his head in confusion. Lin Chuan knew at a glance that he was curious why I wasn't injured. Before that, Lin Chuan was an ordinary trainee medicine apprentice. In addition to the long and delicate, the stomach is a problem. The pharmacist once persuaded Xiao Chuan to find a rich woman to spend half his life, but he politely refused. Lin Chuan shook his head, looking at the pharmacist who cared for him, and a warm current flowed into his heart. As the potion was digested and absorbed by Wu Miao, his strength became stronger and stronger. But correspondingly, he also longs for human flesh and blood even more. Roar, roar! Wu Miao's face changed drastically, and in an instant, he turned into a monster with a blue face and fangs and scarlet eyes. Chapter 3. Lin Chuan made a bitter face and said in his heart, this is the Ghost King is not miserable. The strength is strong, but there is no ghost-killing team in the peace period. So no one can restrain Wu Miao, and the sun is not very effective now. Facing the kindness of the pharmacist, Lin Chuan nodded and resolutely rushed towards Wu Miao. As soon as this move came out, the pharmacist smacked his tongue and said, is this still the Xiao Chuan I know? Seeing this, Wu Miao grinned and sneered, Hee, instead of choosing to escape, did you walk towards me? With a wave of sharp claws, Lin Chuan's clothes were cut out several times in an instant, but his body was unharmed. Lin Chuan's clenched fists were wrapped with golden light, as if there was some kind of great terror. Just as he was about to smash his fist into Wu Miao's head, Lin Chuan was urgently stopped by the system. Seeing Lin Chuan withdraw his fist, Wu Miao sneered, and immediately grabbed the short knife on the ground and stabbed him in the throat. Seeing this, the pharmacist was shocked, and hurriedly reminded him, but it was still too late. Alas, it's all my fault, blame me for not developing it earlier. The endless power made Wu Miao feel in a trance, and he felt that he was invincible in the world. Ha ha ha, I'm all right. This power, endless power. Wu Miao said arrogantly and uninhibitedly, and there was an indescribable joy in his words. How long have I waited for this moment? Now, I'm finally free from my illness and have strong muscles. It's good that you don't have to worry about death and illness anymore. The joy of returning to normal washed over the soul. He didn't do it for a while, but Hareza was direct. Lin Chuan was buried in sawdust, and several sharp wooden cones pierced his body, but he couldn't even break the fur. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled knowingly, crawled out of the sawdust with a disgraced face, and looked at it with deep meaning. The heart said, of course, the women's clothes are super beautiful. The Demon Slayer blade is too short, the anime is shorter, and the updated thief is slow, but the quality is very good. As soon as the female form of the Infinite City appeared, Lin Chuan, who had been single for a long time, suddenly felt his heart beating violently, and he felt quite excited. But he always felt that he was a paper man and a fake, so Lin Chuan could only secretly suppress the desire in his heart. Now everything has come true. The pharmacist hurriedly looked at Lin Chuan, speechless with excitement, but the concern in his eyes was not reduced in the slightest. At the same time, Lin Chuan, who looked at him unharmed, was also stunned and questioned. "Why aren't you injured?" "Impossible." "Who are you?" Lin Chuan doubled his sense of oppression every time he took a step closer to Wu Miao. Lin Chuan, who was invincible, seemed to be unable to control his hands. If it is smashed with a punch, then there will be nothing to do with the ghost-killing team behind it. At this time, the system comes out again. Ding dong, warning warning, the host is bound to Wu Miao's life. Lin Chuan was completely annoyed, thinking that the pharmacist wanted to save Wu Miao. Wearing the stars and wearing the moon exhausted his life's hard work, but he almost died in Huangchuan, so he was indignant. Boom! Lin Chuan slammed his fist wrapped in the power of destroying the world into the system. Unexpectedly, this time it was not pierced, but it was directly blasted. Boom! Boom! Violent explosion sound that only Lin Chuan could hear. Wu Miao and the pharmacist both looked at him suspiciously, and guessed, he wouldn't have a problem, right? "What are you doing with your fists?" After a moment of hustle and bustle, there was no trace of the system, and it disappeared without a trace, and Lin Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was gambling, betting that his invincibility value was infinite, whether he could break through the limit and slam the system. At this moment, he bet right, the system reward still exists, it cannot be recovered, and it does not need to be erased by the system task. Flattered. At this point, the situation has become very bad. His bloodthirsty instinct made him open his huge mouth and slammed towards Lin Chuan. Seeing this, Lin Chuan immediately burst into a foul mouth, and said angrily, "Damn, after a while, you are still here, right? I fed you the medicine, so you can survive. Grace will take revenge, right?" Lin Chuan became more and more angry the more he spoke, but the giant mouth had already reached the front of his head, and if he didn't move, the miserable giant mouth would not be able to be saved. Without saying a word, Lin Chuan punched out, and immediately sparked a spark with the air, slamming into the jaw of Wu Miao. Boom! He staggered back half a step, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he muttered. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" No one replied. Lin Chuan could see it thoroughly, but he couldn't laugh. In his opinion, this is the beginning of a tragic fate. From now on, it is destined to be devoid of the sun, unable to walk in the daytime, or even roam the streets. The pharmacist hurriedly ran to check on the miserable situation, and he didn't know that the Ghost King had a strong recovery ability, so he was very worried. Didn't notice it, Wu Miao slowly opened his eyes and stared at him directly. His lips quirmed as if he was planning to eat that piece of meat. A beast-like roar came from Wu Miao's mouth, and he didn't look like a human being at this moment. But even so, the pharmacist did not abandon it, but gave it a very intimate pulse. The main thing is the benevolence of a doctor. Lin Chuan looked at this scene in disbelief. The pharmacist at this moment was about to be covered with blood. Wu Miao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst out, and one pounced on the medicine man. He pressed him to the tatami mat, and his mouth was slurred. "Hee, I want to eat meat, eat meat." Seeing this, the pharmacist finally panicked, hurriedly raised his hand to block, and continued to persuade. "Mr. Yuan, calm down, calm down. How can this be? But Wu Miao has just become a ghost, and like the little ghosts after him, he is crazy about eating people, so it is difficult for him to restrain himself. Wu Miao bit down at the pharmacist fiercely. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he immediately kicked forward. With the blessing of invincibility, Wu Miao retreated uncontrollably for a few meters before it could be stopped. Lin Chuan tidied up the pharmacist's clothes and gently helped him up. Then he stared at Wu Miao with an angry face, and tortured his heart. "You've recovered your health, can't you restrain the dirty desires in your heart?" Wu Miao was shocked. "How is it possible? How can you kick me away? You bastard boy!" Glancing at Lin Chuan, Wu Miao said disdainfully, "Desire, hee, why do I have a desire to say?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan was stunned, quite a kind of helplessness when Tanjiro faced no result of Wu Miao's persuasion. "Okay, good. Lin Chuan laughed angrily, "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 4. Wu Miao, who was originally as ferocious as a wolf, turned into a little sheep at this moment, huddled in the corner of the wall in fear. He wanted to lash out and use the growing strength in his body to kill this guy. Lin Chuan's footsteps clicked, as if death was knocking on the door, crushing the psychological defense line of Wu Miao little by little. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Lin Chuan said angrily, "Yuan, my master is kind and dedicated to your good, but you want to kill him. Such an act is simply outrageous. If you are like this, then loneliness and darkness will occupy you for the rest of your life." Lin Chuan understands that Wu Miao is not a villain who kills innocents indiscriminately from the beginning. Of course, in the face of Wu Miao, a natural powerhouse, Lin Chuan thought twice and said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter who I am, but you're different, Tsukihiko. Except for me and master, you can no longer rely on anyone else." Lin Chuan's dress is similar to that of the master, but the quality is one grade worse. After all, he is shy in his pocket. Seeing Lin Chuan approaching, Wu Miao suddenly counterattacked, and with a wave of his hand, he came with a heavy split. The sword fell, and a heavenly mote appeared in the air, slashing down like a peerless sword. Lin Chuan saw it clearly, and couldn't help but smack his tongue in his heart. It is worthy of being a ghost king, and the strength shown by just becoming a ghost is terrifying. If it's a little stronger, I'm afraid it won't be easy to do. The medicine master looked at this magical scene in amazement. He stood behind Lin Chuan, not only seeing it really, but also being protected from it. "What's wrong with this?" The pharmacist was shocked. "Are they really Mr. Ogawa and Mr. Tsukihiko in my memory? If Hayashi Chuan knows how to read words and colors, he can see it from the pharmacist's micro-expressions. He has a sense of loss and hesitation that you have secretly evolved, but it has not brought him." Lin Chuan also has this feeling, just like his college roommate bragging. Said that no one should study, and as a result, as soon as you take the exam, you will get a full score, and you will fail the. Wu Miao's brain was running rapidly, quickly analyzing the truth of Lin Chuan's words, and at the same time thinking about how to break the situation. But soon, he stopped thinking, and looked at Lin Chuan, who was close at hand but unharmed, unwillingly. "What? My attack actually didn't work against you?" Wu was stunned, but Lin Chuan covered his mouth. The delicate touch made Lin Chuan in a trance for a while, and he couldn't help but cover it tighter. Seeing this, Wu Miao immediately struggled, and wanted to eat Lin Chuan with his teeth and claws, but everything was in vain. At this moment, the sun is shining outside and the sky is clear. As long as Lin Chuan will be thrown out without misery, then everything will be over. Wu Miao gasped and threatened, "Bastard, let me go, or I'll eat you." There was a deadly threat in his words. Wu Miao's eyes were already scarlet, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Lin Chuan shook his head with a smile, waved his hand and motioned for Wu Miao to look behind him. The sunlight entered through the window, a piece of gold. "Tsukihiko, you have regained your strong body and received eternal life. With a physique that is invulnerable to all poisons, but..." The rest of the words were very heavy for Wu Miao, and Lin Chuan couldn't bear to say more when he saw his pity. Unexpectedly, Wu Miao took the first step to help Lin Chuan make a decision, put on a disdainful posture, put his hands on his waist and snorted coldly. "Say, I told you to say, what else?" Lin Chuan smiled helplessly. "This is what you said, don't cry at that time." "Humph, cry, Yuan, am much stronger than you, an unknown person, how can I cry?" said in a cold tone, his ruthless face showing the demeanor of a king. "Already looks like he is not afraid of heaven and earth." Lin Chuanyul let go of the restrained hand and raised his hand to signal him to walk out of the room. Wu Miao saw his expression, as if there was something out there that deserved his attention. There was a click, and the door slowly opened. The dazzling golden light was like a sharp weapon placed by the gods in the world, hanging high above everyone's heads, and they would die when they fell. It was very strange and terrifying, and for the first time, Wu Miao looked at the clear sky with fearful eyes. Lin Chuan said secretly, "Fortunately, there is an eaves in the way, otherwise there would be no misery, and what would happen after that, he could not predict. Even if there is no system saying that he wants to protect him, Lin Chuan will not kill him casually. After all, I have been single for a long time, and I feel that the Ghost King is clear-eyed." As if to confirm what he thought, he slowly poked his hand out. The porcelain-white fingers turned to ashes as soon as they touched the sunlight. After a painful scream, he curled up in a corner of the room like a madman, and looked at his severed hand in a broken state. There was a tingling sensation on his hand, and after a while, his fingers grew again. Seeing this, the pharmacist's face changed greatly. Because in the field of medicine he has been exposed to, there has never been such a miraculous scene. Not only that, but Wu Miao also found that the newly grown hands were as flexible and free as before. But he still collapsed, feeling extremely angry, and said with a gloomy face, "Bastard boy, what the hell is going on? How could I not bask in the sun?" Lin Chuan did not answer positively, but comforted. "Wu Miao, there is perfection in this world, this is what you give up." "I can't bask in the sun." A gust of wind hit, and Wu Miao immediately grabbed Lin Chuan's throat and lifted him up and asked. "Impossible, it is impossible that there is no solution, say it quickly, my life can't be so miserable all the time." Revealed the sadness and despair in the heart of Wu Miao. It was not easy for him to survive, but he had to hide in the dark for the rest of his life, which was difficult for anyone to accept. "Who wants to leave the sun?" The medicine man was startled, and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, "Mr. Uehiko, please let go of Xiao Chuan. This is my problem, there is still a lack of medicinal herbs, this medicine is not complete." Wu Miao collapsed in an instant, and his face was pale. "Say. They." Pharmacist was also stunned, but his original spiritual head was like a rusty machine at the moment, and he couldn't think of it. While pacing back and forth, the pharmacist patted his head and said, "Mr. Yuan, I should have it in my notes, but please let Xiao Chuan go first. He is innocent, innocent." Lin Chuan did not fight back. The misery at this moment is like a kitten without sharp teeth to him, which is enough to be easily handled. After listening to the pharmacist's painstaking persuasion, Wu Miao also snorted coldly and put Lin Chuan down, and then ordered, "Hurry up and find it, and you, I remember you." "Xiao Chuan, right?" Wu Miao smiled and glanced at Lin Chuan meaningfully. Lin Chuan immediately retorted, "Wrong, you should call me Lin Chuan, it's right." Chapter 5. Nodding in displeasure, he hurriedly waved his hand and asked them to go and look for the notes. What was the missing medicinal herb? There was sunshine everywhere outside the house, and he couldn't get out. Lin Chuan glanced at the room, then at the point of no misery, and said with a half-threatening look, "Well, yes, you can, but you can't get out of here." The pretentious Wu Miao frowned, staring at Lin Chuan, who was disobedient to him. like a dead man, and shouted violently. "You're just a little apprentice pharmacist, what qualifications do you have to give orders to me?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan really wanted to cry without tears, and his stomach was a problem. From the perspective of money and power, he really doesn't seem qualified to. Finally, after glancing at Wu Miao, Lin Chuan was dragged out by the pharmacist. Wu Miao smiled evilly, hid himself in the darkness and disappeared. The pharmacist held his breath, and he didn't say a word along the way, looking preoccupied. Seeing this, Lin Chuan asked, "Master, what's wrong with you?" "Xiao Chuan. If I escape into darkness one day, please finish me off with your own hands. I've seen Mr. Yuan, he is too miserable, and now he is even more harmed by me and can't bask in the sun. Alas, I'm guilty. You are my most proud disciple, so you must promise me." Hearing this, Lin Chuan felt inexplicably sad and resolute. There is a kind of trance feeling when geese fly south and end at dusk. Lin Chuan lowered his eyes, took the pharmacist's hand, and cut the railway. "It's going to be fine, it's going to be fine, Master is so good, how can he escape into the darkness?" The medicine master shook his head slightly, a line of cloudy tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and then he came to a wooden door, pushed it in. Lin Chuan saw that according to his memory, this was the residence of the pharmacist. "Don't look at the shabby furnishings here, but it is spotless, and there is a faint medicinal fragrance in the air." Grunt. So dying, but at this time, Lin Chuan's stomach rang. Lin Chuan clutched his stomach in embarrassment, trying to squeeze out a smile. The pharmacist changed his previous serious face and rummaged through the drawer in front of him for a moment. Carefully took out 2 pieces of pastry and a few eggs, and said gently, "Come on, let's eat. Xiao Chuan, I can't give you much for the teacher. But as long as you have a bite to eat for the teacher, there must be a bite for you." Lin Chuan looked at the brightly colored food, and his appetite increased greatly. This is made by the pharmacist, and it can't be worse than the cafeteria in the previous life. Sure enough, Lin Chuan was stunned and praised it, "It's so delicious." "Thank you, Master." The pharmacist nodded with a smile, and then went to look for his notes non-stop. When a notebook as thick as a Xinhua dictionary was found, Lin Chuan was stunned. He said in his heart, "This is a note? Damn, what is the note I wrote before?" Although the book is very thick, it is full of neat handwriting with 3 points of wood. And there are other color notes, no wonder. The pharmacist is not confused. After a while, the pharmacist found the key page and beckoned, "Xiao Chuan, come on, I found it." Lin Chuan, who was well fed, hiccuped and hurriedly dodged. On the parchment-like paper, a lifelike flower, a cyan flower. Lin Chuan saw its true face for the first time in reality, and was shocked. It's so beautiful. There really is a cyan flower, but Master, this kind of flower." The pharmacist nodded, and said with a solemn face, "Yes, this kind of flower. Only blooms during the day, and the flowering period is uncertain. It's a pity that Mr. Yuan can't go out during the day, what can I do?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan suddenly felt that the direction of the plot had become magical. The only change was that this kind pharmacist was still alive. At such a critical juncture, he was still thinking about his miserable safety. It is not easy to be responsible for each patient. Lin Chuan was moved, and waved his big hand, "Master, let me go. Yuan is no longer in trouble." In the face of Lin Chuan's kindness, the pharmacist just shook his head and cut the railroad to the point. "No, Xiao Chuan. You are a child with potential, if you are a doctor, you will definitely be able to surpass me. I'm also old, and I'm going to hell at some point, so let me go. Your youth shouldn't be wasted here." Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and was about to refute, but was politely rejected by the pharmacist waving his hand in advance, it's been a year since you told me less. Time flies so fast. Come, you take these silver taels, this is all my savings, not much. As he spoke, the pharmacist took out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and handed them to Lin Chuan. For a long time, pharmacists have been treating people almost for free, so they don't have much savings at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone hungry with Lin Chuan. After receiving the heavy silver taels, Lin Chuan had mixed feelings in his heart. It seems that I have misunderstood the truth of the matter, and the pharmacist is worthy of respect. After coming back to his senses, the pharmacist had already begun to pack his luggage, and left the notes to Lin Chuan, and said bitterly, "Xiao Chuan, I'll leave this note to you. The road is far away, and I don't know when I will be able to return. This note is a good student, you need to practice hard, and you will definitely achieve something in the future." With that, the pharmacist hurried away with his bags on his back. When the surroundings returned to silence, Lin Chuan exhaled a turbid breath. Reluctantly looked at the back in the distance, and gradually turned into a black dot until it disappeared. "Goodbye, master." Lin Chuan waved his hand, turned around with tears in his eyes. He could leave the pharmacists. But there is the uncertain factor of whether it is miserable or not, and it is better to leave if he stays after all. Without any worries, Lin Chuan was also much more relaxed, and walked briskly towards the miserable house. "What are you doing? I hope I won't go crazy." It stands to reason that he will go crazy, but he is a ghost king. What's even more outrageous is that the sky is getting darker rapidly, and Lin Chuan looks back, only the sunset is accompanied but it is gradually disappearing. Lin Chuan guessed, what is this miserable doing? As the strongest boss of the Demon Slayer Blade, Wu Miao's strength is undoubtedly the strongest, which makes Lin Chuan have to guard against it. A ghostly light flashed, and clusters of flames lit by candles in the room. The candle light jumped to the face of Wu Miao, who was lying next to the coffee table, and the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Lin Chuan watched in a daze, and his breath gradually went against the sky. At this moment, Wu Miao has been able to master the power proficiently. His face was pale, and his broken hair between his temples was clinging to blood clots, and he came in the air. In the lifeless room, a cold voice came from Wu Miao's mouth, and he asked irrefutably, "Did you find it? What was the last medicinal herb?" Chapter 6. Lin Chuan smiled on the surface, and responded gloomily in his heart, "Well, I'm back." Wu Miao finally got rid of his weak body, and at this moment, his arrogance was already written on his face. Not being able to bask in the sun made his fair face even paler. Hearing this, Wu Miao snorted coldly, slapped the coffee table violently, and a loud sound of sawdust flying sideways came. Lin Chuan frowned. What kind of nerves did he have in the dark way? In the next second, Wu Miao flashed in front of Lin Chuan, and the strange power made the surroundings twist like ocean waves. Wu Miao said unhappily, "What I asked about the lack of that medicinal herb, are you deaf?" A large porcelain white hand became several times larger and slapped towards Lin Chuan, as if to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled faintly, and under the incomprehensible gaze, he slowly stretched out a finger and pointed forward. With a bang, flesh and blood flew sideways, and Wu Miao looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. He secretly said in his heart, how could it be possible? He was just a small medicine apprentice, how could he be so powerful? Although he had no hope for life before, this medicine apprentice, Wu Miao, still knew a little bit about it, and he couldn't even eat enough. In addition to being surprised, Lin Chuan also found that his strength was too terrifying. He had just regained most of his strength, but he still almost beat Wu to death. "Hu, next time I must release the water, otherwise I will die miserably, and I will have nothing to do." Naturally, the end of the prostitute Taro may be to be burned to death and starve to death. There are other 12 ghost moon Adhering to the principle of temporarily pulling together if you can't beat it, no miserable evil smiled, and the hand that was originally pierced also returned to its original state. Maybe Lin Chuan is too strange, he has such strength at a young age, but he is willing to be a hard-working apprentice pharmacist. This move made Wu Miao look at Lin Chuan a few more times. If he really has an extraordinary bearing, he has a unique charm, and his appearance is not too outstanding, just slightly inferior to him. Seeing that Wu Miao looked at him, Lin Chuan smiled and took a step forward. The two were close at hand, and once the war started, it was jokes. Lin Chuan is not afraid at all. Now he has not eaten people, and he has not drunk human blood, so his strength is not at the peak. And now it's daytime, and as long as the sun doesn't go down completely, the goblins will be weakened. As soon as the sun disappears, then the ghosts will have a buff bonus. Of course, Lin Chuan doesn't care. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan shook his arms, and immediately heard a crackling sound of fried beans. The invincibility value is infinite, enough to suppress all the kings in the world, including the Ghost King. The two were silent for a moment, looked at each other for a while, and a cold light flashed in Wu Miao's eyes. The sun is about to go down, stinky boy, how can I see how you can stop me when the time comes? Lin Chuan didn't know what Wu Miao was thinking, but he just felt panicked. It's no wonder that Shang Feng will tremble when he sees the Ghost King. Of course, except for Tong Mo, who has no feelings. Lin Chuan persuaded softly, Yuan, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Master has already gone to look for it, and the medicinal herb that is missing is the cyan flower. As soon as these words came out, Wu Miao's breathing became heavy, and the boss with both eyes stared at Lin Chuan and said in ecstasy. Cyan flower, ha ha ha. It turned out to be a flower. What does it look like? Where is it? Be fast, I don't want to stay longer for a moment in these days of huddled in the dark. Lin Chuan was amused by this. It turned out that the ghost who was most afraid of the sun was also so eager to overcome the sun. It's not happening yet, anything is possible. Moreover, Wu Miao had not awakened his blood ghost technique, which was not very strong, and Lin Chuan was confident that he could control him. Lin Chuan tried to remember the blooming cyan flower. It swayed in the wind, holy and beautiful, completely different from the worldly miscellaneous flowers. Seeing no miserable madness, Lin Chuan 1510. The cyan flower is full of dazzling blue light, and the flowers are multi-petaled stamens with blue hollows and several columella. From a distance, it looks like an upside-down lighthouse. A few words, Wu Miao can only hear a rough idea, but he is also very satisfied. At least there was hope, which was better than the tears he had wept over countless desperate nights. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Wu Miao once again substituted himself as a superior and instructed Lin Chuan. Okay, let's do it first. Go find it for me, let everyone find it. No matter what method you use or what price you pay, you have to find it for me in short. Wu Miao was anxious, as if he could find the cyan flower as soon as possible if he was in a hurry. Hearing this, Lin Chuan stole a joy, took Wu Miao's words and asked, Yuan, can this really be paid any price? Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan angrily, and said angrily, naturally, do you need me to repeat this? Hurry up and find it. Seeing that Lin Chuan's eyes had a fierce light like a hungry wolf, as if he was going to eat him alive. Wu Miao wondered for a while, and muttered, could it be that he still wants to eat me? What's the matter with your eyes? Since it can be paid at any cost, Lin Chuan has nothing to say. Anyway, it was the people who took the initiative to speak, and when the time came, they would find the cyan flower. He wanted to play tricks, and Lin Chuan had no choice but to serve with his fists. First come to a jujube and then give a stick, the effect is quacking. Lin Chuan's requirements are not high, that is, to make no miserable duo become a woman. He also has nothing more than to think about it, mainly to feast his eyes. Seeing that there was no misery, Lin Chuan couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Looked at the Ghost King, who was so angry that he exploded with a playful face, and turned to leave. If I find the cyan flower, you have to keep your promise. No misery. No misery. The female form is not miserable, the skin is white, the appearance is beautiful, the legs are long, and what is even more contrary to the sky is that the physiological structure has changed. Everything is possible. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan was full of energy, but at the moment he went out, his stomach screamed again. What's wrong with your kid? Before the miserable ass was hot, he frowned and urged, hurry up and find it. Save a little before, you can also cut 2 knives for a steamed bun, and eat them in the morning, noon, and evening. Not now. Lin Chuan felt like he was going to starve to death. Anyway, it was only a matter of time before he found the cyan flower. If Wu Miao keeps his promise, then he can be nourished in the future. Yuan, I'm hungry. In the face of Lin Chuantian's shameless request, Wu Miao almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood, thinking that he would drown. Damn, I'm hungry so soon. Since he was haunted by the disease, the amount of food has been very small, and seeing that Lin Chuan didn't look like a lie, he had no choice but to agitate. Okay, I'll let you eat enough, come on. Wu Miao clapped his hands, as if calling someone to. Chapter 7. The 3 young maids walked in along the side door, knelt down and asked, Young Master Yuan, what are your orders? Lin Chuan rubbed his eyes, looked at this scene in disbelief, and secretly said in his heart that it was good to be rich. The 3 maids were not only young, but also charming and touching with a smile. Wu Miao was used to this, and commanded in a deep voice. Make me something to eat for this kid in front of me, hurry. Wow! The breeze was slow, and the figure of the maid disappeared into the corner of the wall, as fast as a wheel under her feet. Seeing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smack his tongue and said, Actually, it doesn't have to be so grand, just starve to death. No matter how unpleasant it is better than the one in the school in the previous life. Lin Chuan said secretly in his heart, tilting his head and couldn't help but reverie, but there was no misery, but he smiled evilly and said coldly. Hee, do you really want to die? If you're hungry, how can you help me find the cyan flower? Remember, I never care about your feelings, whether you're hungry or full. As long as you still have some role and can find cyan flowers for me, you must not starve to death. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched, and he said secretly, I just broke your hand, and now I dare to provoke, it's really itchy. I saw the 3 maids turn back, and the slender jade was holding all kinds of delicacies in their hands, almost all of which were related to fish. For example, a plate of sweet and sour white carp, a dish of unknown sashimi, and a pot of boiled fish. Lin Chuan patted his head and suddenly realized, damn, I almost forgot, Japan is close to the sea. Fishery resources are abundant, but I love to eat fish. A maid walked to Lin Chuan silently with lotus steps. Skillfully add a pair of chopsticks to him and prepare a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. The fragrance was fragrant, and this kind of treatment made Lin Chuan look in a trance for a moment, and then he immediately reacted, blushing and feasting. The miserable man from the high place looked at this scene curiously. I felt that Lin Chuan's kid was very strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Seeing Lin Chuan's gobbling up, he couldn't help but say angrily. This kid is obviously very strong, but he is so rude when he eats. As a ghost king, Wu Miao is very busy. For people like Lin Chuan, who don't threaten himself and do things for himself, most of them turn a blind eye. As everyone knows, Lin Chuan is really hungry at the moment. It's like replenishing his physical strength. Every time he bites down on a piece of fish and swallows it, the fatigue falls down. Lin Chuan was in high spirits, he was happy to eat, and after a long time, the maid left, and night fell. Ha ha ha, this is the happiest meal I've ever had. In the dark, all of the miserable strength was released. At this moment, the endless power gave him confidence, and he asked in a deep voice. Damn, why are you calling me? Could it be that you found the cyan flower? Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and said with a black line on his head, No, the cyan flower doesn't need to be found now. The cyan flower only blooms during the day, and now it's night, go find a hammer. Hearing this, he made a fierce move and attacked Lin Chuan lightly. I saw that the ground under Lin Chuan's feet cracked directly, and it shattered into slag with a click. The clothes were also torn apart, revealing muscular wheat-colored skin. Lin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile, raised his hand and pointed upward, facing the power of the Ghost King, and whispered. I'm invincible, you are free. The coercion of Wu Miao did not work at all, and Lin Chuan also returned to calm. Facing the clothes with only a few strips of cloth left, Lin Chuan smiled bitterly and looked at Wu Miserable, and quipped. Why are you in such a hurry? Cyan flower, I can find it if I want to, and if I don't look for it, forget it. Now that you have made it like this, I can't go out. As he spoke, Lin Chuan blocked the door and waved his hand to indicate that he couldn't. Seeing that Lin Chuan looked like a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, he said angrily without being miserable. Damn, you stinky boy, are you looking for death? It's time to give you some color. Two beams of terrible red light appeared in the darkness, staring at Lin Chuan without misery. It was as if to cut him into 108 pieces with a sharp eye, and then throw him away to feed the dogs. Lin Chuan raised his arm, shook his head helplessly, and said secretly, What can I do? The cyan flowers only bloom during the day, where can I find them at night? The method is wrong, you haven't found it after 1,000 years, haven't you just figured it out? Lin Chuan took the initiative to take a step forward and said seriously, Yuan, this is a bad word, it's not that I don't want to help you. I, Lin Chuan, have kindness and revenge, but now the master has gone to find it. If I am not by your side, the master has found the cyan flower, and wants to give you but I don't have a message, you. A few words made Wu Miao crazy, so he had to put this matter aside for the time being, gritted his teeth and said. Well, then you can go now. Wu Miao hadn't eaten yet. If he hadn't been able to beat Lin Chuan, he would have wanted to swallow him directly into his stomach. Unexpectedly, there was a feeling that my hands were itchy, as if some great horror was about to grow. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled faintly, and stayed where he was. Lin Chuan lay comfortably on the tatami mat, and said to the general, Alas, go, why should I go? You are so delicious and delicious, happy race fairy. Wu Miao's face turned dark, and he scolded, It's so pestering. It makes me very unhappy. Get out, change your clothes, I'll give you one night, and I'll continue to find it for me tomorrow. Lin Chuan smiled happily, but saw that Wu Miao flashed to the gate, and left without looking back. Outside, the cold wind was whining, the moon was hanging in the air, and countless thatched houses were scattered all over the place, which had a unique flavor. The night street here is not called a night market, but a street tour. No miserable is the child of a big family, but I have not been there. After no tragic illness is cured, whether it is looking for prey, or eating, drinking and having fun, there is no harm in going to see. Lin Chuan hurriedly followed Wu Miao and came to the outside of the market together. Dressed in luxurious costumes, he looks out of place with the atmosphere of the bazaar. There is less smell of fireworks in the world. The people around him looked at him with strange eyes. Walking in the middle of the road, as soon as the king's anger came out, pedestrians retreated. Lin Chuan smiled happily and hurriedly followed behind Wu Miao, while looking at this 1,000-year-old bazaar. To be honest, it's all manual and technical work, and the works are exquisite and good-looking. Among them, there are also masks that sell them. 1 for 1 silver and 1 for 1. Pig's head, cow's head, and monkey's head masks are the most popular. Chapter 8. Lin Chuan stepped forward to inquire and purchased a pair of pig head masks and a monkey head mask. The most important thing is that when you look at your temperament and the silk of your clothes, you know that he is the dragon among men. Lin Chuan was not bad. During the purchase of the mask, several young girls threw flattering glances at him intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this, Lin Chuan shouted magic, covered his chest and hurriedly returned to Wu Miao's side. Lin Chuan was about to hand the pig's head mask to Wu Miao, but he was sneered. Seeing that Lin Chuan was looked at by the girl a few times, his face was shy, and he couldn't help but be happy, and sneered. What a mess! Lin Chuan. Haha, no wonder you can't find the cyan flower, it seems that you can't do it. A cold glint appeared in Wu's miserable eyes, and his eyes swept over the crowded streets, as if he was looking for prey. Seeing this, Lin Chuan grabbed Wu Miao's shoulders with a pale face and forcibly put on a pig's head mask for him. Wu Miao waved his hand and snorted coldly, but he still couldn't hurt Lin Chuan in the slightest. Lin Chuan, who is invincible, is far beyond the body of King Kong, and he is invulnerable, not to mention the attack of Wu Miao. Bastard boy, what did you put on me? Wu Miao had been tortured by illness before, and he had no chance to go out to parade in the streets, so there were some things that only Lin Chuan knew. Hearing this, Lin Chuan replied with a smile, haha, the pig's head mask. Yuan, put it on obediently, after all, you don't want to be unable to come out next time. It's just a mask, what can you do with me? Hearing this, after learning that Wu Miao accepted it, Lin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The streets are endless, people come and go, there is no misery in such a handsome man. If he is taken away by others, who will Lin Chuan go to reason? Now it is the peaceful period, and there are still more than 1,000 years before the ghost extermination feature film. Not to mention anything else, whether Lin Chuan can survive until that time is a question. Lin Chuan turned around and put on the monkey head mask, and led Wu Miao towards the middle of the street, smiling happily. Haha, Tsukihiko, you can go now. The strange things around made Wu Miao stop from time to time and linger for a while. Coincidentally, Lin Chuan will also stop and watch. Join him in taking a look at these strange things from thousands of years ago. Taking a closer look, Lin Chuan also saw some imported products about China. Among them, ceramics and silk dominated, and almost financial fortune was prosperous. Does Yuan like those things too? Lin Chuan was fascinated by Wu Miao's eyes, so he asked, why don't you buy them all? Hearing this, Wu Miao rewarded Lin Chuan with a roll of his eyes, and said domineeringly, no, this street will be mine after all. I don't need to buy it, but these things are very rare, I don't know where to get in. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, thinking that there should be a port or something near here. After all, Japan is really close to the sea. After glancing at Lin Chuan, Wu Miao quickly flashed towards a small alley. The smell of blood coming from there seemed to tell him that the food was coming. Lin Chuan's eyes were red when he saw Wu Wu, and he strode into the alley, and he was anxious on the spot. Secretly, this is not miserable, I can't help but eat people. With a bang, Lin Chuan's figure flashed, and he also appeared in the alley in the next second. The narrow alleys are flanked by high walls, where homeless people and beggars gather. Maybe it's because no one has cleaned it up for too long, and when I come in, there is a big unspeakable strange smell. Lin Chuan covered his chest for a while before he came to his senses, shook his head and asked, Yuan, what are you doing here? Looking up, I saw several homeless people standing in the narrow alleyway in front of me. There were some miscellaneous items on the floor, garbage, and yellowed sheets wrapped together. Lin Chuan, who was watching it, frowned and said with emotion, this is comparable to a pigsty. Lin Chuan. sniffed, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. The 3 swarthy men in ragged clothes walked out of the dark curtain and cursed, "Where did the pig come from? Get out, get out." At the same time, Lin Chuan obviously heard a slight cry for help, which sounded extremely weak, as if he was about to die. Can this still be a good thing? The boundless abuse made Wu Miao frown slightly, and said with awe-inspiring intent, "You are really lucky to have lived for so long. God is really unfair, but it's okay, I will make this fair soon." When the flesh and blood are flying, the crackling sound is also noticeable to the people hidden in the dark curtain. The cat leaned over and poked its head out to take a look. The blood mist was filled, and suddenly, an arm that was shattered into slag but had broken threads fell to his side. There was a plop, and the people in the shadows panicked. Wu Miao walked forward slowly, not even bothering to glance at the minced flesh, as if only thin blood could interest him. The footsteps grew clearer and clearer, as if death was knocking on the door. It seemed that in a matter of moments, their fate would be the same as theirs. A panicked voice came from behind the embroidered curtain. The curtain was tattered and stained with blood, and one person was trembling and slurred. Ah! It was a few fierce men with firewood knives, with scars on their faces and blood on their hands. They shouted, "A pig and a monkey, where did you get the bastard thing?" Lin Chuan was not disgusted by Wu Miao's blow just now. After all, it was not an innocent person who was killed, so why should he be sympathetic? They seemed to know something, and at first glance they looked decent. A few cold rays flashed, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed, and he easily cut out a bloody path with his hand as a blade, and arrived in front of the curtain. Wu Miao took the lead in opening the curtain, only to see something in a hemp bag, which was sealed to death. Through the moonlight that came in, it was obvious that there was a person inside. Lin Chuan was furious and quickly untied his mouth, and then raised his hand downward and shook it. The strange power was just right, and the hemp bag instantly turned to ashes. It's a person. What catches your eye is a stunning beauty. With a thick piece of gauze in his mouth, his beautiful eyes were closed, and his brows were furrowed from time to time. Wu Miao quickly glanced at the beautiful woman, and said in disappointment, "I see, I thought it was thin blood. It's just that those poor guys are really stupid." Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, and quickly untied the beautiful woman and pulled the gauze in his mouth. The body temperature of the beautiful woman was very low, and Lin Chuan frowned and guessed that she was caused by excessive blood loss. Chapter 9. Wu Miao smiled and said, "Her meat should be good, hee. I can't live anyway, it's better to let me eat it." Hearing this, Lin Chuan glanced back at Wu Miao and said angrily, "Eat, eat, eat, know how to eat all day long." Wu Miao stared at Lin Chuan to death, this person who disobeyed him again and again. Secretly said in his heart, "It would be good to be killed by me as a great disaster. Anyway, she won't live long." Wu Miao is a ghost king, and his sensitivity to blood is very high. He has concluded that there is a high probability that the beautiful woman will not live long. Lin Chuan thought so in his heart, and the movements in his hands couldn't help but speed up a lot. Finally found the wound in the beautiful woman's lower abdomen, Lin Chuan felt the blood, and his heart suddenly tightened. The moment he saw the wound, Lin Chuan was stunned and said, "Oops, how could her wound be like this? It looks like it has been cut open with a blunt object, and it has a complex pattern, deep and deep." Lin Chuan frowned, quickly laid the beautiful woman flat on the ground, and untied her collar to let her breathe smoothly. Wu Miao shook his head, and said with a smile, "Lin Chuan, why care about a person who is about to die? Even if she dies, what can she do? You better hurry up and find the cyan flower. The beautiful woman's condition is very bad, the wound has been bleeding, and now she is in shock. I am afraid that she will not live long." Maybe Wu Miao is right, he should give up, but Lin Chuan thought for a moment, and the figure of Tanjiro flashed in his mind. As a fan of Ghost Slayer, Lin Chuan really has nothing to say, the Ghost King is the Ghost King, and he is him. It will never change because of this, everyone is a unique individual. Lin Chuan's eyes lit an unyielding flame and leaned down. Apply the methods in Master's notes to the right medicine to the beautiful woman. I will never give up. Saving someone's life is better than creating a 7th-level floating slaughter. Lin Chuan said reasonably, Yuan, maybe she has spent time in despair like you. So, why don't I save you when I save her? Wu Wu was stunned when he heard this, so he quietly watched Lin Chuan's every move, and comforted him, it's okay. It doesn't matter if I save her, I won't care. Anyway. Hearing this, Lin Chuan shook his head with black lines, and threw himself into it again. It is true that a beautiful woman only has a glimmer of life, but it is not difficult for Lin Chuan to turn things around. After a series of tedious and cautious operations, Lin Chuan almost died of exhaustion, wiped a hot sweat and panted. "Hoo, I'm so tired. The requirements for mental power are so high, I almost didn't catch my breath." Unexpectedly, Wu Miao really didn't run, just watched Lin Chuan's every move with interest. "You kid, your medical skills are quite high." Wu Miao rubbed his jaw and thought, maybe you came a few years earlier, I wouldn't have to be so painful. It seems that it will not be long, but time will not stop because of Lin Chuan's righteous act. On the contrary, 2 hours have passed. The bleeding in the beautiful woman's abdomen stopped, and the wound was also wrapped in Lin Chuan's own clothes. It's okay for the time being, she'll wake up soon. Hearing Wu Wu's words, Lin Chuan swallowed his saliva and said honestly, "Well, if I had come a few years earlier, you would have died faster. It's a medicine that is 3 points poisonous, if you can trust me, I drugged you a few years ago, and you are now as tall as me." Lin Chuan's words are true, it is true, but he doesn't believe it. He walked back disdainfully, and said with a gloomy face, "In that case, then you should stay here well. It seems that I have to go to find the cyan flower in person." Lin Chuan immediately couldn't hold back, and said secretly, "You can't find it in person." "I can't find it at all. What is the difference between you and picking a bone in an egg? Unless the stone can bloom, I believe you can find it." The speed of Wu Miao was very fast, and it didn't take long for a fresh smell of blood to come in. In addition to the pungent nose, Lin Chuan covered his mouth and nose, smacked his tongue and said, "Damn, dogs can't change their eating shit, forget it." Between the words, he was helpless. After all, he didn't eat people all the time, and he would go berserk 100%. When Lin Chuan stopped him again, there was a high probability that he would not be able to play with himself. The so-called dead friends are not dead and poor, so Lin Chuan didn't bother to care. Suddenly, screams rang out. The moment the beautiful woman woke up, she found that she was unclothed, the surroundings were dark, and there was a strange man in front of her. Frightened, the beautiful woman slapped Lin Chuan with a slap, and her hand was extremely heavy. It seems that she has withdrawn all her strength, and after the beating, the beautiful woman fell to the ground again and fell asleep. Lin Chuan sensed a strong wind coming, and subconsciously raised his hand to block it, and after slapping off the jade hand, Lin Chuan was about to have a seizure. But when he heard the words "stinky rascal," he was petrified on the spot. Damn, this is not miserable. It won't be because he knew that this beautiful woman was going to scold, so he ran away. What the hell is a stinky rascal? Lin Chuan was full of black lines, and said with a righteous face, "I'm also a righteous gentleman, can I give me a face?" When Lin Chuan turned his head to look, the beautiful woman had already passed out. Had to admit that he was unlucky. Lin Chuan stepped forward to help the beautiful woman and easily held her in his arms, and said righteously, "I have no two hearts, who knows about this? Forget it, settle you down first, and then go find Wu Miao." Compared with the beautiful woman who scolded herself for being a stinky hooligan, Lin Chuan was more fond of the female form of Wu Miao. Probably this is a soft spot. The long dark night, on the lonely path. Lin Chuan held the beautiful woman's waist with one hand, supported her knees with the other, and walked towards an inn. It's the peaceful period now, but fortunately, there are not many inns, otherwise who else Lin Chuan will talk to? It's just that Lin Chuan has something unclear, and the beautiful woman's wound is obviously not the work of those few homeless people. After thinking about it again, Lin Chuan couldn't think of a reason. After all, the plot of Demon Slayer has not yet begun, and he doesn't know who this beautiful woman is, so he can only wait for her to wake up. Walking into the inn, the drinkers made jokes, and the strangers who drank and talked with each other cast envious glances. His eyes were too hot, and Lin Chuan understood that they were not looking at themselves, but at the beautiful woman in their arms. She looks like she is in her 20s, and her charm is still there, like a ripe peach, which can be described as a fatal temptation for these men. Tut! Boy, okay. Long eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and beautiful women, tisk, good, I have nothing to say. In his words, full of envy and jealousy, Lin Chuan snorted coldly, raised his hand and smashed it on the shop owner's table, half threatening. Double room, by the window. If Lin Chuan leaves, the beautiful woman will definitely be coveted, maybe this life will be over. So Lin Chuan can only stop and stay with her for one night. Even if he didn't think about it, the gags of the people around him still made Lin Chuan think about it. After a while, Lin Chuan carried the beautiful woman into the window hut, closed the door tightly, and pulled down the window by the way. Chapter 10. The interior of the cottage is decorated in general, but the bed and coffee table are the same, and the soft tatami mats are next to the bed. Close the doors and windows, and the lonely men and widows are in the same room. A scene that I had never dreamed of before, now it is actually happening to me. Lin Chuan didn't mention how excited he was. But he still held back his restless heart, put the beautiful woman on the bed smoothly, and covered the futon. Even if only one head is exposed, snow-white skin, a high nose bridge, and flowing hair. It was also enough to ignite the fire in Lin Chuan's lower abdomen. Lin Chuan retracted his gaze and took a few breaths, and walked to the coffee table in 3 steps and 2 steps. After pouring 3 mouthfuls of cold water, Lin Chuan suddenly felt comfortable all over his body. Where did this daughter come from? Her appearance is so amazing. Lin Chuan smacked his tongue. No wonder since ancient times, heroes have been sad to pass the beauty pass. I watched Lu Bulletin in the 3 Kingdoms period before, and I was sad about Diao Chan's pass. Lin Chuan also smiled. Who would have thought that he was not as good as Lu Bulletin? No wonder Cao loved wives, as long as they were beautiful women, they were enough to seduce the soul. Lin Chuan smiled bitterly, sat on the round stool, closed his eyes and thought about it. Fortunately, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and then Lin Chuan recited the meditation mantra. At the same time, the beautiful woman lying on the bed slowly opened her eyes. The lilac eyes were shining, and he looked at the scene in front of him in horror, and screamed in despair. Ah! My living ancestor, don't scream, if you call again, the wolves below will come up. I can tell you, those people who have crooked melons and cracked dates have a proper IQ of 205. It's not good for you to provoke them to come up. The beautiful woman glanced around, and saw that it was a small inn. The young man in front of him is handsome, and he has no villain face. After glancing down and finding that she was covered with a futon, the beautiful woman reluctantly let down her guard and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said eloquently, "Haha! It's time to believe me. You see my Lin Chuan's kind eyebrows and kind eyes, with a righteous face, that looks like a bad person." Hearing this, the beautiful woman first looked innocent, and then covered her lower abdomen and said, "It turns out that your name is Lin Chuan. What a good name. Thank you, it's just my Hurt it's good to understand. Lin Chuan wanted to cry and sat on the edge of the bed without tears, and patiently explained, "Your injury is no longer a big problem. I'm the pharmacist's apprentice, and it's not easy to treat this small injury." When the beautiful woman heard this, she immediately froze in place, and couldn't help but smile when she saw Lin Chuan so young. Oh, in that case, the little woman is willing to. A terrible thought flashed in Lin Chuan's mind, just waiting for the beautiful woman to say it. But her next sentence made Lin Chuan's heart half cold. The little woman is willing to repay her kindness, but her belongings were taken away by thieves, and now there is only one necklace left. There are diamond embellishments on it, and there is an emerald in the middle, which is shiny, and it is worth a lot of money at first glance. Lin Chuan's eyes are straight. When have you ever seen such a valuable thing? In his previous life, he had seen it on TV, but now that it really appeared in front of his eyes, Lin Chuan's palms were still a little sweaty. When he was about to get it, Lin Chuan's mind flashed through the master's instructions during the free clinic, not to take a stitch from others. After thinking about it again, Lin Chuan retracted his outstretched hand and said righteously, "No, I can't ask for it. You should keep such a valuable necklace. I think you need this necklace more than me." The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She looked at Lin Chuan with a good feeling, and opened the conversation. "Haha, that's funny, you're the only person I've ever met who doesn't want this chain. After all, having it is equivalent to having a mountain of gold." To be honest, Lin Chuan didn't care if he could turn the tables against the wind, he just wanted to survive in the world of ghost destruction. Lin Chuan shook his head firmly, and finally the beautiful woman took back the necklace and said suspiciously, "Well, thank you. By the way, where did you find me?" Just as Lin Chuan thought, this beautiful woman is not simple. Hearing this, Lin Chuan drank a glass of cold water again, and after calming down, he said it all. Of course, he didn't say anything miserable. After all, the less she knew about the secret of the Ghost King, the safer it was. Like the ghosts after him, he couldn't even mention the name of the Ghost King, and he would die if he mentioned it, so Lin Chuan concealed it. The beautiful woman was a little crazy, her beautiful eyes lit up with rage, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Crazy, a group of crazy madmen actually left me there. This group of people want me to be ruined and never be able to turn over." In anger, Lin Chuan's heart, which had just calmed down, became turbulent again. There is no way, the beautiful woman is angry, the big waves on her chest are too dazzling. Lin Chuan expressed deep sympathy and said indignantly, "That's the case, if you can please tell me, maybe I can help you." The beautiful woman waved her jade hand, sat down next to Lin Chuan, and said with a wry smile, "Alas, you want to help me. I understand the kindness, but you really can't help this matter." Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, poured a sip of cold water violently, and cut the railway. "Can't help? Why can't you help? In this world, there is nothing that Lin Chuan can't solve." Joke, Lin Chuan's invincibility value is endless. Is there anything in the world that he can't do? Seeing that Lin Chuan's mind has been decided, the beautiful woman shed a line of tears gratefully and opened her heart. "It's okay to tell you, but you must not do stupid things. My name is Yanagawa Harumi, you can just call me Sister Ching." Lin Chuan smacked his tongue and said, "I'll still call you Xiao Ching. The main reason is that I'm not used to calling other people's sisters." Yanagawa Harumi frowned, gritted her teeth and said, "Whatever you want. I am the eldest daughter of the Liu family, and I was destroyed because I stopped the plan of the mysterious organization, and I survived. It was my father and mother who put me in the pyre, and I was lucky enough to escape. Later, I inquired in many ways and found out that they were a dark organization that called themselves to the outside world. The world calls it a dark organization, with strong strength, cruel methods, and all kinds of evil. As soon as he heard this, Lin Chuan came to the spirit, which was not introduced by the demon slayer blade. Lin Chuan guessed, could it be that this was unique to the Heian period? If you want to say that the means are cruel, no one can do it. The rest can only be regarded as scum. No matter how strong the strength is, it is vulnerable in front of him. Thinking like this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel proud of being miserable. There are thousands of thoughts, and Lin Chuan is still a little unaccustomed to being around without misery. After Lu Chuan Harumi finished speaking, she repeatedly emphasized that Lin Chuan should not come nonsense. Chapter 11. Lu Chuan King Mei's eyes were full of mist, and she obediently lay on the bed to make a place for Lin Chuan. Seeing this, Lin Chuan did not accept this kindness, but felt quite sorry for this beautiful woman who had suffered a great disaster. Zendao, obviously she was wiped out. She was almost defiled by thieves, and it was very good that she could persist until now. Lin Chuan consciously returned to the coffee table, lay on the table and fell asleep. As the last candle light went out, Lin Chuan heard a whimper in a daze, very soft, very light. The sky was bright. Lin Chuan stretched his waist, and poured a cup of herbal tea refreshed. Tisk, that's really good, Xiaoqing, are you awake? Lin Chuan greeted warmly, and a ray of sunlight shone on his face through the window screen. There was no result overnight, and Lin Chuan didn't know where Wu Miao had gone. Now he can only leave Yanagawa Harumi quickly, and find Wu Miao first. Yanagawa Harumi looked haggard with panda eyes, and slowly got up and said, I can't sleep alone, Lin Chuan, why didn't you come up last night? Lu Chuan Harumi is now in need of someone to accompany her in a big disaster, and the only person who can talk to Lin Chuan at this moment is Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan looked back and smiled, and saw that Lu Chuan Harumi's tears were red, so he said solemnly, of course I won't come up. I really can't imagine what I'll do if I'm sleeping in the same bed with you. So I don't come up. It's not necessarily a good thing for you and me. At this moment, she is homeless, and the people of the secret organization will definitely not give up. Well, a good thing, is it really a good thing? The tone was full of helplessness and confusion, and tears came out of his eyes again. Harumi Yanagawa buried her head, thinking back on the past, and was overwhelmed with grief. I don't have anything left. I'm too disappointed in this world, desperate. Now, I have nothing but this body, are you willing to help me? Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Yanagawa Harumi unbuttoning her collar, and immediately said righteously, of course you do. Can suffering defeat you? The door of the house is destroyed, and the enemy is still free, shouldn't you go to take revenge? Since you said that this is all you have, then how can I take everything from you? A person can be wiped out, but never defeated. You will never be defeated, so promise me, cheer up. Hearing this, Yanagawa Harumi stopped crying, stared at Lin Chuan's eyes, and said blankly, can I really take revenge? A beam of sunlight shone into the room, and there was infinite light outside the window. Lin Chuan opened the window and looked at the endless distance, his eyes were firm. Yes, isn't the answer always in your heart? In my heart? Harumi Yanagawa was in a dilemma, and finally decided to believe Hayashi Chuan's words, and opened her mouth to plead. I have nowhere else to go except here, you can take me away. This matter has to be put in the past. Lin Chuan promised to agree quickly, but now the place where he lives is not miserable. Isn't Yanagawa Harumi just a lamb to be slaughtered there? Lin Chuan was about to refuse, when suddenly there was a sharp knock on the door. Open the door, open the door, open the door quickly. The tone was very unkind. Lin Chuan's eyes were cold, and he protected Yanagawa Harumi behind him, and guessed. The voice is different from last night's person, listening to the tone, it should be here to find fault. Who could it be? Facing Lin Chuan's inquiry, Yanagawa Harumi first tightened the corner of her clothes, listened carefully to the voices outside, and then shook her head. I don't know, at least I haven't heard this kind of voice. It shouldn't be the people of the secret order, if they were, they would have broken in. Lin Chuan glanced at it and said angrily, You dare to break in, why didn't you die last night? Lord Yama persuaded you to come. The first person showed the sharp axe in his hand, and said with a ruthless face, Bastard, it's really a good thing you did. Kill so many of my brothers, do you want to slap your ass and leave? Fortunately, I have a lot of eyeliner and found you guy, what's the matter, now I know I'm afraid. Hayashi Kawil protected Harumi Yanagawa behind him and whispered in her ear. Please close your eyes, the picture is bloody, don't look at it. In front of the wicked people, Yanagawa Harumi looked at the few people on the back of the tiger and reminded him, but they have knives in their hands. Lin Chuan rubbed his nose, a little amused. Even the Ghost King can't hurt me in the slightest, how can they? With a sharp axe, several people rushed up and slashed at Lin Chuan, without any order, but sparks were cut. Suddenly, roars, sonorals, and wails rang out together. Lin Chuan moved like thunder, his eyes were cold, and he wandered among the few people who had lost their formation. A casual swing of the fist can cause a bloody storm. A moment later, Lin Chuan pulled Yanagawa Harumi over, stepped on the several people who were wailing, and swept over the threshold to dodge away. Ah! Hearing this, Lin Chuan said modestly, It's nothing, they fell down as a toddler in Handan. That place has been exposed, you better go with me to Wu Miao. Rest assured that with him, no one will dare to trouble you. Yanagawa Harumi followed Lin Chuan suspiciously. Cover your face with your hands as much as you can along the way, or bury your head behind Lin Chuan's back. Now the people of the Dark Organization probably already know that she is still alive, and they are sending people to look for her. Bypassing a few small alleys, Lin Chuan bought a string of octopus balls by the way, turned around and handed it to Yanagawa Harumi. Lin Chuan said sincerely, I don't know what you like to eat, so let's skewer octopus balls first, let's be satisfied. Harumi Yanagawa chewed slowly as she bit the ball, tears welling up in her eyes. Woo, no, it's delicious, have you arrived? After a while, Lin Chuan returned to the familiar compound, said hello to the sweeping uncle, and walked into the miserable room. This time it can be said that he is familiar with the road, and Lin Chuan doesn't plan to leave, so he just stays by Wu Miao's side. The room was filled with the atmosphere of a strong man, and the atmosphere became heavy and depressing. Lu Chuan King Mei's face was full of horror, but she also gritted her teeth and followed Lin Chuan in. Wu Miao fiddled with the medicinal herbs in his hand, and said with an unhappy face, Cyan other side flower, have you found it? Chapter 12. As soon as these words came out, the cold air was pressing, and there was silence all around. Lin Chuan frowned. It was hard to imagine how many people Wu Miao had eaten last night, but it was certain that he had awakened the blood ghost technique. According to the Ghost Slayer plot in the previous life, there were no cyan flowers that appeared many years after the tragic death. How can Lin Chuan find it? Isn't this a joke? Lin Chuan patiently responded, No, it is not a day's work to wear the water drop stone, and the matter of finding the cyan flower on the other side is not in a hurry. Lu Chuan Harumi saw that the atmosphere was gradually not good, and she couldn't help but retreat in her heart, but she didn't leave. Wu Miao's face was gloomy, and the terrifying coercion gradually solidified as he approached. Lin Chuan frowned, and hurriedly stood in front of Yanagawa Harumi, but the surface of the ground was directly shattered like a spider web. Even the Ghost King, who had to kneel down and worship when he saw Shangxian, was miserable, frowning deeply at this moment, and he had already moved his killing intent. Let me down again and again, and shirk responsibility again and again. Lin Chuan, what use do you have? Tell me. Wu Miao said angrily, is overcoming the sunshine so insignificant to you? Lin Chuan, there is nothing to do in a day, it's just that you didn't look for it, am I right? The murderous aura is pervasive, cold, and piercing. Lin Chuan tightened his clothes, looked at the miserable people who were close at hand, and cut the railway. I said I would help you find it, and I will definitely help you find it. Didn't I take it to heart when it came to letting you overcome the sun? Thinking about the misery of the female form, she wore a flaming red dress. Dancing in the sun, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. Lin Chuan was too calm, which made people feel like he was in a deep city. But his smile was very sincere. There are countless people who have read it, but they can't see anything wrong with him. As the saying goes, stretch out your hand and don't hit the smiling person. Wu Miao was silent for a moment, patted Lin Chuan's shoulder heavily, and urged, give you another chance, as soon as possible. The tone was full of helplessness and longing. Perhaps only those who have really lost understand the difficulty and sadness involved. Looking at the back of Wu Miao's emaciation, Lin Chuan felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a rhythmic footstep sounded from far and near. Lin Chuan hurriedly looked back, and saw a beautiful woman surrounded by several young maids walking slowly together. Outrageous! Lin Chuan rummaged through the memories of the former lord and found that this beautiful woman was actually his mother. Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at it, and a biting chill immediately came from behind him, and his back suddenly cooled. Wu Miao appeared behind Lin Chuan at some point, and said in a cold tone, what are you looking at? It's over. A terrible thought surfaced. Lin Chuan quickly wiped his cold sweat and said with a straight face, beauty is like jade, the scenery is picturesque, and I just followed my primitive instinct. After all, the kind mother never gave up on him all these years. When Lin Chuan looked again, the beautiful woman had already arrived at the door. Her face was full of excitement, there were tears in the corners of her eyes, and she was wearing an expensive red dress with stars on it, which was very beautiful. Lin Chuan swallowed his saliva and was about to fool the past silently. But the beautiful woman in red walked straight up to him, bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Ogawa, the pharmacist has told me everything, and Tsukihiko is able to recover thanks to you. Someone, give a gift. A maid held a red box and handed it to Lin Chuan, and only after he accepted it did he retreat neatly. Lin Chuan didn't open it directly, and it was heavy in his hand. Listening to the sound inside, it is not difficult to guess that this is no ordinary thing. After that, he received 2 more gifts, and Lin Chuan couldn't take them, so he gave them to Yanagawa Harumi. Yanagawa Harumi was stunned at first, but wanted to return it but was directly ignored by Lin Chuan. The beautiful woman in red noticed Yanagawa Harumi, looked her up and down, and said with a look of surprise, Xiao Chuan, is this your wife? Lin Chuan was already nervous, but now he broke the defense directly, and secretly said in his heart, what do I rely on? Fortunately, the beautiful woman in red didn't dig too deep, but just talked a few words as a person who came over. What is the appearance of a talented woman, a match made in heaven, how red Lin Chuan's face is, and how bright he smiles without being miserable. The arrogant look seemed to say, Lin Chuan, you also have today. The beautiful woman in red then hugged Wu Miao tightly, looked him up and down, and after confirming that he was okay, she said with a spring breeze on her face. Haha, all right, finally it's done. Yuan, you've suffered all these years. Wu Miao was a little at a loss at first, and his tyrannical temperament made him very uncomfortable with this, but he still nodded in response. But then, a bombshell news came from the mouth of the beautiful woman in red. Yuan, I finally recovered my body, and you have reached the age of talking about marriage. It's time to get married and be happy. Since ancient times, people have married relatively early, and Lin Chuan's previous life has become late. And in the peaceful period, people like Wu Miao will only get married earlier. Of course, 3 wives and 4 concubines are not nothing. The beautiful woman in red must have thought about this for a long time, and now she finally mustered up the courage to say it. Wu Miao has no feeling for this, and he has no emotion for him to have the concept of marriage at all. But at this moment, in the face of his mother, he was like a child, and he began to be at a loss. Seeing this, the beautiful woman in red hit the railroad while it was hot. Yuan, you are going to start a family after all. I have found several gentle and virtuous yellow flower girls, I will bring them tomorrow, you will see who you like first. Wu Miao was silent for a moment, and finally nodded and got a response. The beautiful woman in red clapped her hands and applauded, hugged her affectionately for a while before reluctantly leaving. As a family of maternity houses, it is true that there is no misery in choosing a wife. But Lin Chuan was stunned when he heard this. In his heart, the Ghost King was going to get married and choose a concubine. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and hurriedly recalled the memories of his past life in his mind. I found out that Wu Miao had indeed been married, and he had been married 5 times, but each time he made his wife angry to death. Lin Chuan pinched his fingers and muttered in his heart, I have lived for more than 1,000 years and have only been married 5 times. Forward. On average, it's only once in 200 years, hiss. After sorting everything out, Lin Chuan frowned, grabbed Wu Miao, who wanted to leave, and asked in a low voice. You really agreed? Lin Chuan was anxious, he didn't want to watch the duck fly to his beak, no matter how he was, he couldn't cheapen others. Wu Miao glanced back and snorted coldly, what's the matter? I can't make the decision about my affairs. Who do you think you are? If you are useful, stay and leave. You are just a little medicine apprentice. Lin Chuan's brain was hot, and he fell down and trapped him firmly. Chapter 13. Under the restraint of humiliation, there is no miserable fist clenching and angry eyes. A terrifying shock wave was sent towards Lin Chuan, and the air wave was 10 meters higher than everyone else. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled contemptuously, laughing, how could the invincible body take half a step back? I saw that the shock wave was directly split by Lin Chuan's blade, and a heavenly trench was forced. Yanagawa Harumi had seen too much of the world. But in the face of a monster that is beyond human cognition, she can only be stunned. Oops, what kind of monster is this? Lin Chuan, what kind of monster are you? Lin Chuan stood in place, staring at Wu Miao coldly like an eagle falcon. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yanagawa Harumi still coming. Lin Chuan hurriedly shouted, don't come here, Xiao Qing. Everything is with me. You retreat first, retreat far away. I'm afraid of hurting you by mistake. And the loud noise just now is about to have a butterfly effect. Somewhere a barren field is barren and sparsely populated. Only a slender wisp of cooking smoke connects the sky and the earth. On the field, the 3 mysterious figures rested in place, and after eating and drinking, they left a mess. But there were 3 scimitars and a powerful bow and crossbow neatly and cleanly. The moment they heard the loud noise, the 3 figures disappeared at the same time, and the scimitars and crossbows shone in unison. Lin Chuan's incident last night had completely angered the dark organization. To be able to kill so many homeless people, it must be extraordinary, so 3 top killers were sent. And the loud noise just now clearly exposed Lin Chuan's location. Lin Chuan and Wu Miao glared angrily for a long time, and the 2 sides pointed at Mai Meng. Wu Miao took the lead in releasing a powerful aura, and the power of the Ghost King was terrifying. Harumi Yanagawa curled up in a ball, and cold air kept coming out of her mouth. Lin Chuan gently patted Yanagawa Harumi on the back, and a trace of unbearability flashed in his eyes. The duel between him and Wu Miao is a battle of the gods for Harumi Yanagawa, and mortals suffer. So it's more or less embarrassing for her, a poor baby. Outrageous, Wu Miao is just a small relief. The hut became a place of white mist and frost. Fortunately, now that there is still the sun outside, Lin Chuan glanced at Wu Miao, and then picked up Yanagawa Harumi. Wu Miao snorted coldly with disdain. Humph, it's really stupid, why bother with this woman? It doesn't matter if she dies, it has nothing to do with you anyway. Hearing this, Lin Chuan paused, put down a sentence of "you will understand," and stepped out of the door. Under the sun, Yanagawa Harumi quickly woke up, held her forehead and said in a trance, Where is this? Did you save me? Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, it's so warm. The sun is really warm. Yanagawa Kingmei chased the light, her face was full of happy smiles, but when she looked back, Lin Chuan had long since disappeared. Lin Chuan returned, and the door was closed with a bang. Suddenly, a cold voice came from all directions, making Lin Chuan unable to determine the location of Wu Miao. Lin Chuan, I can see that you are very disgusted with my affairs. What? Do I still need to ask your opinion? As soon as he heard this, Lin Chuan took a step forward and said sonorously. It's not that I'm disgusted, and it's not that I need to be consulted. It's just that it's still too early. If I find the cyan flower, you won't be able to use it when the time comes. As soon as he heard that it was related to the cyan flower, he immediately showed up and said with a mocking face. Oh. It's too early, then when will you be able to find Lin Chuan? With you now, I'm afraid it will be hard to live for 50 years. What qualifications do you have to dictate to me? Cyan flower, let's talk about it when you find it. Lin Chuan raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a mysterious smile, Yuan, I have a good proposal, I don't know if you want to hear it. Actually, you are the only person in 10,000, and the gods are all looking after you. Whether it's gender, age, or fat, thin, beautiful or ugly, you can change it at will. This is called alien. After experiencing so many things, Wu Miao's vigilance was very heavy, and he sneered at this. Hehe, what do you mean? Lin Chuan walked up to Wu Miao as if he were walking on the ground, and wrote lightly, Yuan, you are a smart person. It's really hopeless to rely on one person to find it, but what if there are a few more people? Think about it, since you can change your gender, why don't you? Speaking of this, Lin Chuan secretly sweated for himself. This is a proper tiger mouth tooth extraction. If you are a little careless, there will be no miserable snap, and you will be cut into a mess with one of your paws. Wu Miao looked at Lin Chuan meaningfully, pondered for a long time, and finally compromised and withdrew the coercion. The frost in the house quickly dissipated, and a drizzle fell. Wu Miao approached Lin Chuan and asked, Are you sure that if I listen to you, I can hope to find the cyan flower? A rich boy like Wu Miao, in addition to piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, only studies dressing. Naturally, there are a lot of clothes, and you can say without blushing and heartbeat. He does have a lot of women's clothes, but he has never had a chance to wear them. As soon as he heard that there was a play, Lin Chuan was immediately overjoyed, hiding his face and smiling, for fear that Wu Miao would see how happy he was. After all, you are unkindly smiling at this time. The tiger will definitely swallow you in one bite and will not spit out the bones. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and said confidently, Of course, believe me, Yuan. Do you think about how I Lin Chuan lied to you? Besides, there are still 5% of your life that I saved. I'm a good person, how could I lie to you? I'll vouch for my personality, okay? Seeing Lin Chuan raise his hand and swear, it didn't look like lying at all. Wu Miao let him go suspiciously, and asked, Are you sure? Lin Chuan replied, Hehe, 100% sure. As soon as the words fell, a wisp of white smoke rose from Wu Miao's feet, and then the whole person disappeared. Seeing that there was no misery coming and going without a trace, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smack his tongue, shook his head with a wry smile, and said regretfully, Alas, why did you give the system to karma in the first place? It's nothing more than a little death. Alas, careless, Next time I must watch a 30-second advertisement to resurrect it. Another reward, direct capture without misery. Since the pharmacist left, Lin Chuan has been carefully following the master's orders to take the notes with him. Click. Seeing the note falling, Lin Chuan hurriedly picked it up and hugged it and gently wiped the surface stains. After a while, Lin Chuan curiously opened his notes, which were densely packed with medical tips. Lin Chuan patted his head and suddenly realized, yes, can't I still learn this? Since the pharmacist can create a ghost king, then I will learn to be proficient. Isn't it easy to prolong your life? Chapter 14. Lin Chuan walked to the door with a relaxed face, but it was difficult to calm down in his heart. He had a hunch that Wu Miao must have listened to it. The ghost's hearing is 100 times better than that of ordinary people, and the cyan flower stimulates him, so it should be fine. Lin Chuan changed his lost face, clapped his hands and smiled excitedly, and the breeze in the spacious courtyard was gentle, and the flowers were falling. Yanagawa Harumi was wearing a neon dress and feather coat, standing under the cherry blossom tree, looking forward to it. When he saw Lin Chuan, his eyes lit up, he waved his hand enthusiastically and shouted, "Lin Chuan, come here." Hearing this, Lin Chuan stepped forward and discussed softly, "Yuan is no longer in trouble, come with me. Let's take you to find a house first, let's settle down temporarily." Lin Chuan drew a static bird's-eye view of this place in his mind based on the memory of the previous master. Is worthy of being a child of a rich family, sitting on this set of family property, and it is not a dream to have half a life. Lin Chuan was envious, and he still felt sorry for him in his heart. Because the happier and more beautiful things are, the more painful they are when they are lost. It's no wonder that Wu Miao will turn black. Did I embarrass you? I'm sorry. Seeing that Yanagawa Harumi bowed her head and apologized, her beautiful eyes were filled with mist, Lin Chuan hurriedly waved her hand. It's just a matter of one more house. Forget it, I don't care about this anyway. Besides, it's not my house, so you don't have a psychological burden. Saying this, Yanagawa Harumi felt a lot better. As Lin Chuan returned to the place where the pharmacist was staying, the fragrance of medicine came to his nose. Harumi Yanagawa looked at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs and various bottles and jars, full of curiosity. Lin Chuan glanced up, sighed in a depressed mood, and explained in a hoarse voice. "This is my master's room, and now he's gone. You can stay here first. The house is spacious, and there is no problem for 3 people. Yanagawa Harumi's fingertips trembled slightly, her heart pounded, and she didn't know how to thank the young man in front of her. "Well, it's so nice here. Since I was destroyed, no one has been so kind to me." Yanagawa Harumi's eyes were firm as if she had made up her mind, and she knocked on the side. "Lin Chuan, do you think I'm good looking?" Ambiguous feelings permeated this hut, and Lin Chuan listened to the sound of heaven, and his heart rippled. But a flaming red dress, the female form that reigns over the world, lingers in my mind. Seeing this, Lin Chuan could only smile bitterly and shook his head. What is Lu Chuan Harumi's thoughts? How can Lin Chuan, an old driver, not understand? But now is not the time to pay attention. It's hard to cross over to the Demon Slayer blade, and he won't survive to start the feature film, that's too inferior. Lin Chuan pinched his fingers. As long as he followed the tragedy for more than 1,000 years, he could survive to the era of Tanjiro. History will eventually be rewritten, but the huge trouble has been naked in front of Lin Chuan. There are too many aging, diseases, natural and man-made disasters, accidents, etc. In the face of Yanagawa Harumi's kindness, Lin Chuan insisted on waving his hand and refused. "Of course, you are very beautiful, and you will definitely be able to find your destined other half. Now have a good rest. Most of the maids here are poor families who can't afford to eat, so they can't bear to sell them to the hard-working children of big families. If there is nothing to do, then it will only be ruthlessly abandoned, and at least it will be driven out to be called Hanako, or it will be resold to Yuguo. Lin Chuan said goodbye to Yanagawa Harumi, and his heart was heavy as if he had put a boulder. Rounding the complicated corners, Lin Chuan returned to his room. Lying comfortably on the soft tatami mat, I took out my notes and flipped through them. Knowledge is endless, and Lin Chuan didn't plan to learn it all, because it was simply impossible. So Lin Chuan glanced at the catalogue briefly, thought for a while, and tried to choose the word Chongsheng. Lin Chuan didn't want to live an old man to go to Tanjiro. The beautiful handwriting looked very comfortable. Lin Chuan deduced that this was a line, and the miraculous thing was that he could actually understand it. A few hours passed, the remnant sun was slanting westward, and darkness descended on the world again. With a snap, Lin Chuan closed the note, stretched tiredly, and his stomach growled spinelessly. Alas, I'm hungry again. No wonder, I didn't eat breakfast or lunch. It seems that I can only go to find Wu Miao. With our relationship with Jin Jian, it should be no problem to eat something from him, right? After making up his mind, Lin Chuan got up with a carp, put the note into his arms again, and patted it gently. You only need to prepare a few more medicinal herbs to practice the 5 poultry opera. I don't say that I live with this guy, but it should be no problem to live to the beginning of the feature film. Lin Chuan pushed open the door, and a few flickering candles illuminated the lonely path. After a while, Lin Chuan walked to the front of the house without misery. The originally lively house is now like a haunted house, extremely gloomy, exuding a red-green glow. The smell of blood came to his face. Lin Chuan frowned, pinched his nose and slowly pushed open the door, and said awe-inspiringly, Yuan, you can't die if you eat a few fewer people. Out of humanitarianism, Lin Chuan still had to speak out to persuade him. But at this time, where will Wu Miao listen to it? It's all bullshit. The left ear is in, the right ear is out. Oh, what? Are you still heartbroken? Wu Miao said disdainfully, when you eat, do you still care about the feelings of those chickens, ducks, and fish? They are food, and food is for eating. Lin Chuan petrified on the spot, and the quotations about Tanjiro in his mind became clear. He really wanted to stand here, stand in front of Wu Miao, protect the innocent and pitiful beings behind him, and said awe-inspiringly, what do you think of life? Why do you trample on life? Why do you want to take their lives? But Lin Chuan didn't do this, just shook his head with a wry smile and took a step forward. Yes, I didn't think about the feeling of chicken, duck, and fish, and I ate it again and again. I really don't have the right to say anything about you, but man is the spirit of all things. If you kill too many people, you will forget yourself and forget everything. Wu Miao shook his head disdainfully, and snorted coldly, humph, it's you stupid person who forgets yourself. Get out. In the face of such a tough eviction order, Lin Chuan couldn't help laughing. Haha, how did your voice change, Yuan? As expected, Wu Miao really believed Lin Chuan's words. Of course, he himself likes women's clothing in his heart. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Since the last time Lin Chuan proposed, Wu Miao began to dig into the secrets of his body. The miraculous discovery was the same as what Lin Chuan said. At this moment, Wu Miao put on a gorgeous red floral kimono, his black hair was like a waterfall and a shawl was like a spring, and he slowly walked out of the darkness. Her extremely charming face was moist and shiny, like a ripe peach. Chapter 15. Lin Chuan was stunned, his dark pupils dilated, and only the figure of Wu Miao was reflected. Standing in the center of the room, every move is wrapped in the domineering spirit of the king who dominates all things. At this moment, Lin Chuan was excited, and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat. At this moment, there is no tragic domineering side leakage, and I wave my sleeves exactly. But he looked at Lin Chuan, motionless, and said with suspicion in his heart. As a fanatic fan of Ghost Slayer, Lin Chuan loves and hates Wu Miao, hates him for wantonly plundering life, and hates him for having no feelings. But he loves the heroic posture of his female form, and indirectly saves people who need to be redeemed. For example, Mei and the prostitute Taro. Lin Chuan put his hand on his chest, his hot and energetic heart, as if reminding him that he could breathe. Lin Chuan's eyes were moist, his fingertips were hot, and his whole body seemed to have been shocked, crispy and numb. Wu Miao knew that Lin Chuan was weird, and he could be called an unkillable Xiaoqiang. Otherwise, if he didn't kneel, he would have been eaten alive by him. Seeing Lin Chuan crying, Wu Miao said angrily, "This kid, why are you crying? Could it be that I look so ugly, looking at the spicy eyes, right?" The Ghost King was angry, and his blood flowed thousands of miles. This time, Wu Miao's face turned pale, and he scolded viciously, "Bastard, a tasteless guy." A violent shout woke up Lin Chuan, who was intoxicated with Wu Miao's beauty. In his previous life, he was single for 18 years, and now the Ghost King is also charming. Lin Chuan saw at a glance that Wu Miao had misunderstood him, and hurriedly explained, "It's not. Yuan, you are really beautiful now." The road ahead seemed to be muddy. Lin Chuan walked a little slowly, but he still looked firm, and admired from the bottom of his heart. "From the first time I saw you, I was stunned. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. Yun wants to wear clothes and flowers. It should describe a woman like you who has a brilliant temperament and is as beautiful as a fairy." Lin Chuan was emotional and continued, "Forgive me for being stupid, there are really no words that can perfectly describe your prosperous beauty. There is no miserable body, the irritable heart is gradually calm, and the tips of the heart are warm. She craves praise from others, but by no means braggart or flattery. It's a heartfelt compliment like Lin Chuan." Wu Miao raised his eyebrows with joy, looked at Lin Chuan who was gradually approaching and smiled, "Haha, what you said is true." Lin Chuan raised his hand above his head and cut the railroad to the fore, "If I have half a lie, there will be 5 thunderstorms in the sky." Since he was born, no, since he started beating his mother's womb, fate has made things difficult for him in every way. In the end, only his mother was kind and loving to him and insisted on giving birth to him. After Wu Miao was born, he had no health and no friends, and only loneliness and misfortune accompanied him. The illness had made him lose everything. Now, Lin Chuan's heartfelt words seemed to have touched her heart, and a different kind of emotion was spreading. Lin Chuan walked towards the high platform, and the closer he got to Wu Wu, the more pressure he felt. But looking at the beautiful woman who was close at hand, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and let go. Fight. Peony flowers die, and ghosts are also romantic. What a proud character without misery, even Black Death Mao can't get close to him. Now Lin Chuan and Wu Miao are only separated by one position, and it is false to say that he is not nervous. But the fingertips seemed to be on fire, and it was extremely hot. Lin Chuan raised his hand and stretched forward, and said sincerely, "I, Lin Chuan, have no second thoughts about you, Yuan, believe me." The female form is almost as tall as Lin Chuan. Just make a quick move and summon the pipe whip behind his back, which is definitely enough for Lin Chuan to eat a pot. Of course, this is just an ideal state, and no misery can't break Lin Chuan's fur at all. Unexpectedly, the fingertips smoothly slid over the cheeks of the miserable. The icy and delicate touch gave Lin Chuan a bottom in his heart. "Haha, that's good. Lin Chuan said with a smile, "The skin is like clotted fat, and the fingertips seem to be able to point out water." Hearing this, Wu Miao was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. Lin Chuan was already approaching, and he also touched his face. Wu Miao was furious, and his face was pale. "Bastard, you dare to touch my face, looking for death." After a few days of exploration, Wu Miao has already known the secret of his body, and as long as his cannibalistic strength will go crazy. When Lin Chuan was away, Wu Miao had actually eaten a lot of people. Of course, not all of them are innocent. Some people who are rude to Wu miserable and scold him for not living long have died the most miserable and the most. Wu Miaoxiu's brows furrowed, and a terrifying force instantly condensed in his hand, attacking towards Lin Chuan. The force was so great that it made a deafening roar, and the ground under his feet shattered. Lin Chuan's heart trembled and said, "Oops, the tiger's ass can't be touched, it's miscalculated." The terrifying blow fell, and Lin Chuan stood in place, his body as tall and tough as a pine and cypress, unharmed. What? Wu Miao was stunned for a moment, disappointed by his blow. It's really fate. Not dead yet. You dare to touch my face, who do you think you are? The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth rose, and the invincibility value was infinite, giving him the confidence to commit the following crimes. Just that blow just now, if it was changed to sorrowful Minjiu Xing, I am afraid that all the flesh and blood will fly. But Lin Chuan resisted hard, and it was not a big problem. Lin Chuan took a step forward, boldly hugged Wu Miao's body, and smiled mysteriously. Haha, now you know who I am, right? Fool! Wu Miao had already given the answer in his heart, and he was also moved to kill, and his expression was hideous. Let go of me, or I'll kill you. During the conversation, another terrifying shockwave burst out from Wu Miao's body, powerful enough to open mountains and crack stones. Lin Chuan resisted tons of pressure, gently put his hand on Wu Miao's back, and asked softly, "Are you willing, Yuan? If you kill me, you will never find the cyan flower again. Please believe me, I will definitely find it. Can you promise me one thing when the time comes?" As soon as he heard the cyan flower, he said in a miserable tone, "Really? Can you really find the cyan flower? What do you promise?" Lin Chuan replied, "How could I, Lin Chuan, lie to you? That thing. The hand of the holding sun." Wu Miao's face turned red like blood, and he looked at Lin Chuan, who was extremely serious. The sharp black pupils seemed to contain the sea of stars, telling thousands of tenderness. Lin Chuan pursed his lips, staring at Wu Miao with great anticipation. Whether he lives or dies depends on this wave. Of course, there is still a chance in the future, but it is just during the Warring States period, the successor to the country, the Black Death Mao and the like. I'm afraid it will threaten the safety of Wu Miao, and then it will be difficult. Chapter 16. Lin Chuan's words were like a thunderbolt from the sky, making Wu Miao incredulous. What did you say?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan concluded that Wu Miao must have understood, otherwise his face would not be so crimson. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't answer, Wu Miao clenched his clothes tightly, his eyes rippled, and he secretly said in his heart, "This matter is too embarrassing." Suddenly, a rumbling sound sounded in his stomach. Lin Chuan held his stomach in embarrassment, looked at Wu Miao and asked, "Well, do you have anything to eat, Tsukihiko? I'm hungry." The room immediately fell into a dead silence, only Lin Chuan's grunt could be heard clearly. Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan angrily, as if he was weighing whether he should help him. "Zindao, I am really looking for death, and I have hit me with all my ideas. Wu Miao is not ready to deal with Lin Chuan, let him starve to death." But when he was about to refuse sharply, Wu Miao repented, and said with a joking smile, "Yes, do you want to eat fresh food?" Lin Chuan looked at it, as if he was on pins and needles, and saw that there were white bones and mottled blood stains behind Wu Miao. Seeing this, Lin Chuan guessed, the food that is not miserable is not a person. Hearing this, Lin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile, and muttered, "I'm a human, let's eat something in the sun. Why don't you cook it yourself and give me something to eat?" Wu Miaoxiu's eyebrows were furrowed, his scarlet eyes pierced Lin Chuan like sharp blades, and the invisible aura erupted into bursts of roar. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smacked his tongue and said, I'll just say casually, why are you angry? Yuan, you are as beautiful as a fairy, you are ingenious, what you make must be delicious, there is no doubt about it. Besides, you have the strength to work when you are full. Look at the night now, but I haven't even eaten breakfast and lunch, and I'm already hungry. Lin Chuan said, pretending to be weak. The acting skills are directly off the charts, and he is a proper actor. Wu Miao can live until now, obviously not a fool, and he saw through Lin Chuan's little tricks at a glance. He scolded and scolded in his heart, how could a person who couldn't even be killed by me be hungry with his chest against his back? Damn, he was pinched. It seems that Lin Chuan's previous words have played a role, and Wu Miao's heart is still warm. After a short struggle in his heart, Wu Miao reluctantly nodded and agreed, okay. After Wu Miao finished speaking, he took a lotus step and disappeared in the blood mist. Lin Chuan clenched his fists and shouted, haha, everything in the world is only once and countless times. I hope this is a good start. It's just that it is as difficult as climbing to the sky if I promise to find the cyan flower without misery. In other words, Lin Chuan will have to look for at least 1,000 years to find it. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel distressed, he couldn't wait so long, he could only speed up the progress. After a while, the wind was slow, and he walked into the house without a miserable flash, holding a bowl of steaming noodles in his jade hand. Lin Chuan was shocked in his heart, damn, I really did it. This is not miserable, I love it to death. The aroma was tempting, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smell it and exclaimed. It's worthy of you, Ian, this noodle looks like a fine workmanship, thank you for your hard work. Lin Chuan took the bowl and chopsticks and sat down next to him, very comfortable. If you had seen others with such happiness in the past, you would have destroyed them without misery. But now, somehow, my heart is warm, of course, this warmth only belongs to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan feasted on the noodles, which were smooth, with a firm taste, which was more enjoyable than eating spicy noodles. Originally, it was a bowl of quantity, but Lin Chuan was stunned to eat the feeling of a full Han banquet. While eating, he praised it without hesitation. This craftsmanship is simply amazing, if I am separated from you in the future, I will not starve to death. Hiss, it's so delicious. Lin Chuan wiped his mouth after eating, looked at Wu Miao on the side seriously, and praised it. Not bad, it's good to eat, it's smooth, and the aftertaste is still there after eating, and it's fragrant. Seeing that Lin Chuan was eating so happily, and boasting fiercely, the discomfort in his heart gradually disappeared, and he nodded arrogantly. That's nature, and I'm going to be the ultimate creature. Ha ha ha. With a bang, Lin Chuan put down the dishes and chopsticks, nodded and agreed, of course, you have always been the existence of the ultimate creature, and you are already very strong. This sentence is from Lin Chuan's heart, after his invincible value is infinite, he can also perfectly sense the breath of others. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no miserable horse now. It's just that he hasn't gone through the experience of Jiguo Yuanyi, which has led to a bad temper. Wu Miao suddenly pulled his face and asked with a soul torture, in that case, why can't I kill you? Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and took the initiative to show his neck. The white neck is bruised like silk, and it can be seen clearly. Wu Miao was stunned for a moment, and when he was wondering what he was going to do, Lin Chuan said happily, haha, you are reluctant to kill me. Cut off my neck and die. Wu Miao was ashamed and angry, slapped Lin Chuan on the head, and with a huge force, it was blown away several meters. Damn, I can really do it. Lin Chuan didn't hurt, but he was blasted out because of inertia. After all, invincibility cannot be immune to control, so Lin Chuan still has weaknesses, but not much. It's still a long time, Lin Chuan can learn a few blood ghost techniques, or breathing techniques, and he can reverse the situation. Looking back, Lin Chuan watched the miserable and emaciated figure gradually drift away, and did not stay. Seeing that the good fruit had been buried, the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth rose, and he didn't have to worry about the future at all. Lin Chuan said in his heart, "If you really can't summon Wu Miao, he will definitely protect me." Seeing Wu Miao's departure, Lin Chuan also patted the dust on his clothes, took out his notes from his arms, and looked at it intently. Immortality is an eternal topic. Whoever can live forever is a god, and of course it may also be a ghost. Lin Chuan looked at the words on the first line of the immortal chapter, and 8 big characters were briefly written on it. If you want to cultivate immortality, you must first go to the palace. Click. The note fell to the ground in an instant. Lin Chuan's hands were trembling, and he smacked his tongue and said, "Damn! Don't mess with me. Master, is this really your note? No wonder you don't pursue immortality." After all, Lin Chuan still picked it up and continued to read it with apprehension. Chapter 17. Lin Chuan shook his head like a rattle, telling him that it would be better to kill him from the palace now. Turning the next page, the rich fragrance of ink hit, and a vigorous and powerful line of big characters came into view. "You don't need to be from the palace, you can also live forever." Lin Chuan's pupils were shocked, and he turned back to the previous page with palpitations, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, almost my happiness is gone. I see, I'll just say, how could Master do such a stupid thing?" Lin Chuan turned the key page, his eyes lit up, looking at the dense handwriting, and he was very distressed in his heart. It's another big bunch. Sure enough, persuade people to study medicine, and the sky thunders. I saw that dense handwriting occupied the entire rice paper. Lin Chuan swept it roughly, and there were about a few thousand words in one piece, and there was a thick pile behind it. The degree of cumbersomeness was no less than carving a red mansion on the strands of hair. In addition to being distressed, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and persisted in reading it. Regarding some primary medicinal materials, Lin Chuan could know through the memories of the previous master. The rest will only have to rummage through the previous notes. It can be said that the progress is super slow, like a turtle speed. Lin Chuan sees the late night from the early morning, and sees the sunrise from the late night. Finally, his eyes were bloodshot and his head was groggy, but Lin Chuan only turned 2 pages of notes about immortality. Outside, the house is full of life, and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom in the corners. The sun is shining, the granite stone road is paved, and Yanagawa has a good look after a night's rest. She walked with lotus steps and looked left and right, as if she was looking for something. Last night, the boudoir was getting colder, and the cold was pressing, only the fire in the corner of the wall dispelled the cold. Probably it is thin. Lu Chuan Qingmei frowned, worried about Lin Chuan, and said secretly in her heart. He was dressed even more thinly, I'm afraid it's cold. Click. Crisp footsteps came from far and near. Lin Chuan, who was squinting his eyes and resting for a while, suddenly woke up and muttered, "Who? This voice, it can't be her, but it's too early. Lin Chuan, are you still inside?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan quickly wiped his face, trying not to look so haggard. As a medicine disciple, if they are all like patients who have just recovered from a serious illness, will the patients still believe that you have cured him? It is completely impossible. Lin Chuan understood this, and after clearing his throat, he opened the door. "Here, I've always been there, let's say, what's the matter with me?" The moment the door opened, the sunlight jumped into the cold house and the temperature rose sharply. Lin Chuan continued, "What's the matter? Why are you staring at my face?" Yanagawa Harumi didn't say a word, just stared at Lin Chuan's haggard face. "I thought he had sacrificed something for her again. I didn't see him all night, like every other autumn." Yanagawa Harumi hugged Lin Chuan from the bottom of her heart, and the crying pear blossoms brought rain. Wu, I'm sorry to embarrass you. That monster didn't hurt you last night, right? Hearing this, Lin Chuan suddenly realized, scratched his head and smiled, haha, you mean Yuan. Others are very good, don't worry, he will protect us, with him, no one dares to bully you. Not to mention anything else, except for not killing Lin Chuan, Wu Miao can kill everything indiscriminately. If you don't say anything about one enemy, you can still go in and out 7 times, and the enemy you kill will doubt your life. Lin Chuan smiled, and after being reminded by Yanagawa Harumichi, the beautiful scenery of last night appeared in his mind. The female form is not miserable, and it really lives up to its reputation. Lu Chuan Qingmei frowned, and when she saw Lin Chuan's fascinated expression, she secretly had a guess in her heart. Why is he smiling so happily? Is there a girl you like? Can I repay him? Who is that girl? Yanagawa Harumi panicked, and hurriedly pulled Lin Chuan's arm and asked, who were you with last night? Lin Chuan, who was immersed in memories, was immediately stunned, turned his head to look at the aggrieved Yanagawa Harumi, scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Why are you crying? Didn't I stay in Tsukihiko's room for a good time? It must be with Tsukihiko. What's the matter? There was a monster looking for you last night. It's just that those little ghosts, except for the first time when they admired the heroic appearance of Xiaoyumi, they will never see each other again. Lin Chuan's answer made Yanagawa Harumi have a bottom in her heart. At least if she is not with a woman, then she still has a chance. Of course, Yanagawa Harumi is more of a sense of guilt, after all, she has troubled Lin Chuan too much. If she wants to repay her kindness, she can only make a promise with her body. This is the best she can come up with, and it is also the last gift. Lin Chuan was nervous for a moment, and when he saw that Lu Chuan Harumi's face was ruddy, he concluded that she was resting well, so he didn't ask questions. Well, forget it, you should be fine, there is Yuan here. Let's go, I'll take you to the kitchen first, eat the meal first, and then have the strength to work when you're full. Lin Chuan said energetically. Today is the day when Yuan chooses a concubine. I'm just a trainee medicine apprentice, I have to help well. Changing the appearance of recovering from a serious illness before, Lin Chuan resolutely pulled Yanagawa Harumi towards the kitchen. Cherry blossoms bloom along the familiar paths, and cherry blossom trees can be seen everywhere. Harumi Yanagawa watched all this stupidly, and then lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Before the Lu family was destroyed, there were so many cherry blossom trees, and the cherry blossoms withered so quickly. Now, nothing will happen here. Harumi Yanagawa folded her hands and prayed in her heart. It must be fine. I hope everything is well. Sensing something unusual, Lin Chuan looked back and asked, what's wrong? It's okay, it's normal for Yu Yan to choose a concubine, and it won't hurt you. To be honest, since I saw the female form last night, it was difficult for Lin Chuan to find a second woman in the world who was comparable to No Misery. Therefore, when choosing a concubine this time, there is a high probability that it will not be chosen based on appearance. Lin Chuan rubbed his jaw, guessing how Wu Miao would choose. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred in his mind. Lin Chuan smacked his tongue and said, Wu Miao will not choose according to thin blood. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chuan arrived at the kitchen. The only difference was that the red suit had already been hung up here, adding a hint of joy. It may have been a happy event, so the salaries of these servants were directly doubled. Their laughter could be heard along the way. When Lin Chuan heard this, his movements slowed down while eating salmon, and he muttered, why didn't I meet such a good person in my previous life? Doubling the salary, this is too conscientious. Yanagawa Harumi lifted her hair, quietly ate the fish and looked at Lin Chuan, who was gobbling up, in a daze. Chapter 18. In the guest room, beautiful women are like clouds, and a beautiful woman stepped on the red carpet and shouted at Wu Wu surrounded by many girls. Yuan, come out quickly, the auspicious time has come. As the saying goes, there are 3 unfilial pieties, and no queen is the greatest. Being able to watch her son get married in her lifetime, and then hug her grandson, is a lifelong regret. On the roof, someone lit firecrackers and rumbled, and the voice went straight to the sky as if announcing that there was a great joy in the sky. After saying goodbye to Lin Chuan last night, he returned to his male body without misery, and smacked his lips unsatisfactorily. Wu Miao has 1,000 words in his heart, but he can't say the words when he comes to his mouth, so he has to come out to relax, and by the way, he gets information from the little ghost. The amazing thing is that so many people go to find a cyan flower, and they can't find it at all. Early this morning, the beautiful woman came to inform him that there was no misery, but he had no choice but to come. A few candles in the room flickered on and off, emitting a dim light, shining on the miserable pale face, and the terrifying atmosphere was directly filled. The beautiful woman's face was full of smiles, looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally looking forward to today. Let them in, a dull voice rang out from inside the dark room. The beautiful woman felt that Yuan was a little strange. Why had she never seen him basking in the sun recently? It should be shy, after all, it was the first time. It's okay, just get used to it. The beautiful woman was from the past, so she didn't think much about it, and greeted the young girls in front of her with a smile. One of them was his daughter-in-law Soon. On the silent path, Lin Chuan slowly walked to the front of the most magnificent and festive house while nibbling on a red apple. At first, Lin Chuan thought that there were only 3 people at most, and he said disdainfully, "Isn't it just looking for a wife? How many can you find without misery? 3 top heavens. You can't surpass Yu Ji Tianyuan, right?" Thinking like this, Lin Chuan felt a lot relieved in his heart. But when he saw the room full of innocent girls, he was so stunned that he almost dropped his jaw. After Lin Chuan learned the notes left by the pharmacist, he mastered a kind of ability to look at and smell and ask questions, and he could deduce the approximate age by just looking at others. And it was very against the sky, whether you were wearing makeup or beautifying your face, Lin Chuan's eyes were like a demon mirror, making you have nothing to hide. In addition to being shocked, Lin Chuan's apple also rolled to the ground, making a low snapping sound. Lin Chuan looked around, and there were dense petite figures in front of him, generally between 13 and 18 years old, and the lowest appearance was 8 points, 10 out of 10. Seeing this, Lin Chuan suddenly felt that nothing was fragrant, and hugged his head and said regretfully, "He is a girl, why didn't he cross over to Wu Miao? There are so many wives, and now it's not monogamy, isn't this more free than a fairy?" The little girls are long and bright, and their gorgeous skirts flutter in the wind, creating a peaceful and cheerful atmosphere. They talked and laughed, as if they were happy that they had found a proud man. Although this selection of concubines is very cruel, it is also worth it to be able to see the beauty of the prosperous era without misery, and the main thing is a companionship. If you are taken by luck, it will be a black chicken turning into a phoenix, and the whole family will soar. Of course, this is only a secular point of view. Lin Chuan looked at a group of kawi looking lowly, all of whom were not as tall as his neck, but they also joined in excitedly. It's a real cow, anyway, it's a life penalty for life, and it's hard to escape with wings. Having said that, the little girls still walked into the house with a smile under the leadership of the beautiful woman. Seeing Lin Chuan coming, the beautiful woman greeted him warmly, and then arranged him to sit in the VIP seat. "I sent someone to inform the pharmacist, but he may not be able to drink my Yuan's wedding wine." The beautiful woman shared her inner joy with Lin Chuan as she talked about her own arrangements. That skillful appearance, it seems that she has planned all this a long time ago, just wait for the miserable body to be healed. Lin Chuan looked at the palatial villa, and couldn't help but smack his tongue. Is this the miserable concubine selection ceremony? Alas, this damn gap! Seeing the wine on the VIP table, Lin Chuan picked it up and drank it all, and the throat of the liquor was like a steel knife scraping his throat, and it was hot and painful. But Lin Chuan endured it, picked up the liquor again and drank it all up. Lin Chuan's eyes were ruddy, and the corners of his eyes were no longer sweat or tears. Yanagawa Harumi walked slowly, and when she saw this lively scene, she couldn't help but smack her tongue and said, This is called concubine Xian. My grandmother has never been so grand at the beginning. Lin Chuan smiled bitterly and nodded, lying on the chair like mud, motionless. My miserable concubine is about to be married. Lu Chuan Kingmei sat down next to Lin Chuan, smelled a pungent smell of wine, and wondered. Lin Chuan, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Lin Chuan waved his hand, his eyes were blood red, staring at the dark room. Thinking back to last night's noodles, Lin Chuan just said that if he left him, he would starve to death, and the result was realized today. Lin Chuan shook his head and burped, and said with a relieved face, It's okay, it's okay. Tomorrow morning, you bury me in the soil and wait for 1,000 years to come out. Yanagawa Harumi frowned, and she knew Lin Chuan's current situation very well. Lin Chuan blinked, and an inexplicable gaze caught his attention. Even if he couldn't see each other, he already had a clear heart. Lin Chuan stood up suddenly, his eyes blazing with something in his eyes. But soon, that line of sight disappeared, and instead 3 strange auras appeared. A strong murderous aura followed. Lin Chuan said angrily, Damn, there is no miserable choice of concubines, someone dares to come and make trouble. I don't want to live anymore, do I? As soon as the words fell, Yanagawa Harumi suddenly covered her head like a demon, and was in pain. Seeing this, Lin Chuan immediately squatted down and quickly helped Yanagawa Kingmei up. Seeing that her face turned pale and her pupils shrank suddenly, Lin Chuan asked softly. Are you all right? Damn, it's daytime again, otherwise you Ian alone can let these people die without a place to be buried. Yanagawa Harumi hurriedly pulled Lin Chuan's arm and said with a look of horror, They are here. You, don't go, don't. They are. It's. Before the words fell, Yanagawa Harumi fainted directly, and her voice stopped abruptly. Fortunately, Lin Chuan quickly held her up and put her on the red carpet to avoid catching a cold. Lin Chuan guessed, to make Xiaoqing so scared, it seems that this dark organization is not a good stable. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's eyes were cold, and he saw a burly man in a black robe, throwing out a scimitar and killing him like crazy. Chapter 19. It's you, stinky boy. The black-shirted man glanced at Lin Chuan and said fiercely, According to the tip, the target is you. Look at the move, suffer death. The black-shirted strong man was like a divine help, and a blade instantly turned into 3 cold rays and slashed towards Lin Chuan. At this moment, the great festive scene suddenly made a pot of porridge, and everyone curled up in the dark room. There was a dense and heavy breathing sound in the room, and Wu Wu's eyes were cold, and he immediately sensed that there were several young girls next to him who were all thin blood. When the blade struck, Lin Chuan hooked the corners of his mouth when he saw this, and his body was crooked, and he passed by him. Although Lin Chuan was already invincible, this kind of hole card was still exposed later, the better. Lin Chuan just dodged, so he clenched his fist and shot a back pistol. But the strange thing is that this strong man in black shirt seems to have eyes behind him, and he also dodges it easily, and he doesn't forget to taunt him. Hehe, it's worthy of the mission issued by Lord Dark himself, you are really difficult to kill. The strong man in black shirt was a head taller than Lin Chuan, and he stood still like a small mountain, full of oppression. Under the scorching sun, his face was buried by raunchy broken hair, and from time to time he rubbed his exposed hooked nose, as if provoking something. Lin Chuan hurriedly flashed a few meters away, and said with suspicion in his heart. His reaction speed was very fast, and he looked like a veteran. Through looking, smelling, and asking, Lin Chuan found that the physique of this strong man in black shirt had almost reached the point of a metamorphosis. It is undeniable that his hearing is also good. After all, it is impossible for a person to grow an eye in the back of his head. Hehe, your consciousness is good, you still know to stay away from me in time, but do you think this is enough? The black shirt man mocked wantonly, and said confidently, you will die soon, let me think about you as a medicine apprentice. You can save others, but in the end you can't save yourself. Do you feel very desperate? Hearing this, Lin Chuan looked up and looked around, but it was calm, only the strong man in black shirt looked at him playfully. Lin Chuan was stunned in his heart, and secretly guessed that there were no less than 2 people who came, and they might all be killers. Deducing the identity, Lin Chuan bowed his body and shifted his center of gravity downward, so that he could react quickly, and at the same time prick up his ears to listen to the wind. Seeing this, the man in the black shirt quickly stepped forward with a tiger's eyes, and instantly slashed out several sword flowers, and said angrily, "Damn, fight with me, you still dare to be distracted. Look at the move, speed, and thunder." With a bang, the sword flower struck like lightning, forming a moat. Seeing this, Lin Chuan was only slightly stunned, then smiled mysteriously and said, "I see, my moves have already been seen through by me." The black shirt strong man looked disdainful. He wouldn't believe that a medicine disciple who didn't understand martial arts could see through his moves. The top killer has been cultivated since he was a child, and it is also a compulsory course for him to train his hearing with black satin eyes, so he was able to easily dodge Lin Chuan's blow just now. Under the shadow of the sword, the strong man in black shirt faintly has the potential to affect the thunder, but this move is quite flawed. Lin Chuan focused his gaze on the dense center, and found a flaw in his eyes. Lin Chuan snorted coldly and said, "Humph, don't cry if you don't see the coffin." Seeing Lin Chuan swinging his fist directly on the sword light and sword shadow, the beautiful woman suddenly felt terrified. Crazy, crazy. The dense shadow of the knife is terrifying, and it is conceivable that once it is encountered, it will be a blur of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, although today is the day of Yuan's concubine selection, there is no gatekeeper. Lin Chuan was isolated, but he was also in the arms of a strong man in a black shirt. With a click, the strong man in the black shirt was shocked, and he almost threw the knife away. "Damn, how is it possible?" The strong man in black was a little skeptical. "I move so fast, how can you be faster than me?" Lin Chuan took a deep breath, and his strength skyrocketed again, causing the strong man in black to fall to his knees like a lost dog. With a loud click, Lin Chuan smashed the scimitar and wrote lightly, "It's very simple, your movements are too slow, too slow. To say fast, Shan Yi is 10 times faster than a strong man in a black shirt, and Lin Chuan can kill him instantly if he has mastered the breathing method." The strong man in the black shirt took out 3 cold needles from his pocket with compassion, and said with a hideous face, "Look at the move, kill the flying flower needle." Lin Chuan glanced at it. It was 3 bitter hidden weapons. The tips must have been smeared with poison for a long time, and the color was much darker than other places. What a difficult guy. Lin Chuan frowned, already upset because of the untragic incident. Now there are still people who dare to attack him with poison. Doesn't this give him face? Not to mention, after a few days of wearing the stars and the moon, Lin Chuan already has the shadow of a pharmacist on his body. Detoxification or something is not yet hand to hand. The power of the desolation in Lin Chuan's body exploded, and he easily clamped the hidden weapon with both hands. For a while, it was so fast that there were a few more afterimages, and with a few clicks, he grabbed all the hidden weapons into his hands. The hidden weapon blows and breaks his hair, but it can't break through Lin Chuan's skin, but the toxin is spreading rapidly. Inside the house, the beautiful woman stood on tiptoe and poked her head out of the window, looking at Lin Chuan's every move. She said in disbelief, "Is this really a medicine apprentice?" Then looked at the room full of fiancés, and Wu Miao suddenly disappeared yaxing. "I was a little fluttering by Lin Chuan last night, and now I wonder if that stinky boy is out of his lover's eyes." Lin Chuan pursed his lips and smiled, allowing the toxin to enter his body. It is true that the poison is 3 points poisonous, but the poison is not without benefits, and snake venom can also be used as medicine. As a medicine apprentice, Lin Chuan could not be clearer about this. The reason why Lin Chuan introduced this poison was to improve his own resistance, and he would detoxify it when the time came. The black-shirt man's expression was wonderful, and he finally couldn't help but mock, "Stinky boy, the poison I smeared on it can kill you just by touching it. Ha ha ha, you're dead." Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled evilly and said, "Oh, really?" Lin Chuan deliberately made a shocked expression, then took out a small bottle from his clothes pocket, took off the cork and swallowed it in one gulp. "This is not an antidote pill but some jelly beans, taken in the kitchen. There is no way the chef is too enthusiastic." Seeing this, the strong man in black shirt changed his arrogance, and said in horror, "Damn, what are you eating? It can't be an antidote. Wait, why haven't you been poisoned yet?" The man in black shirt glanced at the scimitar and found that it was badly damaged and unusable, so he quickly ordered, "Hurry up and shoot him with crossbow arrows, lest you have too many dreams at night. This kid is weird." As soon as these words came out, a piercing sound suddenly sounded around the originally calm surroundings. The crossbow arrow was so fast that people could only see its afterimage, and Lin Chuan held his breath and concentrated, feeling the flow of the wind around him. Chapter 20. Lin Chuan didn't have much combat experience, but he couldn't bear to see the demon slayer blade. Whether it was the 12 ghost moons or the 9 pillars, Lin Chuan had figured out their fighting skills. Not to mention that he is as awesome as them. But Lin Chuan has also achieved something, so it is not a problem to block the crossbow arrows. With a loud bang, Lin Chuan pinched and exploded the crossbow arrow, and then snorted coldly. "Humph, I knew there were still people, now it's my turn to fight back." "They?" Black-shirt man said in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible, how could you block this high-speed crossbow arrow?" Lin Chuan glanced at the stone under his feet, and with a little tiptoe, the stone instantly flew towards the black-shirt strong man. With a snap, it hit the center of the eyebrows of the strong man in the black shirt, and then he passed out with a tilt of his head. He was not the only one, and Lin Chuan was secretly alert in his heart. If the others were also killers, they would definitely shoot and change places. It's really insidious enough to secretly release cold arrows. Lin Chuan said to himself, "Fortunately, they have more professional ethics and didn't destroy the house where Wu Miao is. Otherwise, the sun will pour in, and my misery will be gone. May have learned from the black-shirt strong man, and the remaining 2 are as stable as old dogs." Lin Chuan closed his eyes and sensed his physical condition. The toxin had invaded the body, but it had also brought a lot of benefits. For example, the sense of pain is weakened, the adrenaline is rushing, and the concentration is super doubled. At present, Wu Miao and the beautiful woman and others are in the house. They are unarmed, and they can't detect the location of the remaining killers. Of course, it was easy for Wu Miao to find them as a ghost king, but because the sun was in full bloom, he had to retreat into the background. All the burdens were all on Lin Chuan's shoulders at once, and it was heavy. Lin Chuan looked around at the people in front of him calmly, and said to himself, "Is this the killer of ancient times? It doesn't look as powerful as you imagined. No wonder, little day." Suddenly, another crossbow bolt was fired. The moment Lin Chuan heard the sound of the breaking wind, he immediately looked up, and it was 3 sharp arrows. Damn, 3 arrows in one shot, is the archery so powerful? Lin Chuan complained for a moment, and then stared at the 3 sharp arrows intently. Interestingly, the goal this time was to take Lin Chuan's head directly. Lin Chuan scolded and said, "Damn, this damn despicable villain. If you stick 3 sharp arrows in your head, won't it really affect your IQ?" Lin Chuan was furious. This time he was fully prepared and controlled the time to an accurate 0.01 millisecond. Secretly, the archer took out his longbow, and the crossbow bolts flickered coldly, and when they were shot, they had a sonic boom. As the 3 top killers that the Dark Lord is most proud of, they have always won battles, and they have always returned triumphantly. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded in his ears, and Lin Chuan had already killed the 2 of them. Lin Chuan, who was completely furious, turned pale and slammed down with an iron fist. Boom! After the thick smoke, the remains of a bow and crossbow and a remnant knife appeared on the charred ground. Just at the last moment, the black-shirted man with the bow and crossbow gave up directly, raised his scimitar and slashed at Lin Chuan's neck. After being brainwashed by the dark adults, they have always felt that tasks are more important than life. But another brown-shirted man desperately pushed away the black-shirted man to save him from death. As soon as the blow missed, Lin Chuan only felt that his neck was itchy, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. At this time, Lin Chuan found the 2 people who were not dead on the side, and the corners of his mouth smiled evilly. The 2 killers looked at Lin Chuan like monsters at this moment, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The brown-shirted man asked in horror, "You, what kind of monster are you? I can't kill you." The more the killer wanders on the tip of the knife, the more sensitive he is to the fear of the unknown. Lin Chuan was silent for a moment, and then scolded angrily, "Hee, when are you not coming? Well, you have to come today. On the day of Yuan's selection of concubines, since you want to come here to see blood, then I naturally have to let you see blood. Anyway, Lin Chuan is the one who has been with him the longest time. Lin Chuan firmly believes that sooner or later, he will be able to evoke the good thoughts of No Misery and save the Tanjiro family." Hearing this, the 2 of them were shocked, and after looking at each other for a while, they nodded tacitly, and said angrily, "Boy, Lord Dark's life, but no matter how many you are, who told you to be nosy? Even if you kill us, Lord Dark will only send more powerful people to kill you." Lin Chuan smiled when he heard this, and said lightly, "Oh, but I don't plan to let the so-called Dark Lord in your mouth see the sun tomorrow. When night falls, Wu Miao will naturally turn into a killing god, and it will not be easy to sweep away a dark organization." Among them, the brown-shirted man threw out a 2x2 fishing net covered with small sharp blades. "How dare you be disrespectful to Lord Dark? Even if the gods want to keep you today, you will still die." The brown-shirted man killed the most fiercely, with the most poisonous tone, and a hideous face. "Go die, except for you, the rest of the people here also have to die. I actually saw the embarrassing scene of the 3 of us, it really smeared the secret organization." Lin Chuan opened his eyes violently and suddenly realized. "No wonder you will be mad and angry, it turns out that your heart is black." Lin Chuan looked at the 2 of them who were constantly emitting strong black gas, and his heart was full of anger. As Lin Chuan paused, a strong sense of oppression hit the chests of the 2 of them. Martial arts in the world are only fast and unbreakable. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, and a little thunder came out of his toes. Lin Chuan broke through the dense encirclement of scimitars and fishing nets in one fell swoop, and galloped like a cannonball. The path along the way was already scorched, and a faint light of fire appeared. The setting of the invincible value is infinite, so that Lin Chuan's hand is comparable to a peerless sword, sharpening iron like clay. Lin Chuan was full of energy, and directly raised his hand to split it, and after a while, the thunder dissipated, and the 2 lonely heads fell to the ground together. The smell of blood rushed straight to his head. Lin Chuan couldn't hold back, he almost vomited, and he couldn't stop retching after squatting down. "Ahem, it's so pungent, Vomit. How did Wu Miao endure this smell of blood? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded with a bit of anxiety. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Chuan. Wei Shi is back, where are you? With a snap, Lin Chuan sat up in shock in his dying dream, wiped the blood on his face, and responded loudly. Here, here. Master. Lin Chuan was shocked. Master, you really came back all the way. Chapter 21. When the pharmacist heard Lin Chuan's reply, the boulder in his heart slowly fell. In order to find the cyan flower as soon as possible and save Mr. Uehiko, the pharmacist slept in the open without stopping. When he received the invitation of the beautiful woman, he was looking for the cyan flower on his way. Now that he has returned, seeing the devastation, the pharmacist's heart suddenly tightened, but fortunately, Xiao Chuan is fine. The pharmacist was a little pale because he was overworked. After not seeing each other for a few days, like every 3 autumns, the pharmacist looked forward to it and found that Lin Chuan was still the same handsome as he was at the beginning. It's just that the pharmacist found out through Wonky that there was a layer of black qi on his body, as if he had been poisoned. The pharmacist was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Xiao Chuan, come here, hurry. Poisoning is not a trivial matter. Lin Chuan smiled happily and said warmly, is this what it feels like to be cared for? It's really warm. Lin Chuan returned to the pharmacist, and was pulled around by him a few times. After confirming that he only had poisonous wounds, the pharmacist sighed and said in his heart, alas, Xiao Chuan. While the poison is not deep, I will treat you first, and by the way, I will make soup for you to drink. Today is Mr. Yuan's big day, and now he has come here for no reason. What is going on? The pharmacist has one set of treating diseases and saving people, and even more of killing people and setting fires. So the devastated scene made the pharmacist nervous and uneasy, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be fierce. Hearing this, Lin Chuan suddenly remembered that Yanagawa Harumi was unconscious. Lin Chuan patted his head and said, Master, this matter is a long story, let's go to the VIP seat to find Xiaoqing first. The pharmacist muttered, Xiaoqing. Lin Chuan nodded without concealment, and walked to the VIP seat with the pharmacist. No. As far as the eye can see, the once magnificent VIP seats are instantly in ruins, even more chaotic than the battlefield in Syria. Lin Chuan's eyes moved slightly, and he sighed secretly, oops, Xiaoqing won't be crushed underneath, right? Actually, Lin Chuan had long known that Lu Chuan King Mei's body was very weak, otherwise he wouldn't have fainted in fright. Lin Chuan swept away the stones as easily as a feather, and said in a deep voice, Xiaoqing, are you inside? You'll be fine with me, definitely. Seeing this, the pharmacist stepped forward to help without saying a word. As soon as he touched the sharp edge of the stone, a bloody cut was made in his hand. It was completely different from Lin Chuan's situation. When the incense was less than half burned, the huge VIP seat was turned upside down. But I didn't see Yanagawa Harumi's figure, not even bloodstains. How could it not be? Lin Chuan said suspiciously, I obviously put her here. Wait, Master, did you see another strong man in black shirt when you came? Lin Chuan wanted to keep a living mouth, so he just knocked the man in black shirt unconscious. Just now when the pharmacist came back, Lin Chuan forgot about this stubble as soon as he was excited. Now looking at the position of the black shirt strong man, it is empty. The pharmacist's memory is very good, otherwise he wouldn't be able to write notes of more than a few million words. Even if he memorized the historical records, he would be able to memorize them backwards in a few days. Therefore, after Lin Chuan asked, the pharmacist closed his eyes and recalled for a moment, and then said with a determined face, No, when I came, I only found the devastation all over the ground, and there was no strong man in black shirt as you said. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up and he said coldly, Damn guy, it's so despicable. They probably don't know who they provoked, right? I'm going to bring Xiaoqing back today, who dares to stop it, there will be no mercy. Seeing this, the pharmacist comforted softly, Xiao Chuan. I can't blame you all for this, it's a blessing that you're okay. The end of this farce also ended this great joy. Can only blame Wu Wu for not going out and not looking at the yellow calendar, and it is not appropriate to choose a concubine today. Wu Miao knows how to be sophisticated, and knows that his wives will be scared in the future. Comforted them softly, and the magnetic voice directly captured a large group of fangirls. Coupled with his height of 1.79 meters, it is even more incisive and incisive. The fear of the killer attack just now vanished. The girls snuggled up to Wu Miao's side, just because they were too shy, and their pretty faces were like burning clouds. Seeing this, the beautiful woman couldn't close her mouth with a smile. As long as Yuan likes it, she can have as many as she wants. Anyway, there are many sons and many blessings. The huge family of the delivery house is still not a problem to raise dozens of daughters-in-law. What is even more envious of others is that there are many young ladies in this group of young girls. And they are all rich in total. As soon as the camera turned, Lin Chuan said all of them, and the pharmacist frowned and said thoughtfully. It turned out to be it. The dark organization. In broad daylight, under the bright sky, they actually dared to destroy the huge Lu family. It seems that they have been reborn. Hearing this, Lin Chuan hurriedly asked, Master, do you also know about this organization? Where are they? I'm going to slaughter them. Lu Chuan Qingmei is naturally beautiful, if she is defiled by them. It is more unacceptable than a flower stuck in cow dung. The pharmacist gently knocked on Lin Chuan's head and said earnestly, Xiao Chuan, you want to become a pharmacist in the future, you can't have such a heavy murderous intent, otherwise you will lose yourself. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and said with an embarrassed smile, Oh, I know, Master, if you kill too many people, you will forget yourself, right? The pharmacist nodded, and then said with a pale face, Although the murderous intent can't be too heavy, but if they dare to hurt my disciples, this matter can't be counted like this. Doctors can save people, but they can also kill people, killing people invisibly, it's not too easy. With the medicine man's anger, a cold aura also emanated from him. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and his heart couldn't help but warm. Because the pharmacist was so angry, it was to avenge him. What a good man. After making up his mind, the pharmacist first greeted the beautiful woman, and by the way, explained the progress of the cyan flower. As expected, there is still no trace of the cyan flower. Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan, and saw that he was stained with blood and extremely murderous, and he already had the answer in his heart. Bidding farewell to the beautiful woman, Lin Chuan drank the antidote given by the pharmacist and went on the road with him. Before halfway through, the sky completely darkened, and the pharmacist said with a solemn expression, Xiao Chuan, it's a good thing that you've become stronger recently, and only if you're strong can you be called strong. No matter how strong others are, they are someone else's after all. By the way, where have you flipped through the notes I left for you? Lin Chuan replied truthfully, the 4 chapters of immortality. They. Pharmacist frowned, a little incredulous, Oh, does Xiao Chuan long for immortality? Yes. I can say something for the teacher, immortality is taboo, and it is not allowed by God. In addition to following the change of the 4 seasons, we human beings also have to be born, old, sick and die. If you choose immortality, then you will lose something, or you will encounter unimaginable calamities, to balance. Chapter 22. Hearing this, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and muttered in his heart. The pharmacist will certainly not lie to me. So you either live or die. Although Lin Chuan's invincibility value is infinite, his lifespan is not infinite. In this regard, Lin Chuan prayed from the bottom of his heart. Even if I live until the beginning of the feature film. Look at the lovely beans in the place where the dream began, Untori Mountain. Finally, Lin Chuan moved, nodded with a firm gaze and said, I choose immortality. I must work hard to live. The pharmacist looked at Lin Chuan, who was boiling with enthusiasm, as if he saw himself at the beginning. The same youthful frivolity, the same unruliness. The pharmacist looked up at the sky and said affirmatively, You are really very similar to me before, so do a good job. If you master the notes, you will also master immortality. People live for a lifetime, just don't live confused. Since you have made up your mind, then stick to it. When the night was thick and the moon was bright and the stars were scarce, Lin Chuan arrived. I saw that a spark appeared at a fork surrounded by mountains in front of me. The pharmacist looked at the heavily guarded foot of the mountain with a solemn face, and muttered, Ogawa. Ahead is the place of the Dark Order. I've been here once before, but I didn't expect them to change places yet. The spark was the torch and the ethereal candle light. Therefore, Lin Chuan took advantage of the dead of night to quietly go around, and there was a certain chance of stealing the day. Lin Chuan glanced at the mountain and muttered, There are too many of them. Let's say there are hundreds of people. The pharmacist shook his head and told the truth, not only that, there are secret whistles inside. There are thousands of people in total. Lin Chuan twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this, but when he thought of Yanagawa Harumi, he might be suffering inhuman abuse. They. Pharmacist touched his face and calmed down. Then he pulled Lin Chuan calmly and slowly walked to the top of the mountain. The mountain is steep and majestic, and there are 8 people guarding in front of the mountain. They were armed with knives, guns, sticks, and whistles, which were necessary for everyone. The 8 people who guarded the door knelt and licked the pharmacist like dogs, and said with a flattering face, the pharmacist is here. Why don't you open the door quickly, are you blind, don't you see? The pharmacist coming. Yo, the pharmacist also brought a new person today. Lin Chuan explained in a deep voice, I am the pharmacist's apprentice. Lin Chuan. In this regard, Lin Chuan understood that the pharmacist was helping himself, if he forcibly broke in. It will definitely be a waste of time, and the daylily will be cold by then. The pharmacist looked like a superior person, nodded and acquiesced, and then said that he wanted to go in. Didn't want to be rejected by them, and said very decisively, I'm really sorry, Lord Dark is angry. It's not good for us to let you in at this time. What's more, you have a stranger here. A thief looked at Lin Chuan, and his intention was very clear. Although Lin Chuan was expressionless on his face, he secretly scolded in his heart. How damn vigilant you dare to doubt me, said. The pharmacist's face sank, and he couldn't refute it. Xiao Chuan is my right-hand man, and he will inherit my mantle in the future. The medical skills are not under me, are you sure you won't let him in? The man fell into deep thought, then glanced Lin Chuan up and down, and shook his head contemptuously. This. How is it possible that medical skills are not below you? He's too young, I can't believe it. Lin Chuan looked at him with an angry face, his teeth itching with hatred. You can't believe me when I'm young, how can you have such a reason? It's as if you're going to find a 1,000-year-old zombie that has entered the earth to treat you. The pharmacist pulled the corner of Lin Chuan's clothes and reminded him not to get too excited, so as not to reveal his intentions. After all, the people here are all outlaws, and they never know what it means to be soft when they kill people. The reputation of the pharmacist is still quite high, and the 8 people gathered around to discuss it, and then one of them said slyly, Yakushi-sama, let's be accommodating. It's just that please let us take a look at your apprentice's medical skills. Lest he is not good at medicine and be cut into a mess by the Dark Lord. Lin Chuan's eyes were cold, and he muttered in his heart, this Dark Lord is so domineering, who is it? The medicine master waved his hand, and said lightly, "This is nature, Xiao Chuan. Go, there is a teacher." The 8 people surrounded Lin Chuan in a circle, and then discussed, "It's called Xiao Chuan, right? I heard that your medical skills are quite good, so..." After listening to their shameless request, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and his heart began to spit fragrant fragrance. It turned out that they were overindulgent and too weak at night. It's all 3 seconds of real men. I want to see if Lin Chuan can cure this. Lin Chuan smiled on the surface, and his heart was. In the end, Lin Chuan smiled and said, "That's it. It's easy." The 8 people secretly remembered it in their hearts, and said happily, "Haha, yes, remember. It's cool again." Lin Chuan glanced at it coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Can it pass now?" They 8 people nodded like pounding garlic, and neatly opened the door and let Lin Chuan and the pharmacist in. The security inside is even tighter, and there is no cave. Lin Chuan looked around and wondered, "This place is so big, where should I find Xiao Qing?" The pharmacist replied after thinking for a moment. "It won't be long before she is still in the Dark Lord's mansion, go in and find it." Night was thick, and the grey mountain fog cleverly hid the figures of the medicine master and Lin Chuan. They walked silently towards the most secluded mansion. There were patrols along the way, but they were as if they were blind and couldn't see Lin Chuan and the others. The pharmacist had a small medicine jar in his hand at some point, and whenever someone came, he sprinkled some powder. Lin Chuan looked at the small medicine jar curiously and said slowly, "Master, what is this? That's amazing." The pharmacist smiled and explained, "It's called hallucinogenic powder, and it can make people fall into an illusion silently. It's just that the effect of the medicine is very short, only 7 seconds, so pay attention to the time." Chapter 23. Lin Chuan responded, and followed the pharmacist out of here. The cold wind was cold, and Lin Chuan, who was blowing, was upset and had a sense of foreboding. Lin Chuan looked ahead and said slowly, "Master, can you show me the place there? I feel very uneasy." The pharmacist has a hard body, but if you want to get there, it will take half a stick of incense to say the least. And Yanagawa Harumi is just an unarmed beauty, falling into the hands of the secret organization. I am afraid that it will be more than lucky. Lin Chuan didn't dare to think about it. 2 flames were burning in his eyes. Hearing this, the pharmacist sighed. He knew that this trip was dangerous, and the strength of the Dark Master was unfathomable. This time, Xiao Chuan is afraid that there will be no return. "Xiao Chuan," the pharmacist said earnestly, "you have to focus on safety, and if you can't fight, you can run, you understand?" This. Lin Chuan clenched his fists and said awe-inspiringly, "Xiao Chuan understands, please tell me." Master should also pay attention to safety." Hearing this, the pharmacist nodded, and then handed Lin Chuan 3 small medicine jars and explained them one by one. "You have a heart. This time I went out, although I didn't find the cyan flower, I accidentally found a few other pairs of medicinal herbs. Among these 3 jars, the red one is heading red, which is highly poisonous, you have to use it with caution." Lin Chuan nodded, took the red medicine jar and put it in his arms. The pharmacist continued. "The remaining 2, the green one is the recovery potion, and the purple one is the hallucinogenic powder, remember not to get confused." "I remember," Lin Chuan was confident. Then he put the medicine jars into his arms and patted them gently. The pharmacist was still not very relieved, and asked Lin Chuan to repeat it again. After making sure he remembered, the medicine man pointed in a direction and spoke slowly. "That's where Lord Dark is. But you have to remember that once you are discovered, thousands of people will frantically rush around you and surround you. So you must be fast, be fast." Bidding farewell to the master, Lin Chuan's feet are like stepping on hot wheels, treading water without a trace, and moving like thunder. Now Lin Chuan has not learned the breathing method, so he can only rely on his developed muscles to forcibly speed up. The place pointed out by the pharmacist is very remote, next to a small stream in the foothills. But when he got here, Lin Chuan realized how simple he thought. A beautiful wooden house is built against the mountain and rises along the stream. It can be said that it can be attacked, retreated, and defended, and it is impregnable. Seeing this, Lin Chuan scolded and scolded. Damn, kidnapped Harumi Yanagawa and still live in such a good place, this group of people really damn it. This kind of person, it's a waste of air to live. The big wooden house has 3 floors, full 20 or 30 meters high, and it is solemn. The gate was heavily guarded, and the sound of the handover of soldiers was particularly crisp. Lin Chuan looked up at the starry sky with a bright moon and starry sky, and said expectantly, "No miserable, I will definitely rush back soon. I'm still looking forward to your steaming noodles suck." Lin Chuan sighed and shook his head slowly. Then he held his breath and cheered up, and walked along the wall with his body inside. There was everything on the wall of this wooden house, so Lin Chuan had a particularly difficult time walking. Finally, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, picked up a sharpened small wooden stick from the messy ground, and held it tightly in his hand. Lin Chuan secretly observed that they were well equipped, mainly with whistles. With a single arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops will meet each other, and then it will be in trouble. With a snap, Lin Chuan was like a wild wolf that had been dormant for a long time, and launched a surprise attack in an instant. With lightning speed, he flashed behind the 2 of them, and quickly slashed forward. "Assassins, there are assassins!" Lin Chuan slashed their throats with a wooden stick, and the screams stopped abruptly as the blood spurted out. Shhh. After confirming that they were dead, Lin Chuan hastily dragged them aside and threw them away at will. Back in front of the gate, Lin Chuan was no longer obscene and broke in directly. Because the smell of blood inside is getting stronger and stronger, there is still a faint cry for help from a girl. Hearing this, Lin Chuan said with a hideous face, "Xiaoqing, wait for me, I'm here to save you. None of the people who hurt you can escape." The wooden door was opened, and dozens of burly figures stood inside. They seemed to have known that someone was coming. Dozens of men held maces in their hands, turned their heads to look at Lin Chuan in unison, and said with a playful expression, "I don't know if it's dead or alive, it's really here." Lin Chuan couldn't take care of this, and hurriedly looked for Yanagawa Harumi. "Damn, what about my Xiaoqing?" Lin Chuan's face was gloomy as if he could drip water, and he said with murderous intent, "Where did Xiaoqing go by you? Bastard!" Dozens of men were full of anger, and their clothes were almost bursting with muscle knots. Suddenly, an unusual voice came from the front, and Lin Chuan looked at it, and his pupils couldn't help but shake. "I saw dozens of men bowing their heads and saluting in unison, and got out of the way. A cold young man in black slowly walked out, and the yin and yang strange aura was aura. Awesome. Chased me here. Stopped my plan, I didn't settle accounts with you first, you fell into the net, haha." Lin Chuan waved his hand and said domineeringly, "What about Xiaoqing, where is that strong man in black shirts? I'm going to kill him." The young man in black glanced at him coldly, shook his head disdainfully, and said, "It's just a waste. 3 killers went to kill one of you, but it failed, and you are still alive and well. So as soon as the waste returned, I gave him to death, chopped up the flesh, and fed it to the wolves." Hearing this, Lin Chuan clenched his fists and said angrily, "I'll ask you where Xiaoqing is, what topic are you shifting from horseback?" The black-clothed young man sneered and said disdainfully, What's the matter, you still want to find her a waste person? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to her?" Lin Chuan didn't believe that he would talk nonsense, so there was a high probability that Lu Chuan Qingmei was killed. Lin Chuan's heart suddenly tightened, and he asked sharply, "Waste, what do you mean by this?" The young man in black quickly retreated behind the scenes and said with a playful expression, "Hee, let's talk about the black-clothed guards who defeated me." Lin Chuan was red and said hysterically, "You, don't go, damn bastard. I will never forgive you." Chapter 24. Two fists are hard to beat with four hands, let alone dozens of big men with maces. Lin Chuan glanced around with a solemn face, and his heart was already spitting fragrant. It's just that compared to herself, the safety of Harumi Yanagawa is the real burning eyebrows. The men in black are all very tall, and in the dim candlelight, they look like a small mountain, full of oppression. When everyone saw Lin Chuan's fine skin and tender meat, they immediately squinted and sneered. "Hee, brothers, come on. Unload your arms and legs, take care of yourself. Boy, if you want to blame you for provoking Lord Dark." Lin Chuan frowned, looking at the crowd rushing like a wave, and secretly said that it was not good. The mace flickered with a cold glow, and if someone else was scratched, it would definitely be broken or dead. Lin Chuan was just worried that throwing a punch would waste a little of his precious time to save Harumi Yanagawa. Harumi. And so on. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Lin Chuan's mind, and he remembered the purple medicine jar hallucinogenic powder that the master gave him. "This is fast. Suffer death." A big man had already rushed to Lin Chuan, revealing a sneer. The mace slashed down, as if it was about to open Lin Chuan's brain. A strong wind struck. Lin Chuan stabilized his body and quickly took out the purple medicine jar from his arms. After opening it, Lin Chuan covered his mouth and nose and threw it forward. The medicine jar was thrown in a perfect arc, and the purple smoke quickly enveloped dozens of people. "What the hell? Ah! Pick up a duck road, this powder is weird." Everyone cried wolf for a while, but the time limit of hallucinogenic powder was only 7 seconds. Without further ado, Lin Chuan quickly passed through everyone and chased towards the place where the Dark Lord had disappeared. "Damn, I've run out of hallucinogenic powder, and I'll have to rely on myself next." Lin Chuan's eyes showed a fierce light, and the murderous intent appeared. Damn bastard, even if it's just me, I'm going to turn this place upside down. It's just that the top priority is to rescue Xiaoqing first." As soon as the words fell, a strange wooden door appeared in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan glanced around and found that there were other exits, but he didn't feel it. Because Lin Chuan has now mastered the look, smell, and inquiry, he is super sensitive to killing intent. And the killing intent coming from the wooden door in front of him was the strongest, so Lord Dark must be in it too. Lin Chuan punched out, and the wooden door shattered instantly with a creak. Sawdust flew sideways, smoke and dust rolled, and the strong smell of blood made Lin Chuan frown deeply, and he couldn't help but clench his nose. "Damn! Lin Chuan scolded angrily, "No matter who you are or where you are, even if it is the end of the world, I will kill you without a place to bury." Soon a shrill whistle sounded outside, and the news of the attack on the big wooden house instantly spread to many hills. For a while, whether it was a bright whistle or a dark whistle, they all converged like a wave. Late at night, no miserable feeling heart felt comfortable. His strength is no longer suppressed, and he can easily harvest dozens of lives with a slight hook of his hand. The fiancé has been chosen, and although there is a killer attacking, she can't stand the insistence of her mother. As long as you can get the daughter-in-law done, the fatigue is worth it. What's more, Wu Miao is very good at disguising himself, and he has always been kind. Looks like a gentle gentleman, who is not confused when he sees it. Arranged for several fiancés to sleep, walked out of the door and closed the door gently. Tonight is like a fire, burning the cheeks of the miserable. Unbelievable. Am I getting married too? Hehe, it's crazy enough. Wait, why hasn't that stinky boy come back yet? He is not flattering like a little ghost, nor is he sneering like others. He completely goes his own way, and he is a jade pot with an ice heart. Wu Miao frowned slightly, and snapped his fingers into the darkness. With a sigh, a junior imp instantly appeared behind Wu Miao, and bowed and groveled. My lord. Wu Miao interrupted him and asked, there is a medicine apprentice boy with black eyes and black hair, have you ever seen it? The little ghost lowered his head and thought for a while, then he said, my lord, the little one has seen it, he went to. Damn, it's definitely the end of the statute of hallucinogenic powders. I hope master is okay, he's still on the mountain. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, I have to speed up, or I'm going to turn into a turtle catching turtles in an urn. The smell of blood here is pervasive, the white mist is shrouded, and the wind blows through and makes a creaking sound, which makes people shudder. If Lin Chuan guessed correctly, the dozens of men in black were about to chase after him. That's good. A mocking voice came from the front. In the white mist, it was still the black-clothed young man from before, who seemed to be only in his early 20s. But his old-fashioned demeanor revealed his age, and Lin Chuan conservatively estimated that he was 40 years old. Where is my Xiaoqing? Lin Chuan's evil pupils glanced at him, and he suppressed his anger and said, give you a chance one last time, otherwise. Otherwise, what? Lord Dark shook his head and said with a playful expression, you came too late. She was tortured by me until she died, and she called your name as if she was called Lin Chuan. Saying that you would come to save her, I ordered someone to pull out her tongue at that time. Ah, the blood is red and bloody, and then I threw it away and fed the wolf. A bloody light appeared, Lin Chuan was covered in fire, and his face roared hideously. You step on the horse. Don't say it to Lao Tzu. If you dare to touch a single hair of her, I will pick your skin, pump your tendons, and drink your blood. Lin Chuan was furious, and the surrounding space was distorted. The golden light on his feet flashed, and Lin Chuan instantly flashed in front of the dark adult. But Lord Dark didn't make any waves about this, and he didn't even blink his eyelids, and continued to say with a bad beating. Yo yo yo, this is angry. This little agitation method has been hit. You are really a wreck. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chuan's iron fist slammed down on his face. When it was only 0.01 centimeter, the painting style changed abruptly. A black mist came into view, and the Dark Lord disappeared directly, and a blow missed, and Lin Chuan secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Combat experience is one thing, mentality is another. Lin Chuan is very emotionally unstable now, so he has just revealed a lot of flaws. Lin Chuan looked around, and the visibility of the white mist was no more than 1 meter. There was also the sound of the walls shattering all around, which was very terrifying. An ominous premonition rose in Lin Chuan's heart, and suddenly, a familiar and weak voice came. Lin Chuan, run away, run away. Run, leave me alone. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and he was immediately stunned. Lin Chuan was stunned for an instant, and Lord Dark swept away the fallen leaves with a black fist in the autumn wind. Dozens of blows were struck at him in the abdomen, and the blow was fatal. Chapter 25. Lord Dark reappeared, his ugly face with a triumphant sneer, and then a mocking expression. Hehe, if you are hit by my dark fist, let alone you, even half a foot of rock will be shattered into slag. Hearing this, Lin Chuan fell to the ground, quickly shielded his breathing, and said secretly in his heart. Hehe, the invincibility value is infinite, which is equivalent to an invincible body. No place in the body, no cell will be injured. Stupid you must not have thought of it. Lin Chuan planned to make a plan, to be honest, the strength of this dark master is indeed strong, and the move just now was a teleportation punch. Seeing this, Lord Dark looked proud, very confident in his punch, and confident. Hee, what a boring and fragile life. It's good that you can avoid my black-clad guards, but it's a pity. With that, Lord Dark looked at a white mist with a pale-colored face. Haha, I really thought you were the eldest lady of the Lu family, and you actually dared to remind him. This time I really want to pull out your tongue and feed it to the wolf. Lord Dark waved his hand, and the white mist dissipated to reveal a mysterious device. Inside is Harumi Yanagawa, who has been imprisoned. Her clothes were ragged, and her haggard face was red with tears. Harumi Yanagawa was firmly hung by the iron bump, her lips were purple, and she was obviously on the verge of collapse. Lord Dark clapped his big hand and quickly approached Harumi Yanagawa with a pace that his 6 relatives did not recognize. As for Lin Chuan on the ground, he didn't even bother to look at it. Mending the knife or something, it's a complete joke, what is it that he can't kill at once? It's really surprising to me, you can still talk when you're so weak, haha, don't you want to die? Now that fool is dead. They. Corner of Yanagawa Harumi's eyes swept to Lin Chuan, and with the last bit of strength, she pleaded bitterly. It's my Lu family who provoked you, it has nothing to do with him, let him go. Let him go, even if you leave his body and don't feed the wolf. Count me begging you. Because she was too emotional, Yanagawa Harumi coughed violently. 2 lines of clear tears flowed, and Yanagawa Harumi looked at the dark adult in front of her in despair, and her vision gradually blurred. Hearing this, Lord Dark waved his hand and said arrogantly, let him go, what about the hungry wolf behind my yard? What? Could it be that the eldest lady of the Lu family still has a crush on a useless little medicine apprentice? Fall in love with a wretch? Lord Dark grabbed Yanagawa Harumi's jaw, and stared at her with a pair of cold eyes, without a trace of tenderness in her eyes. Yanagawa Harumi's brows were furrowed, and her whole body strength seemed to have been drained, and she was weakly hung by the iron bump. This is a fixture that is used to immobilize prisoners for various tortures. Among them, thousands of knives are cut, and the stabbing words are all carried out on it. Even if he is unlucky, his family is destroyed, and he is left alone. Harumi Yanagawa didn't want to hear anyone say anything bad about Lin Chuan. He's not a wreck. Yanagawa Harumi's face turned pale, and her beautiful eyes lit up with rage, and she said sonorously and powerfully. Lin Chuan, he's not a wreck, you bastard, you are a scumbag, despicable and shameless wreck. Where has Lord Dark heard this kind of abuse? For a moment, he felt his head explode and buzz, and then said with a vicious expression. Okay, good. You wait. Lord Dark took out a red-hot soldering iron from the white mist next to him and blew it gently. White mist came out of the red-hot iron and rattled. Yanagawa Harumi's eyes dodged, trying her best not to turn her head, trying to stay away from the soldering iron as much as possible, and begged for help. No, don't come here. Seeing this, Lord Dark scoffed at this and cursed disdainfully. Damn, you dare to go against me, I want to see who else can save you now. This soldering iron has the word treacherous on it, if you put it on your snow-white face, it will be branded. In the end, maybe he was tired of playing, and Lord Dark looked at the sweaty Yanagawa Harumi with a look of play. No one can save you now. Remember, reincarnate better in the next life, don't offend the interests of my secret organization again. Otherwise, it will only lead to the 9 clans, and the death will be even worse. With that, the red-hot soldering iron approached at great speed, and the heat rushed to Yanagawa Harumi's face. Yanagawa Harumi's heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out. When death knocks on the door, the past plays out in my mind like a marquee. Yanagawa Harumi looked at it and said guiltily. Am I going to die? I'm sorry. Lin Chuan, I hurt you. I'll be with you right away. At the last moment, Lin Chuan, who was originally lifeless, suddenly burst out, took a deep breath, and threw a punch at the soldering iron. With a bang, the soldering iron turned into powder. How is that possible? Lord Dark's wrist trembled, grinning in pain. How can you still be alive? And with such a high explosive power, impossible, this is impossible. Why are you okay with your hand on the soldering iron? At this time, the Dark Lord seemed to have become 100,000 wise, chattering non-stop. But Lin Chuan would not let him go, and smashed his head with a punch. His face was pale. I said it. If you hurt Yanagawa Harumi, I will pay it back 100-fold. Lord Dark couldn't dodge, and the moment the heavenly spirit cover was hit, it split apart, and his whole face became distorted and hideous. But a black aura swirled around the Dark Lord's heavenly spirit guy, and he mysteriously did not die immediately. Ah! Wait, I'll magnify the baby-hungry wolf to bite you to death. Lord Dark clutched his split head and hurriedly hid in the white mist. And the thousands of men around him are also ready to attack. Lin Chuan withdrew his hand, still unfinished. He's so fast, it's just that his head is like that, and he won't live long. Wait, what did he mean when he said that the hungry wolf bit me to death? Lin Chuan secretly said in his heart, let alone the wolf, even the grey wolf can't bite me. Yanagawa Harumi tried hard to squeeze out a sweet smile and said resolutely, Lin Chuan, you must escape. Leave me alone, your life matters. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's heart ached faintly, and he immediately glanced at the iron pimple, and said awe-inspiringly, since I, Lin Chuan, am here, then I will definitely rescue you. It's all my fault, blame me for not killing that miscellaneous piece in time. Lin Chuan swore that he would never leave a single living mouth in the future. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to himself. Chapter 26. My head hurts, I die, damn it, why is he nothing? Is it a human being? Damn it, my head, it's about to crack. Kill him, make a duck. As soon as the words fell, several huge figures slowly walked out of a dark path. A few creepy green lights flickered in front of them. Seeing that the big treasures he raised were all here, there were 7 big wild wolves. Lord Dark was overjoyed, and his heart was already crooked by the scene of Lin Chuan being swallowed by wolves, and his mouth cracked open with laughter. Oh, my darlings! Said Lord Dark, with a hideous face, come in and bite him to death. These wolves have been hungry for days. As for the food, they are the enemies of the Dark Order. The imaginary hungry wolf did not appear in the house. On the contrary, a few wild wolves were drooling, staring at the Dark Lord with dead eyes, and let out bursts of wolf howls. Woo-woo! The head wolf ordered the wolves to echo, and after the discussion was unanimous, the wolves surrounded them. A chill rushed to his head, and the dark adult's eyes were full of flowers, and he jumped like thunder. Bastard, brute, what are you going to do? That bastard is in the house, I've trapped him, go in and bite him to death. Woo! The wolf raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar, and then turned into a yellow-gray arrow and rushed straight away. The force was so great that the ground shook 3 times. Lord Dark had the heart to resist, but his fists were invincible to his 4 hands, and he was eaten up by the wolves. Click, click! As the blood mist flew, the originally lifeless wooden house suddenly turned into a purgatory on earth. A few tales of minced meat for a dark big talent. Woo! The head wolf looked up to the sky and roared, and walked towards the house with the wolves, ready to fill his stomach. Faced with an increasingly bad situation, Lin Chuan's face was pale. What a shit, what a bullshit device, heavy and hard. In his last life, he was reincarnated into iron, right? This iron lump is heavy and hard, thicker than Lin Chuan's arms and legs. Lu Chuan Qingmei said with tears in her eyes, Lin Chuan, if other people surround you, cough cough, you won't be able to leave. No. Lin Chuan's eyes were cold, and his gaze was firm. How could I, Lin Chuan, leave you? I will definitely be able to pull this iron lump away and save you from it. Yanagawa Harumi's heart trembled, and she said with a look of despair. But I'm too weak now, and even if you save me, I won't be able to escape. And if you take me with you, you won't be able to escape. Run, while it's still too late. Hearing this, Lin Chuan said with a momentum, Jesus can't keep the people I want to take away. Although the two got along for a short time, Lin Chuan felt that Xiaoqing was a good girl. At least she's kind-hearted and sweet-looking. Much better than the women who sneered at him in his previous life. Friend? Lu Chuan Harumi burst into tears when she heard this, and said indistinctly, Lin Chuan, woo-woo. When she saw that Xiaoqing's lips gradually turned from white to black, and her vitality gradually disappeared with her weak body, Lin Chuan almost went crazy, and there was only one thought left in his mind, to save her life first. As a trainee pharmacist, Lin Chuan's medical skills far surpass those of some mediocre pharmacists. Lin Chuan quickly took out the green medicine jar from his arms. He always remembered that the red medicine jar was crane top red, highly poisonous, use it with caution. Seeing Lin Chuan take out the small medicine jar, Yanagawa Harumi asked curiously, what is this? Make you better, believe me. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he quickly opened the medicine jar and carefully fed it to Yanagawa Harumi. And reminded softly. It may be a little bitter, bear with it, save you back, we go to the kitchen every day to find dessert to eat. Bitter, too bitter. Harumi Yanagawa almost vomited after the first sip. But seeing Lin Chuan's tender appearance like water, he swallowed it all with bitterness. After the potion was down, Yanagawa Harumi's complexion quickly improved, and her face was much more rosy. Great, it's the turn of this iron lump now. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled sincerely, haha, I'll get you out right away, Xiaoqing. Yanagawa Harumi nodded, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw something terrible, and hurriedly reminded. Back. Lin Chuan, behind you. Wolf, it's a wolf, there are many, many wolves. Wu the head wolf looked up to the sky and roared, and a spirit jumped in, and when he saw two guys with fine skin and tender meat, his eyes were green. Wu. When Lin Chuan heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked at it, and his heart was shocked. Damn, it's really a wolf, that dark adult really dares to raise anything. Lin Chuan patted his head and said angrily, it's not good, we must hurry up and save Xiaoqing out. The wolf's speed is very fast, far surpassing bolts. Once Lin Chuan leaves, Yanagawa Harumi will definitely die in the wolf's mouth. The wolves were like locusts crossing the border, and they didn't take Lin Chuan in their eyes at all. Rushed at great speed, aiming at Lin Chuan's arms and thighs. But it's like biting a stone, and you can't bite a bite. When the time came, Lin Chuan smiled contemptuously, and with a light stroke of his hand, the iron bump exploded instantly. The invincible value is infinitely endowed with Lin Chuan's iron body, but this iron lump is really hard, otherwise it will be over in 2 or 3 seconds. Lu Chuan King Mei's body was soft and fell straight down. Lin Chuan hurriedly hugged it, stroked her hair and said, I said, I will definitely save you, with me, you will never have to give up hope. After that, the 7 wild wolves hanging on Lin Chuan's body suddenly felt the killing intent attack, and let out a wolf howl in horror. Chapter 27. The wolf howl stopped abruptly. Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and the 7 wolves flew directly upside down a few meters away, wailing all over the field, whining. The head wolf noticed that something was wrong, and ran out with the wolf cubs. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already moved with killing intent. After the incident of the strong man in the black shirt, Lin Chuan understood that he had to be killed straightforwardly to prevent future troubles. Lin Chuan turned into a cannonball, flashed forward, and smashed down like a thunderous hammer. By the light of dawn just now, the fists crackled with lightning. There was a loud bang, and the ground cracked into several large holes, and it was charred black. Lin Chuan clapped his hands, and countless blood spots were splashed on his body. At this moment, he is like a king who has walked out of the sea of corpses and blood. Harumi Yanagawa watched this scene stupidly. At this moment, Lin Chuan is his hero of the world, the kind that steps on the colorful auspicious clouds. Lin Chuan leaned down and said softly, "Xiao Qing, go, jump on my back. I'll take you out." No weapon is as good as a hand or a foot. Lin Chuan's steel and iron bones, one punch down is either dead or disabled, it is a first-class weapon. Hearing this, Yanagawa Harumi did not refuse, grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly and jumped on Lin Chuan's back. After a while, Yanagawa Harumi sighed in her heart, "It's so warm, it's so straight." Lin Chuan pushed open the window, only to see that it was red outside. Countless sparks were piled up, and within a radius of a mile were dotted with firelight. "Ah, why are there so many people?" Lu Chuan King Mei frowned and said worriedly, "Lin Chuan, what should I do now?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan patted Xiao Qing's hand lightly, confident and confident. "Believe me, we will definitely be able to kill it." Lin Chuan was of course fearless alone, but now with Yanagawa Harumi, he was naturally limited everywhere. But he gritted his teeth, but still didn't give up Yanagawa Harumi, and jumped down with her. Everyone looked at each other, and mocked Lin Chuan's every move. "Ha ha ha, I dare to jump down directly so high, I thought it was so powerful. Now it seems that he is just a stinky boy who doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. I guess I will be smashed into a patty." The wind whistled in her ears, and the coolness rushed up her spine, and Yanagawa Harumi was very scared in her heart. As if it was really as they said it would be smashed into meatloaf. But seeing that Lin Chuan has always been calm and fearless, Harumi Yanagawa also slowly quieted down, and said with a firm gaze, "I believe in you." Lin Chuan fell to the ground, and the ground was simply smashed out of a large crater with a radius of 1 meter. The crowd around was holding sharp weapons, their eyes were fierce, and they cursed. "Damn, it's really down, hee hee. It's been smashed into a meatloaf. Alas, it's a pity that the beautiful woman behind him, how good it is for us to be refreshed. By the way, what about Lord Dark?" Lin Chuan landed smoothly, turned his head and said, "Xiao Qing, are you okay?" The huge momentum that had just been generated, Lin Chuan had all transferred it to himself. But I couldn't help but ask out loud. Yanagawa Harumi felt very good, very excited, and her heart pounded. "I'm fine, Lin Chuan, what should I do now?" Kill him in the dark, kill him for 3,000 blood." "Xiao Qing, you are optimistic, I am truly invincible and undefeated." "Ha ha ha. Hee hee. It's incredible that you're still alive, but so what? There are more than 3,000 of us, you don't want to die yet. It's a pity, if you die in the wolf's mouth, you can still leave bones, but if you die in our hands, there will be no bones." Everyone joked, and the sound shook all over the world, and the entire mountain and forest were shocked. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't have a weapon in his hand, everyone sneered again. "Ha ha ha, he doesn't even have a weapon, I'm afraid he's not a fool. Follow my orders, kill him." Dozens of black-clothed guards also broke through the door, rushed over with maces, and cursed in their mouths. "Damn, Lord Dark is gone, kill him." Hearing this, the thieves were like chicken blood, their eyes were cold, and they raised their knives. Suddenly, the sword light and sword shadow, the fire soared into the sky. Lin Chuan fought with the impenetrable sword light and sword shadow with ease. Even if the flow of people is so high that not even a fly can fly in, it can't stop Lin Chuan, who is carrying Yanagawa Harumi. In just a few moments, the moans, wails, and the handovers of soldiers rang out one after another, like a symphony. Lin Chuan's clothes have no invincible effect, so they have long been unclothed. The exposed body hole is powerful, and it can hit the explosion damage with one punch, directly sending the two people flying. Sometimes if you are lucky, you can still beat the three of you. Yanagawa Harumi was stunned to see this brave scene, and her little heart was pounding and she couldn't stand it. To resist the sword and sword shadow with the flesh mortal fetus, is this still a human being? Lin Chuan sweated like a waterfall, and he was enjoying it at the same time. There are also faint signs of a bloody way out. There are too many people, and there are more than 3,000 of them. Some of them were lucky enough not to die after being punched, and they hurriedly threw themselves into battle, and the main thing was dedication. Seeing that Lin Chuan was about to fight a bloody road, everyone despicably arranged some crossbow archers to release cold arrows in the distance. And the target of the attack was shifted from Hayashi Chuan to Harumi Yanagawa Harumi, and this trick worked immediately. Lin Chuan suddenly fell into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Every time Lin Chuan wanted to kill him, the sword fell on Yanagawa Harumi like rain. In order to save Xiaoqing, Lin Chuan could only stop his attack, and said sharply, "It's really despicable. What kind of ability is it to beat a woman? You have the ability to come at me." When everyone heard this, they sneered, "Hee hee, stinky boy, can you be beaten? Don't you want to talk about it? No matter what demon method you use, hurry up and remove it for me. Otherwise, your little girlfriend has fine skin and tender meat, then don't blame us for having no eyes on the sword." Lin Chuan clenched his fists when he heard this, and flatly refused, wishful thinking. "With me, you can't hurt Xiaoqing. If you want me to surrender, you are also worthy." With that, Lin Chuan made an international friendly gesture to everyone, then retracted his middle finger and sneered. "Hee hee, if you dare to stop me again, I will definitely let you see your brains." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, as if they had heard some terrible joke. "What? See your own brains, everyone?" Pointed to their heads and provoked Lin Chuan. "Haha, my head is here, you come. You come to beat me." Lin Chuan was furious when he heard this, and his eyes lit up and he said coldly, "I can't bear it, I don't need to endure it anymore." Chapter 28. The crowd sneered as they raised their knives and moved forward. As long as Lin Chuan's weakness is figured out, the balance of victory will be tilted in their favor. Affection is always a taboo, no one will always accompany you, and no one will always love you. For those who love and love, they have already licked blood on the tip of the knife. As for Lin Chuan, they had more than 3,000 ways to kill him. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Lin Chuan looked up at the sky, and a look of determination welled up in his eyes. He muttered in his heart, "You will come without misery, right?" Even if there is no misery, Lin Chuan still feels that he still has a trace of kindness. In other words, he is now a Buddha with one thought, and a demon with one thought. Lu Chuan Harumi's beautiful eyes flashed with tears, and he blamed himself. "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble." Lin Chuan looked at the black wave that was constantly encircling and suppressing, and turned around and comforted. "No, Xiaoqing. We are friends. Friends just want to stick knives in the ribs and draw knives to help, so why bother to say it? Besides, I'm in danger, and you'll definitely come to save me, right?" Lin Chuan's words brought a long-lost warmth, and Yanagawa Harumi nodded warmly in her heart. The situation is getting more and more severe. Lin Chuan is like a drop of water, about to be swallowed by the black wave. "Damn, you can't escape." Seeing that everyone had already killed in front of him, Lin Chuan no longer sat still, and said with his back to the water, "No matter, rush." Lin Chuan took a deep breath and tried to let the air flow into his limbs and bones. Activate more muscle cells, so as to obtain a terrifying explosive power. Seeing what trick Lin Chuan was going to play again, everyone immediately became vigilant. Without saying a word, he swung his knife and slashed it, wanting to interrupt Lin Chuan's spell casting. "Damn, you demon, what the hell are you fighting again?" Everyone scolded angrily. "Let's cut through the mess with a knife, it's strange if you escape. It's impossible for you to escape, just accept your fate." "Life, I, Lin Chuan, have never accepted my fate." Lin Chuan smiled disdainfully, a layer of red light lingered on his body, and he said loudly, "Hee, life, I've always been in my own hands. And you're just a group of rabble who can't control their own destiny." As soon as the words fell, Lin Chuan rushed forward. Grab the cold knife with one hand, grab a person with the other hand and throw it at will like swinging a stick. Immediately all around, there was a wail. "Oops, oops. Damn, this man's strength suddenly became so big, hurry up and kill the woman behind him. I don't believe I won't be able to take him tonight," one shouted, and everyone echoed, rushing forward as if they were completely mindless. The output was all roaring. They brandished knives, guns, and sticks and smashed them all on Lin Chuan's head, but they couldn't make a sound. And Lin Chuan swept away thousands of armies while fighting. Lin Chuan only needed to make a slight move, and the knives, guns, and sticks were all turned into residues. An iron fist smashed down, and the terrifying power directly covered a radius of dozens of meters. In an instant, the blood mist was misty, and the future offender was directly hit into powder. Of the original 3,000 people, almost half of them saw their brains. By the way, I saw my own grandmother. For a while, there was a bloody storm here. Lin Chuan even had several times when he almost didn't protect Harumi Yanagawa. Some people observe the overall situation and watch their brothers fall in pieces, and they can't help but jump like thunder. Damn, what the hell is going on? Kill so many brothers and still haven't killed him. Throw me all arrows, I'm going to kill him, and the rest of the people just retreat and block his way. The battle situation changed again. Lin Chuan heard that roar, and secretly had a bottom in his heart. Tonight, it seems that they can't go. Everyone immediately retreated and blocked Lin Chuan's escape route. At the same time, countless crossbow arrows came at a gallop. The destructive power is amazing, and everything along the way is shot with thousands of holes. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the impenetrable rain of arrows. Turning around, Lin Chuan resolutely protected Yanagawa Harumi in his arms and comforted him softly. "I'm here, we'll be fine." Thousands of crossbow arrows rained down densely, but they couldn't hurt Lin Chuan's hair. Now he is the only back, if he shows despair. "So what about Harumi Yanagawa?" Blinked, and responded weakly, "It's going to be fine, I believe you." "Lin Chuan, I will always believe you." This statement is ambiguous and a bit like a confession, as if the girl in the flower season is entrusting her life. Lin Chuan is worthy of being an emotionally blank white, and he didn't understand the meaning. After a while, maybe the crossbow arrows were used up, or maybe the thieves thought that Lin Chuan was dead. So the crowd stopped firing cold arrows. At this moment, Lin Chuan maintained the posture he had just started and remained motionless. Because if he moves, those crossbow arrows may hit Harumi Yanagawa. Harumi. Don't look at him to resist hard, it's okay, but if Yanagawa Harumi is hit by an arrow, she will have to die on the spot. After killing so many of our brothers, I must break him into pieces. One person rolled up his sleeves, snatched the machete from the hand of the man next to him, and said madly, "Let's go together." Hearing this, Lin Chuan gently wiped the tears on Yanagawa Harumi's face and comforted softly. Xiaoqing, why are you crying? How beautiful you look when you laugh. Promise me, you will laugh in the future. Lin Chuan said, very far-fetched, and Yanagawa Harumi also knew that this time it was more than lucky. But she still smiled obediently. At this moment, the world seems to be quiet. Lin Chuan was intoxicated and his eyelids slowly closed, but just when it was about to close completely, a familiar figure came from afar, and seeing that Lin Chuan was like being struck by lightning, he muttered softly. No misery, you're finally here. I knew you were coming, so sleepy. After speaking, sleepiness hit, Lin Chuan closed his eyes comfortably and fell asleep. Yanagawa Harumi hurriedly hugged him into her arms and choked softly. Woo-oh! In the distance, Wu Miao was wearing a black gilt robe, with a cold temperament, and his whole body exuded a terrifying atmosphere. As soon as Wu Miao just appeared, the terrifying coercion was like a steel needle, making everyone suffer. The figure flashed, and Wu Miao immediately appeared next to Yanagawa Harumi, and asked in a deep voice. Lin Chuan, what's wrong with him? The tone was very calm, but Yanagawa Harumi could feel that her soul was trembling, and it was obvious that she was angry. The Ghost King was angry, and countless corpses were ambushed, bleeding thousands of miles. Yanagawa Harumi's eyes were cold, she raised her hand and pointed at the people in front of her, gritting her teeth. What did they do? Hearing this, his eyes were cold, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 29. In the face of a rabble of just over 1,000 people, there is no miserable face like frost, and the cold killing intent is vertical and horizontal. Seeing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Haha, there is another one, do you want to come to die? Do you think you can't fight with so many of our brothers? The cold wind blew on his face, and he slowly raised his head. A pair of reddened eyes looked at the people in front of him like a dead man, and his muscles burst out. What a bunch of filthy guys, it's very unpleasant, said. This, Wu Miao slowly raised his right hand forward, and after a while, he made a strange creaking sound. Everyone clenched the blades in their hands and shouted wildly at Wu Miao. Haha, come and beat me. We are more than 1,000 people, are we still afraid that you will not succeed? As soon as the words fell, a bloody light flashed in Wu Miao's eyes, and his face was pale. Damn it! Blood demon technique, black blood thorn. Suddenly, countless thorns covered with barbs emerged from Wu Miao's body, sweeping the leaves forward with the autumn wind. Even if a sharp blade is cut on a thorn, it will break instantly, and it will not have the slightest effect. Suddenly, as the thorns deepened, the blood mist filled the field, and wails filled the field. Yanagawa Harumi hugged Lin Chuan's body while looking at this bizarre scene in amazement. This? What kind of monster is this? Everyone suddenly realized that they were still alive. Just stunned an invulnerable pervert, and another monster that can grow thorns. Moreover, this person exudes a terrible aura all over his body, and the surroundings are also full of cold. Wu Miao looked at all this with numb eyes, and killed them all directly. Then he swallowed it like a bun of bread, and there was no fluctuation in his mood from beginning to end. In this regard, there is only one evaluation of Wu Miao: they are really unpalatable. Time has taken too long, and the sky will be clear. Wu Miao glanced up at the sky, the clouds that cracked like spider webs. It has been announced that the sun is about to shine on the earth. While frowning, Wu Miao muttered, damn, it's dawn again. It's okay, just let this kid Lin Chuan rest for a night, and continue to look for cyan flowers tomorrow. The little ghost looked at the sky in fear, and after saying goodbye to Lord Chao Yuan respectfully, he disappeared. But if it's a little ghost, it will die at the touch of a button, and there will be no smoke. The surroundings were quiet, and the meteor came in stride, pretending to glance at Lin Chuan coldly, and said coldly. "It seems to be okay, let's take him home." Yanagawa Harumi looked around, there was no one else, so she hesitated and said, "Are you talking about me? Because Lin Chuan seems to be coming because of this woman." Of course, they are good friends, and they know it, so they didn't do anything to Harumi Yanagawa. Wumio's figure flashed and disappeared into the thick night. Come and go without a trace, could it be that he is an immortal? Yanagawa Harumi secretly said in her heart, it is almost dawn, why didn't he send Lin Chuan back? After drinking the recovery potion, Yanagawa Harumi is almost recovered now. But it was still quite troublesome to take Lin Chuan home, because Lin Chuan weighed 120 pounds. Facing the first afterglow of the morning light, he stepped on the bloody and muddy ground alone, and it was difficult to walk an inch. Yanagawa Harumi supported Lin Chuan, who was asleep, tired and sweaty, and he was about to become a pug. "I'm going to take you home, just as you did to save me. I remember the direction of going home." With that, Yanagawa Harumi gritted her teeth and continued her difficult walk, fortunately meeting the Yakushi halfway. The two didn't know each other, but the pharmacist saw Xiao Chuan and immediately ran over to inquire about the situation. "Oh, I see, Xiao Chuan is like this, he is decisive in killing, and he values love and righteousness. But the people who kill are all wicked and bad, so it doesn't matter." The pharmacist said calmly while asking Lin Chuan about his situation and observing his situation. After a while, the pharmacist's pupils shrank, and he couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Xiao Chuan is unharmed. According to Miss Xiao Qing, he is carrying 10,000 arrows. So he should have a wound. Tisk, what a strange thing. The pharmacist guessed that Lin Chuan was too tired, so he didn't wake him up. Instead, he took Lin Chuan on his back and walked towards Wu Miao's house. The road is far away, between the mountains and mountains. Lin Chuan slept for a full 3 hours before he was successfully sent to Wu Miao's home. Seeing that Lin Chuan was not secretly injured, the pharmacist did not prescribe medicine, but continued to let him fall asleep. At this moment, Lin Chuan seemed to be dreaming, and he was not honest lying on the bed, doing all kinds of strange movements like sleepwalking. Yanagawa Harumi smiled when she saw it. "Friends, we are good friends, we want to be together forever." The Marquis appeared, tears bloomed in her eyes, and Harumi Yanagawa wiped her tears and muttered softly, "So we have that kind of relationship." Yanagawa Harumi suddenly realized, it's me who is stupid, and I actually want to repay you with a personal promise. Since they are good friends, how can they repay them? With the change of thought, Yanagawa Harumi's state of mind has also undergone earth-shaking changes. It didn't take long for the pharmacist to bring a bowl of black and slimy medicine. The pungent smell of bitter medicine rushed straight to the brain, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. "You should have drunk the recovery potion I gave to Xiao Chuan, but in general, it still needs to be cured." The pharmacist smiled kindly and said, "Lest you fall ill afterwards, you might as well drink the medicine first." Seeing that Yanagawa Harumi looked hesitant, the pharmacist comforted softly. "Medicine is always bitter, and good medicine is good for disease. You've taken care of your body first, and you're thinking about the rest. I already know a lot about this time. Thank you for letting Xiao Chuan have a close friend." Yanagawa Harumi frowned slightly as she drank the medicine, then looked at the pharmacist and asked softly, Doesn't Lin Chuan have other friends?" "Alas!" The pharmacist sighed and said earnestly, "No, he has always been alone. I've never had any friends. Like us pharmacists, we all have to run around. Where there is suffering, there is us. Ogawa is a hard-working man, and if you can, I hope you can talk to him more." Yanagawa Harumi was shocked, turned her head to look at Lin Chuan, and cut the railroad to the point. "Definitely, I'll be with him, because we're best friends. Hearing this, the medicine man smiled kindly, took the medicine bowl and walked outside, the shadow pulled by sunset for a long, long. Harumi Yanagawa clasped Hayashikawa's hand, thinking that he would wake up soon. I don't know how long it took. Lin Chuan's fingertips trembled, slowly opened his eyes, and whispered. Where is this, Xiaoqing, are you okay? Chapter 30. 3 months later. The last thing Lin Chuan wanted to happen still happened. A cherry blossom blooms in the corner of the wall, and the fragrance of the flowers is overflowing. Harumi Yanagawa stands alone under the cherry blossom trees, the breeze is gentle, and the cherry blossoms are falling like rain in the sky. She holds the cherry blossoms in one hand and puts them in her sideburns with the other, her eyes shining and looking forward to the future. Yanagawa Harumi looked into the distance and said in an excited tone. The world is so big. I want to go and see it. The revenge of destroying the door has been avenged, and I should go back to revive the Liu family. Thank you all the way. Lin Chuan. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's nose was sour, and he was a little reluctant. Are you really leaving? Perhaps. It was too reluctant. Yanagawa Harumi's delicate body trembled violently and muttered. Yes, yes, but even I don't know if I'll be able to succeed this time. I feel like I'm a failure, and I need your help every time, Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan stepped forward, and thousands of ripples rippled in his heart. Once upon a time, he was as lonely as she was, and he couldn't do anything. But he had been drenched in the rain, how could he bear to let her get drenched again? Lin Chuan gently patted Yanagawa Harumi's fragrant shoulder and comforted, it's not. Heaven does not give birth to people without talent, and the earth is infertile and incompetent. You've been doing a good job, so why bother with it? Regain your faith, you can do it. Hearing this, Yanagawa Harumi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a smile and nodded in response. Well, Lin Chuan, thank you, I'm leaving. Lin Chuan groped from his arms, and the corners of his mouth smiled. 3 medicine jars were taken out, 1 for red, 1 for gold, and 1 for purple. The world is impermanent, lest a villain secretly stumble. Lin Chuan scratched his head honestly and said. I, Lin Chuan, am only a shallow learner, and I don't know much, these 3 medicine jars are my gifts to you. Lu Chuan. Harumi burst into tears, took the medicine jar and looked at it curiously. Lin Chuan explained, the red is the crane top red, highly poisonous, use with caution. The golden one is the elixir of longevity, prolonging life and beautifying the skin. The purple is hallucinogenic powder, which is especially useful against villains. Yanagawa Harumi put the medicine jar in her arms like a treasure, and then burst into tears. I don't know how to thank you, if I have the privilege of reviving the Liu family. If you come, I will treat you with kindness. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and the meaning of the word courtesy was already obvious. This is Yanagawa Harumi who treats him as his own family. In this regard, Lin Chuan nodded and said goodbye to Yanagawa Harumi with a smile, and looking back on the past, tears came out of his eyes. Alas, I'm alone again. Lin Chuan sighed, and then walked towards the house with his head on his hands, and said lonely. Invincible is really lonely as snow. After 3 months of wearing the stars and the moon, Lin Chuan finally finished reading the chapter of immortality. The pharmacist was also shocked when he found out, and couldn't help but smack his tongue. What I took years to come up with, you can finish it in 3 months. Recalling the scene when the pharmacist was so happy that he vomited blood, Lin Chuan hummed a little proudly and returned to the house. The familiar smell of medicine made Lin Chuan's heart feel relaxed and happy, and he stretched lazily. Lin Chuan looked at the empty pharmacy and felt melancholy in his heart again. Well, when will I see Tanjiro? What does it feel like to be so gentle that you want to cry? Unfortunately, this is still more than 1,000 years. Legend has it that every time the night falls, there will be evil spirits haunting. For the sake of the world, at this time hide in the bed, release the dog's head to save your life. At the same time, a strange thing happened in the Sanyashiki family. The whole clan was cursed, and the children were sick, and they would die at a young age, which was a big trouble. Sanyashiki is a big family, with countless industries, and the wealth is rivaled by the country. This strange thing immediately led to a solution. One of the shrines told them, "Hoodoo has appeared in your family, and that's why you've been cursed for generations. The only solution is to get rid of that hoodoo." At the same time, in order to continue to extinguish the bloodline of the Yashiki, the Sanyashiki clan has been marrying girls from the clergy clan. But the descendants still don't live to be 30 years old. Of course, this is all a later story. As soon as the camera turned, Lin Chuan learned about the notebook again, and he felt a lot in his heart. Immortality is a dream, life is death, death is life. The medicine master packed his luggage a few days ago and went to find the blue flower for Wu Miao. He was not coerced, he was just a doctor with benevolence, and he felt that Wu Miao was a miserable patient. Suddenly, the door was slowly opened with a creak, and Lin Chuan's ears moved, and he slowly spoke. "Yuan, what kind of wind blew you here?" Wu Miao flashed into the house, closed the door by the way, and said with a gloomy face, "Don't call me Yuan now." Lin Chuan was stunned and turned his head to look. Found that Wu Miao was wearing a black gilt robe at the moment, and the whole person looked like a sense of rebirth. Lin Chuan got up and said with a smile, "Oh, you changed your name. If there were other little ghosts, they would definitely scold and scold. It's the adult who is standing in front of you. Kneel down on your knees, kowtow to me," and in this tone, you would have died 800 times. The relationship between the two of them is wonderful at the moment. One is a ghost king who eats countless people, and the other is a medicine man who saves lives and helps the wounded. The people who can't fight together with 8 poles get along very well at the moment. Wu Miao sat on the tatami next to Lin Chuan and responded, "Yes, from now on, you should call me Oni Dan Suji." Wu Miao. I sewed Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and he said with a wry smile, "Haha, I see, then should I call you Lord Wu Miao?" Hearing this, Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan angrily, and said coldly, "If you want to call it that, you can do it." Lin Chuan waved his hand, happily handed Wu Miao a cup of tea, and quipped, "Haha, I don't. I'll call you Wu Miao. If I call you Wu Miao, it will seem like we are so strange." Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan, took the tea and took a sip gently, and said proudly, "Humph, it's good to know. By the way, hasn't there been any movement on the cyan flower?" This time, Lin Chuan felt a little guilty. The cyan flower is too difficult to find. Otherwise, next time I go farther away and go to Yuntori Mountain to have a look, maybe I can find it. Lin Chuan is determined to help Wu Miao find the cyan flower, so his enthusiasm has been high recently. Mt Untori is the name of the mountain where Tanjiro's family is located, and life is very difficult because of the heavy snow that covers the mountain all year round. Hearing this, Wu Miao looked commonplace, put down the teacup, and encouraged, "Well, you have a heart. Okay, you do things, I don't worry." Lin Chuan saw that there was no misery, and patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 31. I deeply regret what happened to your mother. The curse came menacingly, ruthlessly erasing his mother's life. Since then, it has been like a different person, often cloudy and uncertain. But it has always been good for Lin Chuan. Hearing this, Wu Miao sighed, took the tea and drank it all, and then stood up and said, Waiting for your good news." Wu Miao dodged away, and continued to hide in the darkness, just waiting for the night to fall. When he left, the cold air was instantly reduced by half. Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and he said with a solemn expression, Wu Miao has really changed his name. It seems that things are progressing faster than I imagined. Lin Chuan got up and picked up a few bottles of medicine jars from the medicine table, put them in his arms, and went out. It's daytime, hurry up, and you can go to Yuntori Mountain. Don't say too much, let's go to the scenery in advance first. What would Yuntori Mountain be like thousands of years ago? Lin Chuan walked all the way, surrounded by green colors and green mountains. The sky was blue, much better than the haze of the previous life. Yuntori Mountain is quite famous, and Lin Chuan's small mouth is like smearing honey along the way. Say hello when you see someone, and ask for the path by the way. There were peasant women with children, little girls with sweet looks like porcelain. Enthusiastically shouted to Lin Chuan, Ernie sauce. Ernie sauce. Whenever this happens, Lin Chuan runs away, his heart pounding, and his mouth muttering. Damn, they're too kawaii. Forget it, Ernie sauce is Ernie sauce. Who told me to be so handsome? Lin Chuan studied medicine and is now a qualified pharmacist. It is worth mentioning that Miss Zhu Shi is also a pharmacist. According to the entry time, Lin Chuan is considered to be Miss Zushi's senior brother. The remnant sun slopes westward, the sunset enters the sea, and when everything returns to silence, Lin Chuan also arrives at Yuntori Mountain. But at this time, Mt. Untori is too short. It's nowhere near as tall as it was when I first looked at Demon Slayer. About 28 meters high, Lin Chuan circled along the mountain, closed his eyes and thought. Alas, am I here too early? It's probably going to be a lot of time, and things are different from people, and this place will change. Lin Chuan glanced back at the night and smiled helplessly. It's a frontier place, it took me a day to arrive, alas. Forget it, rest for one night, go home tomorrow, and go home without misery. It may be too remote, and there are few people in a radius of 5 miles. Lin Chuan walked very fast as if he were walking on the ground, and night fell. His only worries are the rain and the ubiquitous mosquitoes. Lin Chuan found a cave next to a mountain col, which was huge enough to pass through people. Well, this can't be a bear cave, right? Lin Chuan glanced at the swarthy cave and muttered, alas, forget it, whether it's a bear cave or not, let's liven it first. What is covered by the sky and covered by the earth, that's all bullshit. It's the right thing to rest for yourself. As soon as I entered, a large smell rushed to my head. Needless to say, inside are the nests of large animals. Lin Chuan paused, and said with a wry smile, damn, I won't really meet a bear. This is the luck of the damn girl, you won't make money if you buy lottery tickets. When the light flickered in the dark cave, it was all understood. With a roar, the whole cave seemed to collapse, and the ground shook and the mountains shook. Lin Chuan's expression was solemn, and he hurriedly stepped back. He just wanted to spend the night in peace, and if he faced the bear, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But strangely, the roar only lasted 10 seconds before it came to an abrupt end, and the beast in the cave did not come out. Lin Chuan raised his hand and waved it towards the entrance of the cave, and when he retracted it, he found that it was full of mist. It shows that there are large beasts, but they don't come out for some reason. Lin Chuan was covered in steel and iron bones, but he was not afraid, and he talked to the beast against humans. I'll just spend the night, and I'll leave tomorrow morning, and I'll be able to give the jar of honey. Tomorrow morning, Lin Chuan can look for the cyan flower first, and then leave. There was a hoarse roar from within the cavern again. Instead of attacking, the beast lay dormant and remained motionless. Seeing this, Lin Chuan jumped into the cave. As soon as this move came out, the beast seemed to be frightened and yelled at Lin Chuan. But Lin Chuan's monopoly of more than 3,000 people can return triumphantly, how can he be afraid of these two fierce beasts? Lin Chuan took out the firefly lamp prepared in advance from his arms, and in an instant, the entire cave was as bright as day. Damn, it's really a bear, and it's about the same skin color as the bear and the bear. Lin Chuan suddenly relieved his heart, because this was not an open flame. So the bears weren't scared except for being curious. The bears suddenly whimpered, as if they were injured, and huddled in the corner, and the smell of blood filled the air. Lin Chuan's nose moved, and he immediately frowned. No wonder you didn't attack me, it turned out that I was seriously injured. Seeing Lin Chuan approaching, the bear immediately roared and threatened him to stay away. But in the next second, Lin Chuan held the bear's fangs with one hand, and skillfully tested the bears with the other. Forget it, who told you to be lucky and live in MT Untori? For Tanjiro's sake, I'll help you heal it. I hope that your children and grandchildren will be able to meet Tanjiro one day. After the treatment, he was speechless all night, and Lin Chuan fell asleep sweetly with his head on his pillow. As a pharmacist, you must be strict with yourself, and going to bed early and getting up early is one of the requirements. The next day, the bears licked their scars, and the wounds were not as painful as before. Looking at the harmless teenager in front of them, the bears first raised their heads to the sky and roared. Then a little stalk was taken out of the dark cavern. Was it given to me? Lin Chuan was blinded when he saw this, and said secretly, "Damn, this bear has spirituality." The bear nodded, and then gave Lin Chuan the honeycomb and a large piece of wild boar hind leg meat. It was difficult to accept the enthusiasm, and Lin Chuan happily accepted it. Finally, remind them, don't hurt people at will. Lin Chuan is really afraid that this bear will swallow Tanjiro into his stomach in one bite, of course, mainly their offspring. The two bears nodded humanely, and Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. The bears have all become sperm in these years, no wonder there were bears in the previous life. After that, Lin Chuan made a few rounds of the mountain road again. But there was no trace of the cyan flower, so I had to return with a feather. Since then, Lin Chuan's immortality technique has been very successful. Wu Miao is still looking for the cyan flower. A group of ghost-hunting swordsmen gradually appeared among the people, as well as that mysterious organization, the Ghost Killing Squad. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. Even if 1,000 sails have passed and the vicissitudes of life have passed, Lin Chuan is still a teenager when he returns. But the pharmacist fell at the age of 101. Chapter 32. Could this be fate? Lin Chuan muttered in his heart. This time, when I came out to look for the cyan flower, I accidentally ran into Miss Zushi. On the crowded street, Lin Chuan was stunned when he saw her for the first time. It was a beautiful woman, with gentle eyes like a lilac mist. She has ruddy lips and wears a dark purple kimono, just like her in Demon Slayer. Miss Zhu was pale and terminally ill like Wu Miao. And it is a terminal disease that cannot be solved by medicine. She was standing in front of a pharmacy, her eyes shining with despair. Because she is a pharmacist herself, she can see these new medicinal materials at a glance. Unfortunately, none of these herbs could cure her illness. Zhu bowed politely and thanked him. "Thank you." The owner of the pharmacy felt helpless and had to apologize in reply. There are too few pharmacies here, and there are too few medicines that can be entered in his small pharmacies. In the final analysis, it is just 2 words, broken silver. A penny is difficult to defeat a hero. Zhu turned to leave, his eyes lowered, and he said with a heavy heart, "Don't you live long. I really want to see the child grow up," whispered softly to convey a beautiful long-cherished wish. When Lin Chuan heard this, his heart trembled, and he said enviously, "Which man is so lucky to be able to tie the knot with Zhu and have a child? You know, Zhu is only 19 years old." Without further ado, while it was still early, Lin Chuan hurriedly caught up with Zhu through the crowd and asked softly, "This beautiful young lady, what's the trouble? Lin Chuan is still a teenager, after 500 years of polishing, his face is like a knife, his eyes are deep, and he is extremely attractive. Zhu Xi was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lin Chuan, and secretly said in his heart that he was a handsome young man. Thank you, mister, for your concern, but no one can solve my troubles. As a pharmacist, Zhu Xi knows that she can't live long. But the child can't live without her mother. She longs to live, even if it's just to watch the child grow up. But now, as her illness worsens, hope has turned into despair. Lin Chuan didn't give up, and took out the pharmacist certificate that the master left to him. It's not expensive, but it makes a lot of sense. As the saying goes, the layman looks at the excitement, and the insider looks at the doorway, that's the reason. In an instant, Zhu Xi only felt that he was in a dream, and said with a shocked face, how is it possible? It is actually the highest honor certificate of the pharmacist. 500 years ago, the pharmacist's medical skills were rejuvenated. Winning a top honor proves that it's not just a matter of getting it by hand. Of course, in the end, it was cheaper for his only closed disciple, Lin Chuan. As soon as these words came out, countless lines of sight gathered, and Lin Chuan suddenly felt uncomfortable. Lin Chuan is used to walking with a ghost who is not miserable. Now that so many people have seen it, Lin Chuan had no choice but to use his eyes to signal Zhu Xi to talk elsewhere. Zhu Xiwen smiled, but did not refuse this. The desire to survive made her quickly believe Lin Chuan's words. As long as she can accompany the child, let her do anything. The sun was shining, and Lin Chuan took Zhu Xi to an uninhabited alley. There is shade overhead, so it's cool. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhu Xi became nervous, clutched the corners of his clothes, and said gently, the first time we meet, I'll tell you my name first. My name is Zhu Xi, may I ask what your name is? Lin Chuan nodded, and it was very comfortable to talk to Zhu Xi. There is no intrigue of others, no one is sophisticated, and he speaks freely. My name is Lin Chuan, you can call me Xiao Chuan. Although he is also a pharmacist, Lin Chuan still maintains an attitude of humbly seeking advice. Because, the more you master, the more you feel that you lack knowledge. Zhu Xi blinked his beautiful eyes, looked at Lin Chuan intently, and said with a smile. Haha, Lin Chuan, Xiao Chuan, what a good name. Zhu Xi's tone was very gentle, and he didn't think that Lin Chuan was a wicked person who had evil thoughts about her. It's just that I think it's easy to think cranky in a small alley with no one. Lin Chuan first observed Zhu Xi by looking at and hearing it, and then asked, you have a terminal illness, right? I am also a pharmacist, I am willing to help you. Looking at the young man who was younger than himself, patting his chest, he looked confident. Zhu Xi smiled slightly, and his originally bloodless face became rosy. Really, do you see it? Zhu Xi's eyes lit up, and he said with a look of longing, can you cure me? I'm a terminal illness. Lin Chuan nodded firmly, and then secretly said in his heart, even if I can't, isn't there still a ghost dance Suji who is not miserable? Lin Chuan suddenly thought of something, and said with a wry smile, alas, let's hurry up and go back. Recently, Wu Miao seems to have stuck to me. In the past 500 years, Wu Miao is really like a monk, and he has not married a person yet. And Lin Chuan is the same, he has not married anyone so far. It seems that they are all waiting for the destined other half to appear. Zhu Xi listened to Lin Chuan's inexplicable words, and muttered in his heart. Who is he talking about? What a strange name. Lin Chuan was 100% sure of Zhu Xi's terminal illness. If he can't, then it's not a problem, anyway. What about a terminal illness? As long as it is a disease, there must be a cure for it. Lin Chuan patted Zhu Xi's fragrant shoulder excitedly, and said confidently, believe me, I, Lin Chuan, have ever lied. In this regard, Lin Chuan's demeanor was a little arrogant, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. But absolutely no bragging. After all, he has lived for more than 500 years purely by relying on medical skills. And the appearance is still the same as before, which is enough to show Lin Chuan's strength. Zhu Shi's eyes lit up, and she wanted Lin Chuan to treat her immediately. If she couldn't be cured, then she would have to die. But it was bitter for the child, and she lost her mother at a young age. It's always inconvenient here, I'll take you to home. Zhu Shi said optimistically while leading the way, it's really amazing, you have the highest honorary title at a young age. Facing Zhu Shi who was talking eloquently, Lin Chuan felt comfortable at the same time, but also a little caught off guard. He really didn't want to tell the truth, in fact, he was already more than 500 years old. Zhu Shi's home seemed to be very remote, and he had to go around the streets for a long time to arrive. The cry of a child and the magnetic reassuring voice of a young man could be heard in the room. Don't cry, Mom will be back soon. Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and he secretly said in his heart, damn it, this is Zhu Shi's home. As soon as Zhu Shi returned home, his temperament changed, and he skillfully pushed the door in. Took the child from her husband and patiently coaxed her. The action is done in one go, and the skill is distressing. In the room, the young man's eyes were full of tenderness, looking at Zhu Shi and the child, and said with a gentle face, "Lady, thank you for your hard work." Chapter 33. The house is a little crowded, but it is full of the smell of fireworks in the world. Lin Chuan said secretly in his heart as he stepped into the house. Zhu Shi's relationship with her husband should be very good. In that case, there is nothing to complain about. After all, being able to marry a good man who is willing to treat him well in this year can already be regarded as the smoke coming out of the ancestral tomb. The young man seemed to have discovered Lin Chuan a long time ago, and said hello with a smile, and said gently, "You're my lady's friend, right? Come on, please take a seat." The room was neat and clean, with the tatami mat with patches. Lin Chuan sat down with a smile and responded with a smile. "Haha, sort of." Zhu Shi sat down next to her husband with the child in her arms, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Xiao Chuan, there's nothing to entertain you." Zhu Shi glanced at the small room, and his eyes showed a touch of helplessness. Lin Chuan knew at a glance that he felt that she was not being well entertained. "Haha." Lin Chuan waved his hand and comforted, "Miss Zushi doesn't need to say this, I think it's okay. This kid is cute." Under the dim candlelight, the baby did not cry or make a fuss, and blinked with wide and delicate eyes. Looking at Zhu Shi with great energy, his little hand in his mouth is very cute. Lin Chuan looked at this scene, his heart suddenly tightened, and it was hard to imagine such a harmonious scene. It will end with Zhu Shi becoming a ghost and eating her husband and children. Of course, Lin Chuan did not allow this to happen. No matter how miserable he was, he couldn't die. Seeing her husband looking at Lin Chuan curiously, Zhu Shi explained the cause and effect clearly. When he heard that Lin Chuan was a pharmacist, his eyes lit up and he admired him. And when he heard that Lin Chuan could cure his mother's terminal illness, the young man, who looked to be 20 years old, hurriedly got up and bowed deeply to Lin Chuan, thankfully. "Mr. Lin Chuan, thank you, you will be my benefactor in the future." Lin Chuan waved his hand, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his heart was empty. "I will do my best, but the terminal illness is not a child's play. If you want to cure it, you must cure the root cause." Before leaving, the pharmacist told Lin Chuan 3 things. One of the things is this: to cure the disease, it is better to cure the root, otherwise it is better not to cure. Zhu Shi's eyes were misty, and she got up and snuggled in her husband's arms, comforting. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, I've been worrying about you all these years." The young man smiled and waved his hand, looking at Zhu Shi's pretty face affectionately, and said gently, "Why bother, you are my lady." After that, the two showed their affection in front of Lin Chuan for 3 minutes. Lin Chuan immediately froze in place and twisted his head away. Sighed in my heart, alas, I have eaten dog food all the time. I have eaten dog food in the past few years. Tens of thousands of critical hits were inflicted on my single dog. Ahem. Lin Chuan coughed and said with a solemn face, "Without further ado, the sooner this terminal illness is cured, the better." When the two heard this, they stopped their ambiguous movements. But it was still like glue. Zhu Shi nodded, and asked softly, "Xiao Chuan, then take a look now." Needless to say, shouldn't we pharmacists understand each other? Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and could only smile bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, once a woman falls in love, she feels stupid and cute, but it's also cute. It was natural, but I needed a relatively quiet environment. Lin Chuan said as he took out a few bottles of medicine jars, sterile gauze, cotton swabs and so on from his arms. The main focus is a profession. Seeing this, the young man also knew that it was time for him to avoid the scene. He took the child from Zhu Shi's hand, held it in his arms gently, and walked out and closed the door by the way. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, who? Zhu Shi glanced outside the door and said with a doting face. Haha, this kid is like this, it's very clingy to me. That's why I plan to cure this terminal illness and spend more time with him. It's good to watch him grow up. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's nose was sour, and he rubbed his nose when he looked at Zhu Shi, who was overflowing with maternal love. Well, very good, it seems that you have a good family relationship, which is also a very important part of the pharmacist. Lin Chuan said as he opened a crimson medicine jar and handed it to Zhu Shi, opening his mouth to explain. The medicine jar is filled with blood gas powder, which replenishes blood qi and nourishes the body. Your current body is like a rotten wood, and you have to raise it. During the conversation, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed with golden light, and the connection with heaven and earth was established. Naturally, you can see Zhu Shi's physical condition at this time clearly through wonky. To be honest, it's very bad. If Lin Chuan doesn't come miserably, she won't be able to live for a week. Zhu Shi didn't refuse, took the medicine jar and swallowed the powder into his stomach, and then drank a sip of water. Then how should this terminal illness be treated? Lin Chuan heard this, and pretended to be profound, prescribed the right medicine. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chuan withdrew his burning gaze and said secretly in his heart, "I'm too tired, this terminal illness of Zhu Shi is weird, it's probably man-made. But I can't bear that she is the MVP in the Ghost Slayer battle chapter." Lin Chuan has to grit his teeth and persevere, whether it is for the sake of no misery or for the sake of Zhu Shi. After a stick of incense, Lin Chuan pondered for a long time, and finally came up with a prescription. As for whether it has an effect, it is unknown. After taking the prescription, Zhu Shimei's eyes lit up, and he was stunned. This. I have never seen a prescription, it is worthy of Xiao Chuan, I can think of this. Unbelievable, it's so ashamed that you're younger than me. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's smiling face froze, and he muttered in his heart, "How dare you?" 500 years later, even a pig is afraid that it will become a pig saint. Of course, Lin Chuan now has no worries about food and clothing, and he relies on being miserable to provide for him like his ancestors. Miss Zhu Shi is a skilled doctor, kind and generous, and has a good reputation. Lin Chuan scratched his head and hurriedly pushed the pot and said, "Don't praise me, I'm just an ordinary little pharmacist." Hearing this, Zhu Shi put away the prescription and prepared to grab the medicine for a while. Zhu Shi knew that Lin Chuan was modest, so he didn't continue to praise him, but warmly invited. "It's getting dark, so I'll eat dinner first. Hearing this, Lin Chuan was ecstatic in his heart, and secretly said in his heart, could it be that he could taste the craftsmanship of the pearl world? After thinking about it again, Lin Chuan still politely refused and responded, "Thank you for your kindness, but there is still a very important person waiting for me to go home. I won't stay to disturb Miss Zhu Shi. By the way, you still call me senior brother. As the saying goes, if you have an advantage, you don't take advantage of the bastard." How could Lin Chuan miss it? Zhu Shi saw that Lin Chuan had a righteous face and his eyes were bright, not like a liar, so he slowly spoke. Senior brother. Chapter 34. Lin Chuan turned and walked away, speeding down the quiet path. There are no cars or electricity on the busy streets, and the eaves are always hung with those few worn lanterns. Unbelievable, I've finally made it to this day. Lin Chuan clutched his chest and comforted himself. If you persist and stay for another 100 years, it will be the turn of Jigu Yuanyi to be born. Time flies so fast. Leaving the lively night market, Lin Chuan turned into a streamer and quickly flashed towards his home. In the past 500 years, relatives have died one after another. Even the youngest servant at the beginning was turned into white bones. The only human being who can accompany without misery is Lin Chuan. For a long time, Lin Chuan's stomach growled with hunger. While rubbing his stomach, he stopped and said helplessly, "I knew I would have eaten dinner before leaving. Now I can only get noodles for me at night." Lin Chuan has eaten it for 500 years, and he didn't feel that the noodles were greasy, but he was addicted to eating them. According to the words of Wu Miserable, there is no need. The empty courtyard was lifeless, and there was not half a living person in sight. Only the fireflies are still stubbornly shining. Lin Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had long been accustomed to this. Then he walked to the house and knocked on the door. "No misery, I'm back." Seeing that no one answered, Lin Chuan said to himself, "Then I'll come in." With a squeak, the scene in the house was simply purgatory on earth, bloody. Lin Chuan looked disgusted, but he still pretended to be calm and continued to walk in. Even if Lin Chuan has a body of steel, he doesn't want to eat. "No misery, where are you?" "I'm hungry, I'll be hungry if I don't eat." After shouting tired, Lin Chuan covered his stomach and found a tatami mat with a little less blood to sit down, but he felt a cold on his buttocks. Lin Chuan immediately got up, and the corners of his clothes blew in the wind. Looking at the tatami mats that were already soaked in water, Lin Chuan helplessly supported his cheeks. "It's not miserable, I haven't met Jiguo Yuanyi yet. So it's so stubborn. Isn't it just that it will disappear when it encounters the sun? It's really enough to use special means to let your house not see the sun for 500 years. Because of the long-term absence of sunlight, the miserable house is completely different from Lin Chuan's, like a hellish haunted house. But on weekdays, one person and one ghost get along, but they are very harmonious. During the day, there is no misery at home alone to develop hobbies. For example, imported products, learning foreign languages, using new machines, etc. After learning something from No Misery, he would show off in front of Lin Chuan, and by the way, urge him to hurry up and find the cyan flower. In the evening, Wu Miao went out to forage for food, find some fresh bread, and develop his power by the way. Lin Chuan held his cheeks while reminiscing about the past, and his heart was infinitely emotional. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were scarce. Lin Chuan pricked up his ears, and he heard the sound of the rain, which was very crisp. Suddenly, Lin Chuan opened the window and looked. The drizzle of cattle joins into a white line, enveloping the whole outside. Lin Chuan stretched out his hand to catch it, but the white line mischievously slipped through his fingers, and he couldn't help muttering, "Well, how can it rain? It rarely rains here, let alone at night when the moon is bright and the stars are scarce." Lin Chuan began to feel uneasy in his heart, closed the doors and windows, paced back and forth in the house, and muttered to himself. It's not going to be a bad thing, is it? No, the people who can kill him haven't been born yet. It's really worrying. If I don't come back, I'll have to go out and look for it. No misery. Suddenly, two black shadows flashed from the rain curtain. One of them was about an inch taller than Lin Chuan, and there was not a trace of rain on a black gilt robe. Lin Chuan was overjoyed, but when his gaze shifted to another figure, it was like being struck by lightning. Zhu Shi. Lin Chuan rubbed his eyes and looked at the figure again in disbelief. Whether it is her appearance or temperament, she is 100% sure that it is herself. Lin Chuan clenched his fists, and asked sharply with 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his heart. Damn, what did you do? A few hours ago, Lin Chuan finally prescribed a life-saving prescription for Zhu Shi. Just wants to make a good fate for Wu Miao, so that he will not die in the finale. It's good now, it's all ruined in his hands. Lin Chuan looked at Zhu Shi, who was full of ghostly energy, his eyes were blank, and there were red tear stains. He was furious in his heart, and asked sharply. Wu Miao, where did you find her? I asked you where you found it. Hearing this, Wu Miao frowned, and secretly said in his heart, Lin Chuan took the wrong medicine. I have acted all my life, why do I have to explain it to you? Wu Miao maintained the tyranny and coldness of the Ghost King, stepped forward, and said confidently. She was just food for me. But on the way, I found out that she was a skilled pharmacist, so I brought her back. Lin Chuan and Wu Miao are friends who depend on each other. So Wu Miao is still willing to explain patiently. If it was someone else, Wu Miao would have blown his head up a long time ago. Hearing this, Lin Chuan was silent, and then asked with a wry smile. Does she still have a husband and a child? Wu Miao was immediately stunned, glanced at Lin Chuan suspiciously, and after thinking twice, nodded in response. Yes, they're too pestering. Said so. Said Mu miserable with a cruel smile and blood on his clothes. Lin Chuan was indignant. I finally helped you lay the good karma, maybe you don't have to die in the future. But now, it's all ruined. Lin Chuan didn't fight in one place, and threw a punch at Wu Miao, extremely fast. Wu Miao's strength has already increased greatly, and he smiled contemptuously at this, but when he was ready to devour, he could give birth to a tentacle that wanted to devour. Was directly smashed by this punch, and frowned and scolded without pain. You dare to attack me, what are you going to do? Lin Chuan looked at the desperate tears in the corners of Zhu Shi's eyes, his heart was full of anger, and his face was pale. How many do you have to kill to be satisfied? They're her only family. You've taken everything from her, how can she live? Wu Miao waved his hand and said disdainfully, Oh, my family was killed, so what? She's my subordinate now, and following my orders is her only goal. Whether she lives or not, it's not up to me to decide. Lin Chuan, let me ask again, do you still have any objections? As soon as these words came out, the space around Wu Miao was distorted, and the coercion exuded was also terrifying. Lin Chuan was quite tired, but he still responded categorically, No, I have no objection to whatever you do. It's just contempt for life, you better do less. If you kill too many people, you will forget yourself, and I'm afraid that you will forget even me when the time comes. Chapter 35. Lin Chuan's eyes were red, and he slowly looked at the cold and ruthless Wu Miao. There was no misery, he was stunned for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I thought you'd be happy. If you, who are also pharmacists, help me find it together. Will you find the cyan flower soon? Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, and he looked at Zhu Shi with dull eyes on the side, and said secretly in his heart. It seems that Wu Miao temporarily controlled Zhu Shi, causing her to be unable to express what she was thinking. Looking at the innocent and miserable, Lin Chuan smiled helplessly. No, miserable, it's really my blessing to have you. The sky has fallen, the ground has sunken, isn't there still me on top? The tone was full of helplessness and sadness. Because Wu Miao specializes in cannibalism, he is irritable, ruthless, and can't see through these sincere feelings. Lin Chuan knew that he couldn't persuade Wu Miao, but the two of them were still friends after all. Wu Miao, let her go first. Lin Chuan said as he walked towards Zhu Shi, the sound of gongs and drums in his stomach getting louder and louder. Wu Wu's eyes were cold, and after thinking for a while, he still let Zhu Shi go, and asked puzzledly. Lin Chuan, what's the use of letting her go? She has a very strong temperament, with cannibalistic vicious eyes. Zhu Shi's eyes changed from mist to lilac, and he was focusing. Lin Chuan was overjoyed when he saw this, but he still spoke out and said, no misery. The walking dead can never replace a real person. Okay, no misery, I'm hungry and want to eat the noodles you made again. Wu Yan glared at Lin Chuan viciously and said angrily. What a rice bucket! Having said that, Wu Miao still dodged away, leaving no trace. Lin Chuan looked at the empty surroundings, just wanting to check the situation in the Pearl world. A jade hand grew rapidly in front of him. I'm sorry. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and secretly said in his heart, this is to shoot me to death. At the same time, Zhu Shi's eyes were red, his face was pale, and he roared angrily. You bastard, you are all the victims, I never thought you were this kind of person. Lin Chuan understood in seconds when he heard this, and looked at Zhu Shi, who was a head shorter than himself. He was stunned, and explained with a heavy heart, I'm also sorry for this, but this matter really has nothing to do with me. Seeing that Zhu Shi was scolding more and more fiercely, and his voice was almost hoarse, Lin Chuan couldn't help but persuade softly. Zhu Shi, everyone has misfortunes, is there so much smooth sailing in the world? Look forward, go forward, that's what you should do. Lin Chuan continued, it's come to this, it's too late for me to say anything. But please believe me, I really have no ill will towards you. I also feel very sad for your husband and children. But people can't be resurrected after death, you should mourn. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Shi was furious and gave Lin Chuan a slap in the face. Lin Chuan waved his hand to block it, and looked at Zhu Shi with sharp eyes, and he didn't disperse for a long time. You must know that at this time, Zhu Shi has become a ghost, and she is no longer the powerless woman she was before. With a slap, it is not a problem to break a 10-inch plank. If it hits a person, it can even easily break a person's bones. Lin Chuan hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her and slammed her in the corner. Under the dim light, the movements of one person and one ghost are slightly ambiguous. But Lin Chuan's eyes were very clear, without a trace of evil thoughts, but comforted softly. Stop fighting, I, Lin Chuan, have never thought of killing your husband and your children. I'm very sad that they're dead. But what's the use of you beating me now? If they have spirits in the sky, they must not want to see you who have a mental breakdown and a walking corpse. Do you understand? Under a heartfelt roar, the rain stopped abruptly. It was as if I was intimidated by some mysterious power. Because one person and one ghost are too close, so in order to prevent Zhu Shi from hitting again, Lin Chuan could only cuff her hands to death, put her whole body against the wall, and reasoned earnestly. But it didn't have much effect, and just lost the two most important people in my life. Seeing that he couldn't resist, Zhu Shi stopped struggling, and instead cried bitterly. Lin Chuan bowed his head and said with self-reproach, I'm sorry, if only I hadn't left, but now, nothing can be reversed. Zhu Shi was stunned for a moment, his eyes were full of stars, and then he realized that he was wrong to blame Lin Chuan. But there is one thing she understands, that is, Wu Miao and Lin Chuan are in the same group. I will never forget the brutal murder of my husband and children. You are still following him, how can you make me believe you? Hearing this, Lin Chuan let go of Zhu Shi, then raised his head to the sky 45 degrees and slowly closed his eyes, and said with a resolute expression, I'm a lifelong friend with him. If you want to kill him, kill me first. My neck is here, but even if you kill me, your husband and children won't come back. Hearing this, Zhu Shi pinched Lin Chuan's neck like crazy, and continued to increase his strength. Under this huge force, Lin Chuan felt suffocated for the first time. At this moment, Lin Chuan seemed to see his master, and he also seemed to see his own grandmother. Lin Chuan, who has an infinite invincibility value, would not have been killed. But they can't be immune to control, and this binding force is control. After half a burnt incense, Zhu Shi looked at Lin Chuan, who was still not dead, and took half a step back in disbelief, panicking like a ghost. Impossible, impossible. You are obviously a human being, why haven't you been strangled to death by me? Wu, does this really have nothing to do with you? In grief, Zhu Shi shed 2 lines of tears again. Lin Chuan glanced at Zhu Shi gratefully, and then rubbed his neck and said, because even if he doesn't kill me, it's even more impossible for you. I don't know about this at all. Lin Chuan spread out his hand and explained, who would have expected that he would come as soon as I left? Hearing this, Zhu Shi rolled his eyes, but he didn't continue to go crazy. She turned her anger into motivation and waited for the day of revenge. Suddenly, with a squeak, Wu Miao pushed the door and walked in with a large bowl of steaming noodles. Seeing that Lin Chuan's face was wrong, Wu Miao was angry on the spot. Damn, I'll lift the ban for you, not to make you lose your temper. With a cold snort, the invisible power turned into a big hand, grabbed Zhu Shi's neck and lifted him high. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't pull away from this invisible hand. Listening to the sound of broken bones, Lin Chuan's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly persuaded. Let her go, it's not miserable, I'm fine, there's no between the two of us. Chapter 36. I didn't believe it. Wu Miao was full of doubts, but he still let go of Zhu Shi. Then he handed the noodles to Lin Chuan, pretending to be angry and said, oh, I'll give you one last time. With a snap, Zhu Shi fell to the ground and covered his neck and groaned in pain. Now she's a ghost, so she'll recover soon. Seeing that Wu Miao was fighting for himself, Lin Chuan's heart warmed, and he took the bowl and feasted on it, muttering. After many years, your craftsmanship is still so amazing. Hey, I'm afraid I would have starved to death without you. Wu Miao stood in place and looked at Lin Chuan in a daze, and said with a mocking expression. Oh, then you're starving. When Lin Chuan heard this, he was stunned on the spot, and he drank a mouthful of noodle soup with a smile, and said happily. Dead, who can understand your craft? Mountains and rivers, bosom friends are hard to find, if you don't die, I can't die. Wu Miao was stunned for a few seconds, then took back the empty bowl, and his tone softened. If you don't find the cyan flower, of course you can't die. Zhu Shi looked at this scene in shock, and his heart was full of confusion. Because it was very strange to be miserable at this time, he was so patient and cooked noodles for Lin Chuan to eat. Maybe the breakthrough point would be Lin Chuan. After making up his mind, Zhu Shi began to lay out the plan. But according to the curse setting, any mental activity of the ghost cannot escape the eyes of the miserable. As the Ghost King, he has the right to kill all ghosts. You can also check the inner thoughts of the ghost at any time, and share the vision of the ghost. Seeing that Zhu Shi was unpredictable, he said with a blue face. Hehe, you dare to kill me, it's really a crime that deserves death. Zhu Shi's face turned a lot paler, and he said in disbelief, What, you, how do you know? Humph, I am your master, everything you have is mine, and your life is also mine." Hearing this, he said without misery, "I want you to die, you have to die. Now I need you to help me find the cyan flower. I'll give you a chance to live and look for it with Lin Chuan." After that, Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan and asked in a cold voice, "Have you eaten enough?" Lin Chuan understood that Wu Miao was leaving. In the past 500 years, Lin Chuan has studied the notes left by the pharmacist, and Wu Miao has studied foreign languages, Chinese, English. He was also gifted and soon became proficient in 8 Chinese. Lin Chuan, who was watching, was stunned for a moment, and shouted straight out, "So leaving without misery is not necessarily to eat people. It is also possible to be a godson, or disguise yourself as someone else's husband and experience the fireworks in the world." Lin Chuan hiccuped and praised it. "Haha, it's really heavy, and my stomach is round again." Hearing this, he glanced at Lin Chuan angrily and said angrily, "Your belly hasn't changed for 500 years, is it strange that you will be fat?" Lin Chuan saw Wu Miao go away, waved his hand goodbye. "Wu Miao, have a good journey. Don't go crazy when you come back." When Wu Miao is gone, Zhu Shi didn't know when he walked behind Lin Chuan, and hid his knife in his smile. "Hehe, it seems that you have a good relationship. So worried about him as a scumbag." Lin Chuan waved his hand and retorted with a firm gaze, "It's not that I'm worried, but I'm very worried. No one is a bad person from the beginning, and no one is a good person from the beginning. Pity him for being alone in this life. I'm the only one with me, and I'm the only one with him." Zhu Shi laughed angrily when he heard this. "Hehe, do you know that he killed someone? When he killed those innocent people and brutally tortured and killed infant children, would you still say that? Is your heart cold?" Lin Chuan was silent for a long time, and then slowly looked up into the distance, and said in a hoarse voice, "My heart is red, powerful, and hot, but so what? Will I be happy if I kill him? Is it admired by all the people, or is there another person who is willing to accompany me forever?" Seeing this, Zhu Shi no longer said more, but fell on the tatami mat, turned his back to Lin Chuan, and gritted his teeth. "I will kill him, and if you have any good thoughts, please don't stop me." Lin Chuan understood what he meant, and said with a smile, "Haha, Miss Zushi is really good at laughing, I'm such a good person. How can I not have good thoughts? As a pharmacist, I don't know how many people I have treated." Suddenly, a chill hit from behind. Lin Chuan looked back and found that Zhu Shi had turned into a blue-faced and fanged demon, staring at him with red eyes. "Damn, don't you want to be so unlucky?" Lin Chuan said speechlessly, "No misery, can't you feed Zhu Shi first and then send it over? Now that there is no one around, are you really not worried that I will be eaten by her?" As soon as the words fell, Zhu Shi couldn't restrain the strong desire to eat people in his heart. Waved a cold light towards Lin Chuan, and said in a low and strange voice, "Eat your meat, I want to eat meat." Lin Chuan glanced at the empty and lifeless house. The whole villa was just a big living person. And this place is very remote, there is no one within a radius of several miles. With a bang, Lin Chuan dodged, and the tatami mats were instantly torn apart by the pearl world. Zhu Shi banged his head with both hands, and said with a painful expression, My head hurts so much." The roar was deafening, and Zhu Shi couldn't restrain himself again and threw himself at Lin Chuan. Because he didn't want to hurt Zhu Shi, Lin Chuan could only run. Lin Chuan hurriedly persuaded while running around the pillar, "Damn, don't, Zhu Shi, my meat is not tang monk meat. Really, I haven't taken a bath for 3 hours, and my body should be very smelly, which is not to your liking. Don't, Miss Zhu Shi, please restrain yourself." The only thing that responded to Lin Chuan was Zhu Shi's red eyes and green fangs. As soon as Zhu Shi regained some sense, he begged bitterly, "Xiao Chuan, Knock me unconscious. I'm about to lose my restraint. What's wrong with me? Why do I want to eat people so much? If it weren't for revenge, Zhu Shi would have wanted Lin Chuan to kill her. Lin Chuan's pupil shrank, and he shook his head violently and said, "It's better not to treat the symptoms than the root cause. Knocks you out, but the hunger pangs are still there. And the desire to eat people will continue to grow, and when you wake up, you will definitely bite people when you see them." Hearing this, Zhu Shi shed 2 lines of tears and asked, "Is there no other way?" Lin Chuan looked at Zhu Shi and said categorically, "Yes. I tried to develop an antidote for you to reduce your desire and need to eat people. When the time comes, let's see if we can make you suck a small amount of human blood and you won't go crazy. Don't worry, you hold on, I'll bleed to you if there's no one around." Chapter 37. Looking at Lin Chuan, who had fine skin and tender meat, it was difficult for Zhu Shi to restrain his desire to eat people. It was as if a person who had been hungry for 7 days saw the whole banquet of the Manchurians. Zhu Shi's eyes were hot, and Lin Chuan was a little creepy when he looked at it. Lin Chuan secretly said in his heart, "Zhu Shi is not weak." Fortunately, Zhu Shi took advantage of this moment of sobriety, struggled to turn his back and nodded with difficulty. Without any reply, Lin Chuan looked at Zhu Shi, who was trying to restrain himself, and was confident. "Don't worry, I'll definitely cure you." Without further ado, Lin Chuan immediately took a sample of zushi and flashed back to his room. The humidity in the room is too heavy, which will affect the quality and effectiveness of the medicine. So Lin Chuan could only come back, but locked the door before leaving. Ming Mingzhu lost her husband and children in the world, and now she is going to be locked up like a slave. This made Lin Chuan's heart have mixed feelings. Lin Chuan quickly swept through the dazzling array of medicines, and his eyes lit up. Then he skillfully extracted several medicinal herbs and some utensils. As a traverser, Lin Chuan has made some modern upgrades to the equipment, and the efficiency has been increased by 3 to 5 times. With the mutual fusion of drugs and the adjustment of dosage, the bitter taste rushed straight to Lin Chuan's brain. The gears of fate are also slowly turning. Even if Bing Shui is smart and has excellent medical skills, it has taken several years. Can I do it in an hour? To be honest, Lin Chuan felt a little empty in his heart, and said to himself, "Master, can I do it? There is a glass window on the roof, and you can clearly see the bright starry sky." As soon as the words fell, a meteor slipped down from the vast starry sky, which was fleeting. Lin Chuan nodded, already having an answer in his heart. After a stick of incense, Lin Chuan looked at the antidote he had developed, and muttered in his heart, "Why did you refine the elixir again? I'm fucking girl, it's obviously soup. There are strange things every year, especially this year. The whole body of the pill is pitch black, and it is in the shape of a flat ball." As soon as Lin Chuan picked it up, a bitter taste rushed to his head. "Well, that's right. Good medicine is bitter and good for disease, this taste is right." Lin Chuan was overjoyed, and quickly put the pill into his arms, and by the way, took out a few gummies from the medicine jar. The gummies are purely to increase the sweetness, so that Zhu Shi does not feel too bitter and spit it out. Lin Chuan hurriedly dodged back to the front of the miserable house, and the door was slammed by Zhu Shi. The original imposing house instantly became a dilapidated house, crumbling in the cold wind. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly opened the door, and said secretly in his heart, "How can I explain to him if I make the Wu Miao family like this? You won't stop me from giving me noodles to eat, right?" The moment I opened the door, the pungent smell of blood came in. Lin Chuan looked up and saw that Zhu Shi's hair was emanating, his eyes were full of fierce light, and his spirit was very abnormal. Zhu Shi has just become a ghost, and his desire to eat people is very strong, just like a newborn baby must cry. Hearing this bad sound, Lin Chuan understood that Zhu Shi was about to attack. The next second, Zhu Shi disappeared in front of him in an instant, and Lin Chuan's back was cold. "I've kept you waiting, Zhu Shi. I've developed an antidote, and you'll be fine right after taking it." The corner of Lin Chuan's eye saw that Zhu Shi was about to bite down, so he quickly took out the pill and said, "Don't bite, you can't bite it." But it backfired, and Zhu Shi couldn't listen to anything at this time. Zhang Da's red lips and white teeth bit down straight and hit Lin Chuan's neck. A crisp cracking sound sounded, and Lin Chuan only felt an itch in his neck, and it was fine. But Zhu Shi hesitated for a moment, and the broken teeth grew back, and he immediately fell into madness again. Lin Chuan hurriedly turned around and grabbed Zhu Shi's hand. The terrifying power erupted, and Lin Chuan pressed Zhu Shi under him and firmly restrained him. Zhu Shi struggled, and roared frantically, "Eat, eat your meat, eat your..." Lin Chuan was obviously immortal in the flesh, but his hand was like an iron tong that made Zhu Shi unable to move. Without waiting for Zhu Shi to think about it, Lin Chuan sent the pill and gummy into Zhu Shi's mouth together. Seeing that Zhu Shi was going crazy and wanted to bite down, Lin Chuan quickly retracted his hand and joked with a smile. "Don't talk about you, even if you are miserable, you can't bite my skin. Take medicine well, your body is the capital of the revolution, whether you are a human or a ghost, it is equally important." But the pills and gummies were too dry, making Zhu Shi frown tightly and stuck in his throat. Lin Chuan saw Zhu Shi's gradually blue lips, and secretly said something bad in his heart. "Oops, I didn't pay attention to this stubble for a while, how can I swallow it if there is no water?" Looking around, there are ruins, where is the water? Lin Chuan glanced at the nearby rain, but the water was too dirty, mixed with sawdust and the unspeakable. The smell came up all of a sudden. As a pharmacist, Lin Chuan knew that this water was absolutely undrinkable. The medicine is stuck in his throat and is extremely difficult to absorb, and Zhu Shi is still struggling desperately. But he was still easily suppressed by Lin Chuan, and the invincibility value was infinite, and it was really terrifying. Time passed minute by minute, and there was more torture for the crazy Zhu Shi. Lin Chuan looked at Zhu Shi who was groaning in pain, and secretly blamed himself in his heart. "But I accidentally bit my tongue, it was soft and a little painful." Suddenly, Lin Chuan suddenly realized, and immediately leaned down and squatted down to bite the tip of his tongue. Sharp pain immediately swept through the body like an electric current. Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked, opened Zhu Shi's small mouth, and sent blood in. At this moment, Lin Chuan did not have a trace of distraction at all. Just to send blood in so that she can swallow the medicine. In the eyes of the pharmacist, in order to cure the disease and save people, there is often no distinction between men and women, because life is greater than everything. Excessive blood loss makes Lin Chuan a little dizzy. But the effect is also very significant. After a while, the pair of red eyes of the pearl world returned to lilac, and they were quite vibrant. After the pill was absorbed, Lin Chuan's tongue was full of blood essence. It met the blood-sucking needs of the pearl world at once, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Lin Chuan let go of Zhu Shi, got up and asked, "Zhu Shi, do you feel better?" The remaining blood stains on his lips quickly dried, and Lin Chuan wiped his mouth, feeling helpless about what he had just done. Lin Chuan was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle in his heart, and finally let go of his heart under the comfort of Zhu Shi's soft voice. "I'm much better, thank you, Ogawa. I used the blood on the tip of my tongue, it had a big impact on you, right? I'm sorry, I blamed you wrongly." Zhu Shi slowly got up, and behaved elegantly at the same time. The tone was also very gentle, which made Lin Chuan's heart warm. For the thrilling incident just now, Zhu Shi was silent. But there was a soft light of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan waved his hand and comforted, "Miss Zhu Shi is polite, I'm fine." If I could have developed an antidote sooner, you wouldn't have been so painful. Zhu. She nodded, his eyes flashing, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 38. Lin Chuan patted Zhu Shi's fragrant shoulder and made a plan. If you come back without misery, ask what is going on. Don't make a sound, I'll take care of it. Outside the house, the sky was getting brighter, and the light of the morning sun was scattered like a veil on the earth. Thousands of rivers and mountains gradually become ethereal, as if to herald a mysterious and unpredictable future. Lin Chuan felt uneasy in his heart and walked slowly towards the outside of the house. Behind him, Zhu Shi looked at Lin Chuan's broad back with a gentle face, and slowly buried his head. Looking at himself who was splashed with blood, Zhu Shi's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "I can't spare you, no misery." With Lin Chuan's antidote, Zhu Shi can be regarded as getting rid of Wu Miao's control. For the time being, it will not be heard by Wu Miao. If Wu Miao unleashed the curse with all his might, Zhu Shi would still be killed. For example, the handball ghost was disemboweled to death by a huge arm through his body due to a curse. Lin Chuan opened his arms to meet the first light of the morning light. The faint fragrance of cherry blossoms permeates the surroundings, making people feel refreshed for a while. After his mood improved, Lin Chuan looked back and smiled, and reminded, "Zhu Shi, come to my room. It's getting dawn, ghosts can't bask in the sunday." Zhu Shi's delicate body trembled when he heard this, and he slowly walked behind Lin Chuan and asked, "What would happen if the ghost basked in the sun?" Lin Chuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, explaining, "It's like paper encountering fire, and it will disappear in an instant, and it will never be able to be reborn." "Okay. Great. If you are not miserable, you should die like this." Zhu Shi was ecstatic in his heart, but he did not show it. Her hatred for Wu Miao has been engraved in her bones and imprinted in her heart, and she will never forget it for eternity. Lin Chuan watched the scattered cherry blossoms slowly sink into the ground, and said earnestly, "People will die, like this cherry blossom into the ground, this is the number of human lives. Miss Zushi, please don't do stupid things, at least not in the last 100 years, otherwise you will only be hurt. By the way, can you go home with me now?" Lin Chuan stretched out his hand and smiled and motioned for Zhu Shi to follow him. Zhu Shi was stunned when he heard this, looked at Lin Chuan with a determined face, and said secretly in his heart, "Can Xiao Chuan hear my heart? How could it be? 100 years, stupid things. What does it mean to feel around?" After thinking about it again, Zhu Shi still held Lin Chuan's hand. "Let's walk slowly in this lifeless villa." After she knew that she was going with her, Lin Chuan let go of her hand. "It's a very old villa. Except for me and the miserable house, you try not to go to the rest of the rooms." Suddenly, Lin Chuan remembered that the miserable house had been destroyed, and changed his words in embarrassment. "Oh, by the way, don't go to the miserable house, it's gone." Hearing this, Zhu Shi sneered, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. It's just a pity that Wu Miao didn't turn to ashes like that house. When Lin Chuan returned to his room, the sky had changed greatly. The sun pierces the sky like a sharp sword, blooming with 1,000 rays of light, dispelling all the darkness of the world. Lin Chuan hurriedly brought Zhu Shi into the house and firmly closed the doors and windows. As for the glass windows on the roof, they were also covered by Lin Chuan with tin foil, rejoicing. "Hoo, I'm glad I caught up." Lin Chuan walked to the workbench and found the qi and blood pill. "Stuff it into your mouth one by one like jelly beans, swallow it, and say refreshedly, 'Zhu Shi, don't sit casually, treat this as a home.'" Zhu Shi looked at the crazy Lin Chuan like a monster. He secretly said in his heart, "Isn't that a qi and blood pill? One is enough to replenish qi and blood." He actually ate so much at once, can his body really stand it? Lin Chuan looked back and smiled, seeing Zhu Shi's worried frown, his pretty face was unbelievably beautiful under the dim candle light. Lin Chuan smiled and comforted, "It's okay, it's the pharmacist's duty to test the medicine, and you can't let innocent people be guinea pigs. Of course, it's 3 parts poison, and it doesn't work for me anymore. Because of the long-term drug trial, my body has changed, so I will be fine." Seeing this, Zhu Shi relieved his heart, then looked at the room and blurted out, "Ogawa, is this where you make medicine? It's really big. If you devote yourself to research here, you might be able to develop a medicine that kills no misery." Lin Chuan's head was full of black lines, and he said in a rough voice with some displeasure, "I won't make that kind of medicine, I can't die if I don't die. He's my friend." Zhu Shi gritted his teeth and asked sharply, "He killed so many people, shouldn't he die? Do you still want to help him?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and he had expected this. He didn't expect Zhu Shi to let go of the hatred in his heart, he just hoped that she wouldn't do stupid things. Provoked no misery, but really anything can be done. Lin Chuan helplessly held his cheeks, and said with mixed feelings in his heart, "Yes. He is guilty of killing people, and he is guilty of killing 10 people, he is guilty of killing 100 people and killing 1,000 people. But if he kills 10,000 people, he should be the hero. Everyone has made mistakes, but only a few remember. His life has been more ill-fated than you think. If you can, please wait, I have an unfulfilled wish." Lin Chuan's tone carried a hint of pleading. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't agree, Zhu Shi shook his head helplessly and took a step back. "Xiao Chuan, can I use your workbench then?" Lin Chuan got up, gave up his position, and agreed. "I am also a pharmacist, of course I can. Miss Zhu Shi, with your help, the rest of these medicines should be able to be made." Zhu Shi looked at the dazzling array of medicines and exclaimed. But when she swept around, she found that there were few people she knew except for the qi and blood pill. "Xiao Chuan, there are so many medicines." "Zhu." She looked at Lin Chuan and asked softly, "What else do you want to make?" "I'm going to develop a medicine that shocks the earth and weeps ghosts." Lin Chuan raised his arms and shouted, saying sonorously, "An elixir that breaks the restrictions of the mandate of heaven. In other words, it is for people who can't live to be 25 years old when they open the markings. The king of Hades wants you to die in the 3rd watch, I dare to keep you until the 5th watch." Lin Chuan really can't accept the knife of the finale of the Demon Slayer blade. It hurts, it hurts." Zhu Shi exclaimed in surprise, but he couldn't speak. "What?" With a strong state of mind, Zhu Shi quickly reacted, and said incredulously, "What? That's a blank realm that has never existed and has never succeeded." His eyes became more and more determined, and then he cut the railroad to the end. "Yes, it's really hard, and I've spent 500 years doing it. But I never thought about giving up, because I had a reason why I couldn't give up." Chapter 39. Why is this Xiao Chuan and Wu miserable together? The huge mystery is laid out in front of him, like a thin veil. It seems to be broken at the first poke, but it is untouchable. Suddenly, a familiar and domineering coercion turned into a cold snap, enveloping the entire room. Lin Chuan felt something in his heart, and went straight in front of Zhu Shi, and said with a solemn face, "It's time to come, it's still here after all. No misery." Lin Chuan looked up as he broke into the house with the cold current. What catches your eye is a stunning beauty who captivates the country and the city. Lin Chuan's pupils shrank, and he shouted in his heart that this was impossible. "Today, I simply went out and stepped on shit luck, and I returned to my female form again." Zhu Shixia frowned, feeling that the world had become magical. She couldn't help muttering, "How could she be? She is Wu Miao." As Wu Miao approached Lin Chuan at a strange speed, the terrifying coercion instantly enveloped her. The room fell silent. Eerie and piercing, Lin Chuan deeply realized what it was to hide a knife in a smile. The unmiserable beauty of the female form is beauty, but there is a knife hidden in that smile. What is the matter with 3 points of charm and 7 points of heroic posture? The sound of the mad footsteps stopped abruptly, and he stood in front of Lin Chuan without misery. It was actually an inch higher than Lin Chuan. Zhu Shijiao's body trembled, and the monstrous hatred overcame the fear brought by the miserable, and there were 2 flames burning in her beautiful eyes. It's daylight outside, let's fight, let's die together. No matter how hard Zhu Shi struggles, his body can't move. As if Wu Miao had already known what she was going to do, the strong fragrance came to his face. Lin Chuan rubbed his nose, not knowing whether to be happy or worried, and asked, Wu Miao, if you want to kill you, you have to say something. You don't say anything, how scary do you know? The female form of Wu Miao can grow huge tentacles. Swallow a person like a loaf of bread, and click it off. Lin Chuan looked at the miserable who was close at hand and stared at him, and praised him. Wu Miao, you are really beautiful and beautiful today. Lin Chuan said the truth while raising his hand to touch Wu Miao's pretty face. With Lin Chuan's shocked expression, there is a certain chance of success. In other words, if it doesn't work, just look at this wave of sycophants. Lin Chuan looked at Wu Miao with a sincere face, as if he was looking at a peerless treasure, and blurted out his debut. Beautiful, beautiful, suffocating. If you can kiss fangs, you will have no regrets. Is such a sycophant, but the shooting is not miserable, but it is unpleasant. Most of the anger in Wu Miao's heart dissipated in an instant, but he felt that Lin Chuan's eyes were too hot. So Wu Miao raised his hand and turned his head off a point, and then said in a cold tone, Flim tongue. Having said that, Lin Chuan obviously felt that the cold around him was a lot less. So Lin Chuan struck while the iron was hot and continued to say sincerely, It's not a flamboyant tongue. Wu Miao, you are really beautiful now. Please forgive me for being rude. Lin Chuan decided to give it a go, became the wife of the Ghost King, and defeated the Ghost King and became the King of Hades. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't believe that Wu Miao would like him. After all, he was just a little pharmacist. It was equivalent to a dick in his previous life, who would like it? Lin Chuan quickly hugged Wu Miao's willow waist, and regardless of his discolored face, he kissed the moist and seductive bright red. The action is as fast as thunder, and everything happens between lightning and flint. Wu Miao was furious, but he could follow Lin Chuan's actions. A strong electric current hits the whole body, bringing a feeling that has never been felt before. What is this? Didn't I come to Xingxi to ask about the guilt? Wu Miao muttered in his heart, and wanted to push Lin Chuan away, but found that he was weak, and his head was even more blank. Sweet, soft, warm. This is Lin Chuan's intuitive feeling of the miserable red lips, but he has already begun to feel uneasy in his heart. Thinking about it, I shouldn't be beaten into a twist by Wu Miao for a while. Although he can't move me, he doesn't give me noodles to eat, starving me to death. It's also cold and violent. Lin Chuan let go of Wu Miao like a lightning strike, quickly retreated a few steps, and pleaded guiltily, Wu Miao, I'm really sorry. Because you are so beautiful and moving, as long as you are a man, you can't help it. Wu Miao heard this, and immediately said angrily, Oh! Bastard! Lin Chuan, my words are the will of God. You dare to disobey me and touch my face. What a big dog! Looking at the pale face, Lin Chuan was overjoyed. Because there is no misery, there is no direct shot. It shows that she has no murderous intentions, so there is still room for exchange. Of course, all this is also thanks to Lin Chuan's solid kung fu. Among the dog-licking quotations I heard in my previous life, there are many boiling sheep and sheep quotations. Lin Chuan withstood the tons of pressure released by Wu Miao and walked forward, cutting the railway. No misery, I really didn't lie to you. I've been with you for 500 years, and there is a sentence that I have always buried in my heart and has not said for a long time. Now, I'm afraid I can't hide it. I stretched out his hand violently, and an invisible force instantly restrained Lin Chuan's neck, and grasped it firmly, interrupting Lin Chuan's sweet words. Wu Miao said coldly, full of oily tone, "Don't you think I don't know? What are your intentions? Now you dare to break ground on Tai Sui yet? It seems that you don't know my methods yet." Lin Chuan's heart was full of grass and mud horses, and the marquis was projected in his mind like a slide. Recalling his previous life in the Demon Slayer Blade, the cruel methods were outrageous and creepy. It can be said that the 10 great tortures in ancient times were all younger brothers in front of her. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan did not move at all. On the contrary, he looked at Wu Miao with a fearless face, and his eyes were full of tenderness. "The main thing is one, I have not been abused 1,000 times, I still treat her like my first love. Of course, Lin Chuan will not die. It's just that I don't know what kind of means Wu Miao will use." Wu Miao's face turned crimson, and he glared at Lin Chuan viciously, and he jumped like thunder. "What do you see? Believe it or not, I'm going to gouge out your eyeballs as bubbles." And there was an indecent majesty in his tone. Zhu Shi's heart was tight, and he didn't know what to do. She wanted to resist, but found that she couldn't even move her body. This sense of powerlessness made Zhu Shi blame himself, and his heart was like a knife. At this moment, she also understood why Xiao Chuan would say that she should stop doing stupid things. Wu Miao is too strong. Lin Chuan gave up the struggle, and was arrested by Wu Miao so easily. But there is no trace of injury, at most it is just a small lack of oxygen. Ahem, it's not miserable, you can't bear it. Lin Chuan smiled softly, "Haha, you've pinched me several times. It's okay to repay the mistake I just kissed you." Wu Miao snorted coldly, where could he agree? Without saying a word, he increased his strength, and it was bound to break Lin Chuan's neck. Chapter 40. The flames in his eyes were blazing, and he flicked his sleeves and said angrily, "Damn Lin Chuan, don't think that's it. I can't spare you." The two sides pointed to Mai Meng, to the point of saber rattling, facing the unmiserable uncertainty. Lin Chuan took the initiative to reconcile and persuaded softly, "No misery, anger hurts the liver, dissipates qi, and the body is important. Anger is the devil." Wu Miao glanced at Lin Chuan angrily, and scolded coldly, "I want to kill you and want to go crazy, and you still tell me to dissipate my anger." Lin Chuan took Wu Miao's words and said with a complicated expression, "When you didn't live to be 20 years old, my master made the medicine and I fed you. It's just a taste of the medicinal herb cyan flower, you can just eat it. I will definitely find the cyan flower, this is the agreement between us." After thinking about it again and again, he put down Lin Chuan indifferently, and emphasized in a deep voice, "Humph, I didn't let you go. It's just that you are guilty of meritorious service and help me find the cyan flower. Otherwise, I will cut you with 1,000 knives and swallow it in one bite." Hearing this, Lin Chuan rubbed his neck, turned his head to look at Wu Miao, and quipped, "Haha, you won't. This wave is not a loss at all." Zhu Shi looked at this magical scene, and countless question marks popped up in his heart. Is this still the murderous, cruel, and tyrannical, and will not even let go of the infant baby? Wu Miao turned his back and asked, "My home, which of you two destroyed it?" Lin Chuan covered Zhu Shi's cherry mouth, and then took the initiative to take responsibility, "I deliberately and accidentally destroyed it. Your one is too shabby, I'm afraid of leaking into the sun, so I want to change it for you." Hearing this, Wu Miao became interested, and squinted slightly at Lin Chuan. "Oh, haha, do you want to change to that?" There was a hint of playfulness in his tone, as if Wu Miao had already seen through these childish tricks. Lin Chuan understood in seconds when he heard it, and he blew the sky and fell into the air. Of course, it's the most magnificent, the most magical, and the darkest dungeon. I've thought of the name, let's call it Infinite City for the time being. As soon as these words came out, Wu Miao said with a suspicious and joking face, "Oh. Lin Chuan, you really want to come out?" Lin Chuan nodded, and said secretly in his heart, "I just accelerated this inevitable result. Anyway, Infinite City has not yet appeared, so it doesn't hurt to use this name for yourself." Hearing this, the anger in Wu Miao's heart gradually subsided, and he asked again and again, "Are you sure there won't be that damn sun?" Seeing Wu Miao's face turned pale, Lin Chuan smiled unkindly, "Haha, with me Lin Chuan here, it will definitely be as you wish. It's just that when I find the cyan flower, I guess you still want to bask in the sun." Wu Miao nodded, and then sent out a soul torture and asked, "Where is the Infinite City? Can I go in now? Your house really makes me feel uncomfortable." Lin Chuan heard the words full of black lines, and secretly complained in his heart. Seeing Lin Chuan shook his head, he waved his hand without annoyance, and said angrily, "Lin Chuan, you dare to play tricks on me? Don't report to me if you don't determine what is good, otherwise it's better not to say it." Seeing the peak duel between these two happy enemies, Zhu Shi was full of question marks. "But because I can't move my body now, I can only act on the sidelines. By the way, observe whether there are any other weaknesses." Seeing that Wu Miao frowned, Lin Chuan said with a sincere face, "We are best friends. How could I fool you? Don't worry, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Infinity City is underground, so it's hard to teleport in time. But if you help, then it's done." Wu Miao glanced at it coldly, and said that it was false. "Destroyed my house, kidnapped me, and touched my face. If it were any other imp, they wouldn't have survived for a while. Not to mention those little breads that were jumping around in the middle of the night. No misery, it is rumored that there is a hard-working Peepa girl who sells for a living, and she may be able to help you." According to the memories of his previous life, Lin Chuan said with a determined face, "If she helps, you can come and go without a trace at that time. Think about it, how good it is to have a home where you can enter and exit whenever you want. If there is really the place that Lin Chuan said, that's completely tailor-made for him." Wu Miserable's tone softened a little, "Okay, I remember, Peepa girl, right. Lin Chuan, I'll give you another chance, don't let me down next time." Lin Chuan patted his chest and said with a serious face, "That's natural, we're good friends. Friends stick knives in their ribs, isn't that how it should be?" The corners of Wu Miao's mouth twitched, and he sneered at this in his heart. "Lin Chuan's cheeks are really thick enough, and he has used my things for 500 years. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all borne by her. And there is no doubt that she will properly support Lin Chuan. Fortunately, Wu Miao likes to do business, and has spare money in business, otherwise he would have been given Huo by Lin Chuan a long time ago. In these years, Wu Miao is a ghost king, is he easy?" Lin Chuan looked at Wu Miao, who was full of black lines, felt ashamed, and comforted him. "No misery, believe me, give me another 500 years. I promise to help you find the cyan flower." A jade hand clapped over, glared at Lin Chuan viciously, and said coldly, 500 years, no, at most tomorrow. Tomorrow. I damn it, you really dare to think about it. Lin Chuan hurriedly persuaded. The cyan flower on the other side is not a cabbage, how can it be so easy to find? As soon as the words fell, it happened to be 3 poles in the sun. It's dawn, the damn sunshine is here again. Wu Miao frowned and said, without further ado, you can go out and find the cyan flower now. Don't let me down again. Because the house was destroyed, Wu Miao had to live here in Lin Chuan first. The rest of the places were too unfamiliar, and Wu Miao didn't dare to go. He didn't have a complete certainty that he wouldn't go, and insisted on staying until the end. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and agreed, "Okay, it's not a problem. It's not miserable, or you can save this female form for the next few days. It will also help me find the cyan flower as soon as possible." The corners of Wu Miao's mouth rose, revealing a tsundere look that you thought really beautiful, and then changed back to the original with a wave of his hand. Emaciated and upright body, unruly and beautiful face. There is no tragic domineering side leakage, giving people the feeling of facing 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. Zhu Shi witnessed everything and deduced that Wu Miao would change his form, and that he could change men and women, and that he might even become a child and an old man. And everything that was seen. Chapter 41. Seeing Lin Chuan's bewildered behavior, Zhu Shi couldn't help but ask. "Didn't he shout to kill you just now? Do you still want to help him find the cyan flower?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan looked up to the sky in a dull mood and sighed. The clouds in the sky were rolling, and the white clouds were leisurely, very comfortable. Everywhere you look, there is a heat wave. Alas, it seems that the situation is not good. Lin Chuan said with a solemn face. "Such a strong sunlight is fatal to Wu Miao, and even more fatal to you. Would you rather stay with Wu Miao, or would you like to leave here with me?" Zhu Shi's delicate body trembled when he heard this, and he quickly weighed in his heart to stay. Wu Miao is too strong, and now he will definitely not be able to kill him on his own. It's worse to be with the enemy than to let her die. After thinking about it again and again, Zhu Shi took a step forward, but cautiously did not take half a step out of the shadow, and responded. "Xiao Chuan, let's go." Lin Chuan still needs some medicinal materials in order to make an elixir that breaks the restrictions. In addition, in order to find the cyan flower, a radius of 20 miles was turned upside down by Lin Chuan. "Let's go farther today." Lin Chuan looked back at Zhu Shi and said softly, "Zhu Shi, why don't you go and see your husband and children first?" Zhu Shi's beautiful eyes were misty when he heard this, and he nodded reasonably. Lin Chuan shook his head, walked towards a grocery store, and said enthusiastically, "I went to a treasure lot and found that there was a lot of spruce wood. It's very lightweight, so I made a couple of backpacks in case I needed them. Haha, I didn't expect it to come in handy now." Lin Chuan explained as he took out a big back box, which looked so heavy. Zhu Shi was stunned for a moment, feeling a little inexplicable, but still asked softly, "This, Xiao Chuan, what are you doing with such a big back box? You won't be carrying anyone, right?" Lin Chuan nodded affirmatively, and then looked up at the sky. "Because it's daytime, if you don't want to be killed by the sun, you can only enter the box first." Lin Chuan opened the door of the box and turned the back box upside down to facilitate Zhu Shi to enter, and then explained, "Don't worry. The box is very clean, and there is absolutely no burr." Zhu Shi took a step forward. Fortunately, he was petite, and he easily went in. Lin Chuan secretly said in his heart, "It is really powerful. Even you beans need to shrink your body." But Zhu Shi was able to go in directly, and his body was too small. But Lin Chuan soon realized that something was wrong. His back box was much bigger than Tanjiro's. After carefully covering the opening of the box to make sure that the sunlight would not leak in, Lin Chuan picked up the box and comforted softly. "There can be some bumps on the road, so if there's any discomfort, be sure to tell me." "You're welcome, Zhu Shi," received Zhu Shi's response, and Lin Chuan turned into a streamer and disappeared without a trace. Lin Chuan secretly said in his heart, "Is this miserable really be able to make enemies for himself? Forget it, I also have a lot of enemies, we are comparable. Because 500 years later, Lin Chuan is still an 18-year-old boy. So in the eyes of others, he is a monster. And because the people here are superstitious, Lin Chuan's enemies are not much less than those of Wu Miao. Lin Chuan walked like a fly, like walking on the ground flashing on several hills. Finally, Lin Chuan returned here, and a disgusting smell of blood filled the air for several miles. Because Zhu Shi's husband and children died miserably. So none of the neighbors dared to come to collect the body or mourn or anything. They closed their doors one after another, and hung up on their own business. Seeing this, Lin Chuan mourned silently in his heart, and after taking out a homemade nasal plug to block his nose, he strode in. There are traces of struggle in the house, but there are very few. Because no misery has always been about seeing who and who is secondary, and it will never let you struggle painfully for too long. Except, of course, Lin Chuan. Zhu Shi took the initiative to jump out of the box and watched all this in despair. That painful and desperate scene still flashed in Zhu Shi's mind. The ground was full of stumps and severed arms, probably after a night. The bloody intestines were already flowing out of the sliced stomach, and the scene was extremely uncomfortable. This time, Zhu Shi was strong and did not cry. But Lin Chuan saw that the anger in her beautiful eyes was even worse, and her eyes became resolute. Lin Chuan persuaded softly, "People can't be resurrected after death, let's mourn." "Zhu Shi, where do you want to bury them?" Zhu Shixiu's eyebrows were furrowed, and her eyes were full of reluctance, but she still blurted out, "Qing Mound." Hearing this, Lin Chuan's tiger body was shocked. He'd heard of that place, but it was a mass grave. Everyone could be buried there when they died, and some of the graves didn't even have tombstones. Everyone treats them equally, and all the tombs are mourned with incense. Lin Chuan repeatedly confirmed, "Do you really want to bury them here? Once they are buried in the ground, then it will be difficult to move the coffin." Zhu Xian nodded firmly and replied, "Ogawa, Ayatsuka is where most people belong. I don't want them to be so lonely under the 9 shadows." After discussing, Lin Chuan put on a white coat and gloves to collect the stumps and severed arms one by one. Then everything was simplified, and they were hurried into the ground. The whole process only took 2 hours, but when it came to sealing the coffin and erecting the monument, Lin Chuan obviously heard a painful whimper coming from the box behind him, and said with mixed feelings in his heart, "Alas, the world is impermanent, I hope Uncle Nine can protect them." Lin Chuan glanced at Qing Zuka, and his mood was extremely lost. "It's time for us to go, I've already erected the tombstone." Lin Chuan comforted, "They will definitely be fine under the 9 shadows. It's not too late, buy a few more pairs of medicinal herbs, and go home." "Is that home?" Zhu Shi stopped sobbing and instead asked with a soul torture, "Is it your home?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at the bright sunshine, his heart warmed, and he said sonorously, "Yes, the place where someone wants me to return is home. No misery, he is waiting for me, he has never been absent for 500 years. Zhu Shi let out a soft sigh, and his mood was very complicated. Walking to the pharmacy, Lin Chuan's strange dress immediately attracted the attention of the boss. After doubling the price ruthlessly, the profiteer's heart was dark. But there were all kinds of medicinal materials. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, took out the pocket money given by Wu Miao and bought a few pairs, and left in a hurry. The white horse passes through the gap, a dream for 100 years. Chapter 42. Infinite City. Lin Chuan walked slowly from the building, and after scanning the surroundings, he sighed in amazement. "It's really magnificent, it's amazing. The Infinite City is huge, equivalent to a city that can accommodate thousands of people. The space here is chaotic, and the buildings are suspended up and down, making it difficult to distinguish between the east and the west." Naruto plays the lute with a plectrum, changing the Infinite City bit by bit. Her skin was grey-white, and her dark hair covered her beautiful eyes. Naruto, dressed in a clean and elegant black kimono, knelt respectfully beside Mew Meow. Lin Chuan glanced at Naruto, and memories flooded back. Because she only has one eye, Lin Chuan's non-human appearance impressed Lin Chuan. But if you only look at Naruto's oblique bangs and figure, she must be a beautiful embryo. 100 years of precipitation have made Wu Miao more and more silent and uncertain. Zhu Shi was also summoned. Because they are both pharmacists, she and Lin Chuan are always together. Now, there are no ghosts left in Infinity City, so there is an ominous tranquility. Standing at the top without misery and arrogance, overlooking Lin Chuan, Zhu Shi, and the others, and then asked with a gloomy face. Lin Chuan, after another 100 years, you still haven't found the cyan flower. It's such a simple thing, can't you still handle it? Lin Chuan glanced at the aggressive and miserable, and replied calmly, it's not that it's not bad, it's that it's not easy. It's not miserable, I've survived 600 years anyway. Why don't you wait for him for another 300 or 400 years? As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Naruto stopped her hand and was shocked in her heart. Such a bold human being, how dare to talk to Wu Miao like this? If you continue like this, you'll die. Wu Miao's forehead bruised and smashed the dragon chair at hand. With a bang, the sound wave hit, but it couldn't hurt Lin Chuan in the slightest. Damn, you're Lin Chuan! Wu Miao said angrily, it's been 600 years. You can't even do this little thing for such a long time, what's the use of asking you to come? I seriously doubt that there are any cyan flowers in this world, and how many truths do you say? Hearing this, the scene was silent, and no one dared to speak out against Wu Miao. Otherwise, he frowned slightly, and someone's head would fall to the ground. Master's notes are absolutely not wrong, the last medicinal herb is the cyan flower. Lin Chuan looked at Wu Miao and said categorically, maybe you can't believe it, but that's the case. But I can guarantee that if you give me another 300 years, I will definitely find it. Lin Chuan remembered that the cyan flower had indeed been found. But that was also after the finale of the Demon Slayer Blade. As long as Lin Chuan could survive for a few more 100 years, find and bring no misery. Of course, there is another way to find it. But that's all modern technology, so it doesn't work at all. Wu Miao stared at Lin Chuan coldly like an eagle falcon, and said angrily in his heart. Keep saying that hundreds of years, how many more can I wait for a few 100 years? Wu Miao waved his hand, and said to Lin Chuan in disappointment, okay, since it's indefinite, then you can get out. Lin Chuan's face was full of disbelief, staring at Wu Miao's eyes, as if to see if he was joking. But his eyes were sharp, and the brilliance seemed to be a sea of stars, which made Lin Chuan have to be convinced. But how could Lin Chuan leave? Now is the critical period, and Jiguo Yuanyi has also been born. Once Jiguo Yuanyi meets the Ghost King, he will have to shed his skin even if he is miserable and immortal. Lin Chuan looked at Wu and shook his head fiercely, and said resolutely, no, I will never leave, where you are my home. Hearing this, Wu Miao slowly sat down with a heavy heart and closed his eyes for a moment. It's like recalling the past 600 years. In the end, Wu Miao shook his head in disappointment, and said stubbornly and ruthlessly, you who have no value are like dust on the road, even if you are discarded, no one will pity you. So you go. Wu Miao waved his hand, and a terrifying coercion came to his face, like a mountain, which made Lin Chuan feel extremely depressed. Seeing this, Zhu Shixiu's brows furrowed, and the anger in her heart towards Wu Miao was even worse. In this short period of 100 years, Zhu Shi really hasn't seen a second one like Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan sat down and fought with Wu Miao so bluntly. Naruto, drive him out for me, the farther away the better. Wu Miao didn't hold back after all, and said domineeringly, my words are the destiny of heaven, those who follow will live, and those who oppose will die. I didn't kill you, even if the benevolence and righteousness are exhausted. A strange sense of weightlessness struck, and Lin Chuan hurriedly got up and wanted to persuade him again. But in the next second, the space around Lin Chuan rippled, and the whole person disappeared directly on the spot. The infinite city returned to silence, and Wu Miao quickly got up. His eyes looked at the place where Lin Chuan disappeared, and muttered softly. Is he really gone? What's the matter if the world doesn't have him? Having said that, Wu Miao soon felt lonely and empty in his heart. The marquee was projected in my mind like a slideshow, and finally I stayed at the sentence, "No miserable, I'm hungry." No miserable. Wu Miserable slapped the dragon chair to smash it completely, gritted his teeth. Damn, I still can't forget him. The world is so big, go out and have a look. Glancing at the Zhu Shi on the side, he ordered without misery, you go with me, and you can't shirk the Sword Mountain and the Sea of Fire. Naruto, send me out with her. Lin Chuan woke up from a dense bamboo forest. 5 bamboo leaves climbed up the bamboo tops, pressed down the bamboo body and spit snake hyacinth at Lin Chuan. I seemed to be quite satisfied with the meal delivered to my door. A creepy hiss sounded. Lin Chuan didn't raise his head, he was very melancholy in his heart, and said to himself. Is this miserable so ruthless? Isn't it 300 years? Is he not willing to wait so long for my sake? Lin Chuan patted the dust on his clothes. Suddenly, I felt something fall from above, and my neck was cold. Facing Lin Chuan's steel and iron bones, Zhu Yeking's teeth were like fluff. It didn't get into it at all, but bent up. Haha, there is actually a bamboo leaf green sent to the door, which is really good. Seeing this, Lin Chuan grabbed Zhu Yeking and smiled evilly. Dare to bite me, make a snake soup for a while, warm your stomach. If the anger is gone, you should call me back. With that, Lin Chuan walked out of the bamboo forest, and it was already dark outside. In 100 years, everything has changed. Lin Chuan walked slowly on the Kunmo trail, and his heart was full of emotion. But soon a villa in front of him caught his eye. Through Wonky, Lin Chuan was shocked to discover. There was a pillar of golden light that reached into the sky. Chapter 43. Damn, it's actually a golden pillar of light, who is it? Lin Chuan stopped and stood in place like a sculpture. The heart is turbulent, and I can't be calm for a long time. Generally speaking, gold is the dragon chi or the chi of the son of heaven. Without further ado, Lin Chuan tightened his pockets to prevent the 5 bamboo leaves from running out. No matter how much they bite, they didn't help, but they lost 2 teeth themselves. As the distance was getting closer, Lin Chuan walked to this antique villa. It only takes a moment to see that this is the concentration of samurai families, and it is full of domineering and majesty. There were 2 samurai standing at the door. They are so strong that they seem to be able to knock a cow away with one punch. Seeing Lin Chuan's arrival, he asked with a kind face, "Where are you from?" Lin Chuan's brain was racing rapidly, and then he deduced. If this is really a Jiguo clan, then all this makes sense. Because Jiguo's mother is a very pious person. She doesn't like disputes, so it's normal for servants to be exposed to them. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and said, "Just call me Lin Chuan, it doesn't matter where you came from. Now that there are no people within a radius of several miles, I want to come in and spend the night, and then leave tomorrow." Lin Chuan finally found a place to succeed the country and didn't stay for one night. What a waste of this great opportunity! Following the country's daily birth markings, through the world, Hideo. As long as he gave him a little stroke, Lin Chuan was confident that he would be impressed. The 2 warriors immediately looked embarrassed, looked up at the sky, and it was indeed about to darken as he said. But now something big is happening in the family. What if something happens to someone who has nothing to do with it? The samurai looked embarrassed, bowed down and apologized. The wife of the head of the family is seriously ill today, and no one can enter except the medicine man. Another day. Lin Chuan shook his head, knowing from their words. Now the wife of the head of the family is seriously ill and only the pharmacist is allowed to enter. But it's a coincidence that I, Lin Chuan, am it. Could it be that Jigu Yuanyi's mother is seriously ill? Lin Chuan guessed, so isn't Jigu Yuanyi only 7 years old now? Well, I have been cultivated since childhood. Lin Chuan's face was happy. He took out the certificate of honor of the pharmacist, shook it in front of the samurai, and said triumphantly, "Oh, are you looking for a pharmacist? I am. Can you let me in now?" The warrior stared at the certificate in Lin Chuan's hand, frowned, and after looking at it for a long time, he said slowly, "We don't know words, we can't tell if you're a pharmacist or not." Hearing this, Lin Chuan's head was full of black lines, and he was so angry that he almost grabbed their ears, and said in his ears, "Look clearly, this is the 6 big characters of the pharmacist's honor certificate." Suddenly, a breeze blew in the face, and cherry blossoms flew all over the sky. The door creaked and was slowly opened from the inside. "Hey!" The samurai's face changed suddenly, and he let out an unpleasant murmur, as if he was looking at a plague god. But when Lin Chuan looked over, he couldn't open his eyes with a golden light. It was a 7-year-old child. Dark red hair, red markings on the left forehead, and a red feather weave. Lin Chuan recognized it at a glance, and his expression was wonderful. And the step-country relationship of the stuffy gourd has become 2 extremes. The 2 samurai seemed to be very dissatisfied, frowning, and disgusted. "Why did you come out?" "Because he was born with markings. It is normal for Ji Kuyuan to be regarded as an ominous existence, and it is normal for him to be excluded by others." Lin Chuan hurriedly waved his hand and persuaded. Softly, "He's still a child, and his posture is right." The warrior looked at Lin Chuan with a strange look on his face, and blurted out, "Don't you think he's terrifying? The thing on his forehead, I can tell you, he is an ominous existence." Speaking of this, Lin Chuan was surprised to find that Ji Kuyuanyi was still expressionless. Just looking at him curiously, the range of movements is very small. What a child of destiny who is unwilling to show his inner feelings. After thinking about it, Lin Chuan couldn't help but support it. "I don't care if he's an ominous being. But in my eyes as a pharmacist, he is a child. You have to care for him, love him, and the future belongs to children after all." The deafening words made the samurai awe-inspiring. Quietly moved his position to facilitate Lin Chuan's entry. "Thank you." Lin Chuan thanked him, and walked in with Ji Kuyuan, and the door was closed. Along the way, Ji Kuyuan walked quickly, as if he was in a hurry to return to some important person. Lin Chuan followed closely behind, witnessing this large villa covering an area of hundreds of acres by the way. It has a cave in it, and it is very magnificent. "Thank you, do you know I'm coming?" Lin Chuan opened the conversation, but Ji Kuyuan didn't seem to hear it, and didn't say a word. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and a wooden house in front of it was crowded with servants and servants. One of the burly men paced back and forth with a look of urgency. From time to time, he looked into the room with reddened eyes and muttered something. Lin Chuan faintly heard the word Zhu Nai. Hearing this, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that it was Zhu Nai, the mother of Jiguo Yuanyi, who was in the house. "I'm really sick, I can't hang it today." Lin Chuan muttered in a low voice. "My damn luck, it's okay, but I'm good to know a little bit about medicine. The living dead, flesh and bones are still no problem." Ji Kuyuan walked slowly and patted the child next to him who was about the same age as him, Ji Guo Yansheng. Lin Chuan glanced at it, but it was only such a short glance. The burly man turned his head as if noticing, and frowned. "You are Before the words could be finished, the door was hurriedly opened, and there was a creaking and crunching sound. A man with black gas walked out sweaty, waved his hand and said, "No, your wife is too sick. It's hard for me to do it, but I have some panacea, and the price is relatively expensive, you see. Black gas is the spirit of thieves, evil people." Lin Chuan just glanced at him, and he didn't have any good feelings in his heart. Now when he heard this, Lin Chuan was even more angry and said, "This can't be cured." Lin Chuan scolded and said, "Damn it, ruin the reputation of the pharmacist." Even so, the burly man, who was originally as tall as a pine and cypress, agreed, and said without even blinking his eyes, "If you can cure my wife, it doesn't matter what the price is, pharmacist, please cure my wife." Ji Koyuan looked into the house, and when he was about to see something, he was disgusted by the pharmacist and closed the door. All that left was a cold door. The medicine man waved his hand and said with a look of disgust, "Go, go, where did the monster come from?" Chapter 44. "Son, don't stand down yet." A majestic voice wandered outside the house. Facing Jiguo Yuanyi, who was only 7 years old, Yuan's father did not give him a good face at all. Lin Chuan took a step forward and muttered in his heart, "Dare to talk to Ji Koyuan like this, I'm afraid 10 heads are not enough to cut off." Ridicule. Is ridicule. Lin Chuan didn't believe what this pharmacist said, so he asked, "You are so temperamental that you can actually be a pharmacist? I think you are a fake, right?" In an instant, everyone looked at each other, including Jiguo Yuanyi and Jiguo Yanzheng. "You, what are you talking about?" The fake pharmacist was very nervous, but he pretended to be calm. "Where did you come from? You don't know how to use medicine and still spew blood." "My lord, I need absolute silence. As long as the silver tails are in place, I will definitely cure your wife's illness." Hearing this, Lin Chuan sneered at this, "With your lame medical skills, you are embarrassed to say that you can be cured well. In my opinion, you came out to ask for a price because you couldn't cure it, and you want to make another profit." Father Yuan is not a fool, and immediately said with a gloomy face, "What happened to my wife? Are you good at curing?" The majestic and domineering voice filled the surroundings, and no one was shocked, and he took half a step back cowardly. Lin Chuan squeezed through the crowd with a calm face, and said sharply, "Hee, of course he can't be cured, just a crappy fake pharmacist." The fake pharmacist frowned, observed the situation, and then said threateningly, "What are you? What can you understand at such a young age? Lord of the family, your wife is very sick, you can't delay it any longer." Lin Chuan secretly said in his heart, "Worthy of being a fake pharmacist. Even the deception is a set of tricks, which directly hit people's soft underbelly." The fake pharmacist glanced at the head of the family and understood that he was the backbone, so he continued to fan the flames. Think about it, can he, a young man who has not dried up, understand this condition? He's here to make trouble. Okay, you should hurry up and give the money. Every second that drags on, your wife is in more danger. Even if the gods come at that time, it won't help." Yuan's father's face changed greatly, and he saw Lin Chuan's immature appearance that had not dried up. The stereotyped heart came to the conclusion that he knows how to treat a fart. "Please also ask my husband to go back to the room quickly to treat my wife. If you are cured, Yin Liang will definitely not miss you." Seeing this, Lin Chuan snorted coldly and looked into the house. Through looking at the qi, it was found that there was already a cloud of black gas in the house. Obviously, everyone is going to die. It's shameless to ask for money, it's really damned. Lin Chuan was furious in his heart, and stepped forward to grab the hand of the fake pharmacist. With a hard pull, there was a crisp click, and the wail resounded through the sky. "Ah!" Ji Koyuan also glanced at Lin Chuan, and his eyes lit up. But he never spoke, and the main thing was a silent companionship. Pharmacist, pharmacist, are you okay? Father. Yuan glared at Lin Chuan viciously, and then hurriedly ran to help the pharmacist and asked, "What happened to my wife?" Seeing this, the fake pharmacist breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, glanced at Lin Chuan viciously, and said with compassion in his heart, "Damn stinky boy, I can't save that woman anyway, you're just in time." "Hee, it's all your fault for bringing unrelated people in to make trouble, otherwise you would have been cured with money," said the pharmacist viciously. "Now that you have missed the best time, your wife is no longer saved. If you want to blame this stinky boy." When such a bombshell news was released, Yuan's father was immediately furious. Put down the fake pharmacist and glared at Lin Chuan viciously. "Bastard boy, who brought you in? Didn't I order that unrelated people should not be allowed to come in?" "Yuanyi, it's a good thing you did." Seeing that his tone was very unkind, Lin Chuan stood in front of Yuanyi with a firm face, cutting the railroad categorically. "I came in by myself, no one can stop me, it has nothing to do with Ling Lang. He is an imposter pharmacist, how can he cure your wife's illness?" The fake pharmacist was furious, ignoring the injuries on his hands. "You know a fart, how can I not cure his wife's illness? It's just that a special medicine primer is needed, and at least 5 living bamboo leaves are needed before they can be treated. Shouldn't I collect money?" Hearing this, Yuan's father was also a little embarrassed. "He really doesn't have any bamboo leaves here, that thing is too rare." "Oh." Lin Chuan patted his pocket and smiled mysteriously, "Haha, it's like your medicine primer is hard to find." "Father." Yuan was furious, and approached Lin Chuan with supreme majesty. "Enough, don't say any more, if my wife is gone, I will be the first to bury you." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed greatly. Ji Yuan took a step forward and pulled his father's coat and shook it, as if he was interceding for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan thanked him, and then opened the door in full view of everyone and strode in. As a samurai, Father Yuan was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he ran behind Lin Chuan and asked sharply, "Hey, what are you bastard doing? Don't bother my madam." Without further ado, Lin Chuan frowned and ignored him. When I looked up, I saw a dim candle light. On the soft couch lay a beautiful woman with her eyes closed. Unfortunately, her face was pale and weak, like a piece of tissue paper. Lin Chuan hurriedly walked to the bed and said confidently, "Now only I can save your wife, and you can only trust me." As soon as the fake pharmacist saw that the incident was about to happen in the east window, he immediately endured the pain and stepped into the house, biting back. "Now that people are dying, what, do you still want to make up for it? You don't have 5 bamboo leaves as medicine, I want to see how you save it." Bamboo leaves are not common. Seemed to see Lin Chuan's fiasco. The fake pharmacist has been taunting and not taking the patient to heart at all. Seeing everyone coming around, Lin Chuan smiled evilly, launched a look, smell, and simply glanced at Zhu Nai. Without further ado, Lin Chuan quickly grabbed the bamboo leaf green from his pocket, and there were 5 of them. Lin Chuan didn't even have to fix the snake's head, and let them bite. This astonishing move immediately silenced everyone. "It's not common, it's just that you imposter can't do it." Lin Chuan said, his hand raised and fell, and the 5 bamboo leaves died instantly. Chapter 45. Lin Chuan's movements were smooth, and he shocked everyone with just one shot. The fake pharmacist was unconvinced, but he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan took out a knife and took out the snake gall, and the position and strength were exquisite. So there was no blood spilled in large quantities. Father Yuan's discerning eyes immediately saw that Lin Chuan was by no means an ordinary person. He put aside his pride and prejudice, turned and told the servants to leave the room. After all, they are a little noisy, if they disturb Lin Chuan. As Soon as the majesty of the head of the family came out, the servants hurriedly bowed and saluted and went out. Only Jiguo Yuanyi and Jiguo Yanzheng did not move at all, and looked at Zhu Nai worriedly in place. Lin Chuan took out the snake gall bladder, sat on the edge of the bed to observe Zhu Nai's situation, and said angrily after a while, "Fake pharmacist, do you still dare to say that you saved her yourself? For the sake of sesame-sized interests, you have lost the foundation of being a human being with a clear conscience. You are really good." Judging from Lin Chuan's countless experience in reading people, Zhu Nai has the same golden gas as Ji Yuanyi. But this Ji is very bleak, almost negligible, Lin Chuan guessed in his heart. Could it be that this Zhu Nai was originally a person of destiny, but he just gave it to Jiguo Yuanyi? Lin Chuan couldn't help but have doubts about this, but he still quickly took out 2 qi and blood pills. Zhu Nai lying on the soft couch is very beautiful. Because it is well maintained, it looks only about 18 years old, and it is beautiful. Is there any water? Yes. As soon as my father heard this, he knew that there was hope, and hurriedly agreed, "Is my wife saved? Take 2 plates of hot water and add a bowl of warm water, be quick." Lin Chuan's face was solemn, because Zhu Nai's body was still full of death at this moment. "I can't even open my eyes. Father Yuan is worthy of being a samurai, and his movements are fast, and everything is ready in the blink of an eye." Lin Chuan praised it, and then soaked the snake body and snake gall bladder in 2 hot water basins. A white mist immediately came out of the basin and sizzled. After mixing the qi and blood pill with warm water and giving it to Zhu Nai, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. After only a few seconds, Lin Chuan took out another green pill and gave it to her. "Hey, little brother, why do you want to take so many pills?" Facing his father's inquiry, Lin Chuan understood that he had changed his name to recognize himself, so he said 1510. "Your lady is weak and lacks qi and blood. If you forcibly treat it directly with snake gall bladder, you will fall to the root of the disease. I'll give her the red qi and blood pill first to replenish the qi and blood. If you come to the green recovery pill again, it will not be easy for her to fall ill." Hearing this, the audience was dumbfounded, and Lin Chuan turned his head to look at Ji Yuanyi, who was burying his head in contemplation. It seems to be deducing the truth of this statement. Damn, this Jiguo fate buries his head one by one, life and death are unpredictable. Lin Chuan laughed at himself in his heart, "If I can't cure Zhu Nai today, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of this door." Of course, ridicule is ridicule. Lin Chuan glanced at Zhu Nai. After seeing that the black gas was no longer thick, he gave her snake gall bladder. After a set of silky operations, Lin Chuan looked at Jiguo Yuanyi's face and gave Zhu Nai a mini version of the golden pill. It has the effect of prolonging life. When Lin Chuan completed all this, the fake pharmacist admired it and had the intention of apprenticing to him. Lin Chuan got up and said, "She's fine. Recently, I boiled this snake body into snake soup for her to drink, and she will be completely cured in a few days." "Ah! Father!" Yuan was shocked. "Little brother, is it okay like this? Zhu Nai's condition is indeed very serious, otherwise she loves Jiguo Yuanyi so much, how can she bear to die?" Lin Chuan waved his hand and walked straight to Jiguo Yuanyi, and after looking at the fiery red markings on his forehead, he was amazed. What an auspicious sign! Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't answer, Yuan's father had no choice but to walk gently in front of his wife. But before he could think that, as soon as he walked to the edge of the bed, Zhu Nai slowly opened his eyes, looking at each other, and his affection lingered. Jiguo Yuanyi's eyes were unwavering, but he glanced up at Lin Chuan. This is the only one who is willing to say that he is auspicious. Jiguo Yanzheng is the heir of the family, and the treatment is very different from that of his younger brother Jiguo Yuan. But he loved this brother very much. He was beaten countless times for his younger brother. But he still gave him the flute he made himself. Seeing that Lin Chuan said that his younger brother was auspicious, Jiguo Yansheng stepped forward and said with a grateful face. Of course, my brother is the best. Thank you, pharmacist. Lin Chuan looked at Jiguo Yansheng, who had not become a Black Death Mao, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart, and then said with a smile. Ha ha ha, since you are brothers, then you must be as good as you are now for the rest of your life. No matter what, don't let lust penetrate your heart. Lin Chuan stepped forward and stroked Jiguo Yansheng's broken hair, probably because he saved Zhu Nai. Jiguo Yansheng did not stop him, but smiled happily. Zhu Nai's illness has been almost cured by Lin Chuan. The rest is to drink snake soup to replenish your body, and wait for it to heal. Lin Chuan put his hands in his pockets, and then took out a small medicine jar from his arms and handed it to Jiguo Yansheng. What is this? Did you give it to me? Facing the slightly immature Jiguo Yansheng, Lin Chuan smiled and nodded. Of course, there is only one medicine and it is difficult to recreate, so I will give it to you if it is very rare. I would like to call him the immortal pill. Of course, Lin Chuan still didn't say a word. That is, this elixir does not allow him to live as much as the Ghost King, with an infinite lifespan. It's just that you can break the markings and die well. Wow! Jiguo Yansheng shouted in surprise, patted his younger brother on the shoulder enthusiastically, and asked him to look at it too. But Ji Koyuan didn't turn his head, he understood that it was for his brother. In order not to cause trouble to his family, Ji Koyuan never spoke. He did not even answer a single question for up to 7 years, and was once considered dumb. After this incident, the fake pharmacist often took advantage of the gap between no one and wanted to worship Lin Chuan as a teacher like a dog's skin plaster. Lin Chuan decisively refused, but just handed him a draft of his own and let him understand it. When everything was done, the sky was already dark. The dim sunlight quickly retreated like a tide to the western mountains, and never came out again. The father was overjoyed, and a banquet was set up to entertain Lin Chuan, with chicken, duck, and fish. With great hospitality, Lin Chuan arrived in front of a VIP seat. There are not many people, but I didn't see the figure of Jiguo Yuanyi. Hey? Lin Chuan's face was full of doubts. What about Jiguo Yuanyi? Yuan's father talked about the wine, and stuffed wine into Lin Chuan's mouth one by one. The smell of wine is rampant, but it's a bit high. Lin Chuan smiled helplessly, picked up the wine glass that was about to overflow and drank it all. Excuse me, is there one missing? What about the kid with the markings on his face? Chapter 46. He is an ominous person who will bring disaster to the family, so he cannot eat at the table. After hearing Father Yuan's shocking answer, Lin Chuan's heart rippled with thousands of ripples. Lin Chuan's hand trembled slightly, and he stopped his chopsticks. Seeing Lin Chuan stop his chopsticks, Yuan's father immediately got up. I was afraid that I would not be well entertained, and my wife's life-saving benefactor would be chilled. Little brother, what's wrong? Father Yuan got up and poured a glass of wine for him personally, and said with a solemn expression, could it be that the wine is not well entertained? Lin Chuan shook his head, and then asked softly, no, the wine is very large, but what about that child? He should be your child, right? At this moment, the originally cold banquet was immediately audible. Father Yuan frowned and explained. Alas, it is a shame to say that a woe was born, and a strange mark on his forehead was born. He's going to bring disaster to the steppe nation. So I had to take him to the firewood house, where there would be food. Lin Chuan's face was a little ugly, and he sent a soul-torture question to his father. If, according to you, a strange mark on the forehead is ominous. So, what if this mark of his is a symbol of auspiciousness? Father Yuan's pupils shook when he heard this, and he was very excited. Auspicious, auspicious. Does the little brother really think so? The 7-year-long misunderstanding has long been ingrained in Father Yuan's heart, so he still can't believe it. Lin Chuan nodded firmly, drank the wine, and slowly spoke. That's nature, and in the eyes of the pharmacist, it has always been the same. That kid is good, train it well, and it will become a great thing in the future. Hearing this, my father may feel guilty. He got up and walked outside the house, apparently looking for Jiguo Yuanyi. Lin Chuan immediately called out to his father and made a plan. No need, it doesn't make much sense to invite him now, I'll take a look later. Hearing this, Yuan's father nodded shamefully, and then said the firewood room where Jiguo Yuanyi was. Generally, he lives in a firewood house. In order not to embarrass his family, he has been following the country for 7 years. Lin Chuan picked up the chopsticks again and ate them happily. Even if you starve to death, you must be a full ghost. Lin Chuan is not more serious, and the one he eats is called a pleasure. After a while, Lin Chuan said goodbye to his father and showed Junai by the way. Miraculously, she's recovering super quickly and is expected to be cured tomorrow. Bidding farewell to the banquet, Jiguo Yanzheng did not choose to leave. Instead, he pulled the corner of Lin Chuan's clothes and said slowly, "Mr. Yakushi, I'll come with you. Thank you for always helping my brother speak. My father had a short temper, and I didn't even have the courage to contradict him." Hearing this, Lin Chuan patted Jiguo Yanzheng's shoulder and said with a hearty smile, "Haha. I understand, you are a good brother who loves his brother. When you have someone in your heart that you want to protect, you become incredibly powerful. This is a succession family, so the pattern is a little different from that of the Sanyashiki family. The long knives that can be seen everywhere seem to warn others not to enter if they are incivil." Jiguo Yanzheng clenched his fists with a firm gaze. I will definitely become the strongest warrior, and then my younger brother will not have to live in the firewood room." At this moment, Lin Chuan found that Jiguo Yanzheng's eyes had a dazzling light. As Jiguo Yanzheng stopped, he skillfully knocked on the door, quite rhythmically 3 short and 1 long. After waiting for a while, the door slowly opened, and Ji Koyuan poked his head out, looking at Jiguo Yanzheng with a look of surprise. Then the two brothers hugged each other tightly, and their love was stronger than gold. Lin Chuan glanced at the firewood room, and secretly smacked his tongue in his heart. It's almost time to catch up with the coffin room where I stayed in my previous life. Until Ji Koyuanyi completely opened the door, Lin Chuan found that there were only 3 tatami mats inside. Lin Chuan raised the sky and looked at the moon with a little sadness in his heart, and muttered softly, "No misery, are you really so ruthless? Don't come to me yet. Even if you have a full stomach just now." But Lin Chuan's taste is like chewing wax, and it is not as fragrant as a bowl of noodles. Lin Chuan speculated in his heart that if he opened a noodle restaurant without misery, Tanjiro doesn't even meet bald monks in the alleys. And on a cliff far away, steep and majestic, no one stands proudly on the top of the peak. As the bright moonlight fell, Wu Miao slowly raised his head. He looked thoughtfully at the full moon and muttered softly, "Without me, will Lin Chuan really starve to death? Where will there be no noodles? Forget it, it doesn't matter if you die if you have no value." Zhu Shi's medical skills are also excellent, and it is the same with her. With a wisp of cold wind, Wu Miao disappeared into the vast land. Lin Chuan looked towards the firewood room, and Jiguo Yanzheng was squatting beside his younger brother with a smile on his face. Took out the food that was secretly hidden from behind him, handed it to Jiguo Yuanyi, and said with anticipation, "I know you're hungry, eat quickly. Trust me, you'll be able to leave the firewood room soon. The pharmacist helped you talk today, and your father has already changed his opinion of you." Looking at the steaming food, it was not difficult for Lin Chuan to see that this was from the banquet just now, so it was a little more hearty. Lin Chuan took a step forward and said, "Don't worry. Time will tell, whether you are the embodiment of auspiciousness or the embodiment of disaster, you will show yourself one by one. After that, Ji Koyuan's eyes lit up, hugged the food, and then quickly emptied it like the autumn wind sweeping the leaves. Seeing this, Jiguo Yanzheng nodded happily, then cleaned the tatami mats and comforted him. Yuanyi, don't be sad because of your father's prejudice, you will always have your brother behind you. I will always be with you. Lin Chuan looked shocked, scratched his head and said, "What's the matter?" Jiguo Yanzheng and Jiguo Yuanyi still have this scene. As soon as the words fell, it was getting late, and he was the successor of the Jiguo clan. Jiguo Yanzheng wanted to go to bed early and get up early, so he had to leave first. After all, tomorrow there will be a very hard training session to practice swinging knives. In the thousands of boring knife swings every day, tired and half dead. Ji Koyuan saw his brother away without making a sound, as if he was really a mute. The evening breeze was getting colder. Lin Chuan tightened his clothes, slowly entered the room, and closed the door shut. When we met for the first time, let me introduce first, my name is Lin Chuan, and I am an ordinary little pharmacist. Lin Chuan sat opposite Ji Koyuan, and there was only a small coffee table between the two, so they were very close. At this moment, Lin Chuan's heart was pounding, as if he was about to jump out of his throat. I was able to meet Ji Koyuan and have a good relationship since childhood. In the future, teach yourself to breathe a day, that's not just a matter of my words. Lin Chuan's heart was crooked, but he never thought about it, and Ji Koyuan, who had never spoken, said rarely, "Hello, my name is Jiguo Yuanyi." Chapter 47. After receiving this response, Lin Chuan was also accepted by Jiguo Yuanyi. Lin Chuan got up and said, "Haha, Jiguo Yuanyi, what a good name." Hearing this, Jiguo Yuanyi, who had been regarded as ominous for 7 years, shook his head. He didn't show sadness, and he didn't even frown, and Lin Chuan felt very uncomfortable when he saw it. This has to be sensible to be able to live alone in a firewood house for 7 years, silently like a transparent person. But just to not embarrass his family. Lin Chuan's fingertips were hot, and his emotions were at the peak, but he could only sit down slowly. Don't be presumptuous. Rather than a mediocre life, a lifetime is regarded as ominous by your family. It's better to forge ahead and break through his days. The face is your own, and you have to fight for it yourself. Following the fate of the country, the gears of fate have to be turned by yourself after all. Under the heartfelt words, the breeze in the small firewood room was blowing the young man's heart. Ji Koyuanyi seems to be only 7 years old, but his wise and sharp eyes are not much worse than Wu Miao. The dim candle light flickered and flickered. Lin Chuan's mood also became a little complicated. I'm afraid that Jiguo Yuan will immediately do something earth-shattering and cry ghosts and gods. After a while, Ji Koyuan supported the tatami mat with one hand and drank the bitter tea on the coffee table with the other, frowning slightly. It wasn't until Ji Koyuan nodded and let out a hum sound that the boulder in Lin Chuan's heart slowly fell. For a long time, Lin Chuan looked at the tatami mat where he could only sleep for one person, and he slept very sweetly after the national fete. The sleeping position is extremely elegant, as if he has long understood etiquette and secular rules. After waiting for a few seconds, Lin Chuan reluctantly glanced back at Ji Koyuan. The moist eyes don't know whether to lament the bad luck of the strong or pity the miserable childhood of a 7-year-old child. Get out the door. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, and the silver canopy stretched out from the rolling mountain tops. The junction forms a brilliant colorful Milky Way. Lin Chuan looked into the distance, as if he was in a dream, and these beautiful scenery were long gone in his previous life. There are just cold green belts, and there is no future in sight. After sighing softly, Lin Chuan walked towards the guest room provided by his father by the moonlight. As Junai's life-saving benefactor, the guest room is 3 times larger than the firewood room where Ji Koyuan lives. Look at the empty and dead room. Lin Chuan walked in softly, and the echo of footsteps could be heard, and it was very deserted here. Lin Chuan was tired, so he lay straight on the tatami mat and fell asleep with his arms on his pillow. As a pharmacist, you don't have any insomnia. 10 hours of sleep a day is Lin Chuan's bottom line. The next day, the sun rises 3 poles. Lin Chuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, and muttered in frustration. Wu Miao, haven't you forgiven me yet? Alas! This Wu Miao is really difficult to serve. No matter what, follow Ji Kuyuanyi, the son of destiny, sooner or later I will meet him. Lin Chuan clenched his fists and said with a determined face, no misery, we will meet again soon. After washing up, Lin Chuan walked out of the door quickly. Several servants hurried by, carrying snacks and tea. Lin Chuan heard very well, and vaguely heard a few words coming from the servants, wielding a knife to train, and succeeding the country to win the. Lin Chuan patted his head and remembered that Jiguo Yanzheng left very early last night. As the heir of a samurai family, he has to work harder than ordinary people. Lin Chuan walked briskly in the direction where the servant came, and by the way, he took out a handful of jelly beans from his arms and chewed them. After a while, Lin Chuan found that there were 3 figures on the vast martial arts training ground in front of him. One of them is a subordinate of his father who is wearing a samurai costume and is chivalrous. He is instructing Jiguo Yanzheng in knife-swinging training. Swinging training is the most basic training, but it is also very meaningful. It is precisely because it is the most basic that it must be tempered to achieve a highest state. That's when you can call a samurai. But in Lin Chuan's opinion, the combat power value of this warrior is very low. It is okay to teach people, of course. Ji Koyuan is to wander on the side, closely following his brother. Because the elder brother is the only one who cares about him besides his mother. With Jiguo Yanzhen's swinging of the knife, he became more and more proficient. His father's subordinates also walked to the shade of the tree and let him play on his own. As the saying goes, the master leads the door, and the cultivation depends on the individual. That's the reason. Lin Chuan looked at the hard-working and resolute Jiguo Yanzheng, and couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation in his heart. With such determination and perseverance, it is no wonder that he finally became the top string one above 10,000 people under one person, and the Black Death Mao. I can only say one word, strong and invincible. Suddenly, Jikuni Ichikoku asked Yanzheng, is my brother's dream to become the strongest samurai in this country? I want to be like my brother. I want to be the second strongest samurai in this country. Jiguo Yanzheng was struck by lightning, and the long knife in his hand also fell to the ground, looking at his younger brother in disbelief. Seeing Ji Koyuan smiling at him, Jiguo Yanzheng was ecstatic. Can you speak? And so fluent. Joy welled up in his heart, and Jiguo Yanzheng suspended training. Trotted over and hugged Jiguo Yuanyi and raised it high. I can speak, brother, my brother can speak. I'm so worried, I thought you were dumb. In Lin Chuan's opinion, the current Jiguo Yanzheng is also very thin. But being able to lift Ji Koyuan one shows that he has achieved something in training. It's just that when facing the child of destiny, it still seems a little powerless. Of course, that's all for later. Brother, do you want to become the strongest samurai? In the face of his younger brother's repeated inquiries, Jiguo Yanzheng looked resolute and said sonorously. Yes, I want to be the strongest samurai and let my brother live a good life. Lin Chuan muttered in his heart, good days. I hope so. At this time, Yuan's father's subordinates discovered this scene. No reproach, just half joking. Well, you're still almost on fire. It turns out that young master Yuanyi can speak. So it is natural for his father's subordinates to respect him, but this is a bit of a joke. Would you like to try it too? The samurai smiled and handed Ji Koyuan a bamboo knife. And randomly pointed out the grip of the handle and the posture of holding the knife, But he never thought that he would directly awaken a peerless master. From the moment he picked up the bamboo knife, Ji Koyuanyi's aura changed. Obviously. He was only 7 years old, but he gave people a kind of self-respecting momentum. Under Lin Chuan's gaze, the samurai didn't care about letting Ji Koyuan attack him. As a samurai of the successor clan, he has been through 100 battles, and he is not able to deal with a 7-year-old child. Ji Koyuan nodded a little, disappeared in place in an instant, and stabbed him 3 times. Hit him in the neck, chest, and abdomen, and the final blow hit him in the foot, sent straight to. Chapter 48. My younger brother is a genius samurai. Wherever it was hit, it was a swollen bag the size of a fist. Jiguo Yansheng swallowed his saliva when he saw this, and looked at his younger brother in disbelief. The younger brother, who had never been trained, was able to defeat him. At this moment, Jiguo Yansheng was shocked in his heart, and inexplicably gave birth to a disgusting feeling. Obviously, the younger brother didn't learn anything, but he was so strong, jealousy surged into Jiguo Yansheng's heart. Jiguo Yansheng's face was a little pale, and he chased after Jiguo Yuanyi and asked, "That's amazing. By the way, how did you beat him? It's amazing, can you tell me?" The smile on Ji Koyuan's face gradually disappeared. Looking at the samurai who fell to the ground, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Putting down the bamboo knife in his hand, Ji Koyuan lowered his eyes in frustration and did not answer his brother's question. Because of the beating of people, he was very uncomfortable and unbearable. Lin Chuan smiled when he saw the two who were still childish. Then he walked up to his father's subordinates and muttered softly, "Fortunately, Jiguo Yuanyi didn't hit you. Otherwise, even if my master comes, he won't be able to save you. Ji Koyuanyi is really powerful, it depends on his future creation." With that, Lin Chuan gave medicine to the samurai, and tied the wound with a bandage, so that the external medicine also penetrated in. Faced with his brother's stalking, Ji Koyuan is good to use the transparent world to defeat the samurai, 1510 said. But his face was full of guilt, and he never said anything like becoming a samurai again. Jiguo Yansheng was ecstatic when he learned his brother's tricks. "But I feel lost because I haven't awakened and penetrated the world. Brother, play with me." Ji Koyuan pulled the corner of Jiguo Yansheng's clothes, and said longingly, "Rest and rest, play with me." Hearing this, Jiguo Yansheng looked at his younger brother and wanted to understand. "Okay, I'll play with you. If I don't accompany you, who will accompany my cute and clingy brother?" The joy of childhood is simple, especially for two people. Although in Lin Chuan's opinion, their current entertainment methods are very naive, but they can make their childhood extremely happy. "Is this my lost youth?" Lin Chuan muttered, asking himself about his past life. "It seems that only when you play in the mud, throw stones, and play hide and seek are the happiest people. The arrival of smartphones has changed all that. I started to get worried and depressed." Recalling this, Lin Chuan looked at the smiling two people playing with some obsession, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I hope you can always be so happy. Pleasant times are fleeting." Under Lin Chuan's treatment, Yuan's subordinates were able to walk in the evening. In a magnificent martial arts room, Yuan's subordinates reported to Yuan's father with some surprise. "My lord, I have made a shocking discovery." Seeing that his subordinates had blue noses and swollen faces, his father couldn't help but be suspicious. Seeing that he was still happy, he bluntly said that there was a ghost, and said angrily, "You're all hurt like this, and you're still laughing, who did it?" "Father." Yuan's subordinates wiped their mouths indifferently, and then said fluently, "Yuan Yi is a genius that is rare to see in 100 years. The strength is not below me, and the talent is comparable to you. I just taught him how to hold the knife and the basic posture, and he was able to defeat me, which shows that the young master has an extraordinary destiny. Father. Yuan was struck by lightning, and the tiger's body shook and said, "What you said is true." "It's true," was 100% affirmed, and Father Yuan also remembered Lin Chuan's words at the banquet, so he got up and said excitedly, "Good, good, good, it seems that it is really as the medicine man said. My son's fate is extraordinary, maybe it is the reincarnation of Xiang Grui. It seems that the air matter has to be changed. Order, let my son Yuanyi and my son Yan Sheng change. As the air, how can I let him sleep in the wood room?" The samurai nodded in agreement, "Yes, my lord. According to the rules, children who do not become heirs are to go to the monastery to become monks. So now it's Jiguo's turn to win." Following. The front of the firewood house of Jiguo Yuan is crowded with people. Yuan's father looked at his son with a smile on his face, and said in a soothing tone, "Yuanyi, I'm really sorry for making you suffer. Now let's go to a new place with my father." Lin Chuan rushed over when he heard the news, and when he saw this scene, he also secretly smacked his tongue, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. If the brothers turn against each other, then it will be a big trouble. Jiguo Yanzheng stood beside his father and buried his head, with a trace of complicated emotions in his heart. He didn't know if he should hate his brother or not, because he had heard that the air would change. And he was about to become a monk at the age of 10. It is equivalent to him and his younger brother swapping identities. Jiguo Yuan shook his head and looked at his melancholy brother. His heart is like a knife, but he is not good at expressing it. Just as everything was getting confusing, Lin Chuan squeezed out of the crowd and asked, "What's the matter? It's so lively." "Father." Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and immediately turned to look at Lin Chuan and said, "Master Pharmacist is here, haha, it's really time. You're right, my son has the qualifications of an emperor. So I'm here to change his residence and train him well. Maybe my Jiguo will be the strongest samurai in the Warring States period." Lin Chuan heard this, and looked at Jiguo Yuanyi, who felt guilty. Looked at Jiguo Yansheng, who looked lost and melancholy, and couldn't help frowning and shaking his head. "You're in a bit of a hurry. They're still kids, so they're going to have to get used to it. You can change the place of Jiguo Yuan, but don't panic to change the rest." As soon as he heard this, Father Yuan understood in seconds, it was indeed his own hurry. "Father." Yuan said heartily, "Well, okay, my son Yuanyi will live next to your brother first. The rest of the things, we will discuss it another day. Ha ha ha." After that, as if he had met a bosom friend, he wanted to take Lin Chuan to drink. As a samurai with a strong style, Yuan's father drank wine like drinking water, not cup by cup, but can by can. In their eyes, all feelings can be drunk at the wine table. Lin Chuan was overjoyed when he saw his father, and his actions were bold. It was difficult to be warm, and Lin Chuan had no choice but to stand in place, embarrassed. "Drink and you don't have to drink. As a pharmacist, it's easy to make mistakes when you drink, so I understand my kindness." "Father." Yuan froze in place when he heard this, and said with some astonishment, "I really don't drink it, it's such a happy event today." "Hist!" Lin Chuan gasped, seeing Jiguo Yuan's hesitation at a glance, and Jiguo's Yunshen's twisting and uneasiness. "They are brothers, and now they are all made by you like competitors, where is there a happy event, Lin?" Chuan frowned and shook his head, then took out a small white pill from his arms, handed it to his father, and patiently explained. "I don't see a happy event, the greatest reliance of a child is the father. If you abandon your children, then..." Chapter 49. Lin Chuan let out a long sigh, didn't speak again, and let his father experience it himself. Whether it is the succession of the country, or the succession of the country, their martial arts attainments are all very high. Lin Chuan didn't believe that Jiguo Yansheng was weak. After all, he can become the existence of the 12 ghost moons, the one of the strings. Standing tall for hundreds of years, no one can match him, which is enough to show that he is powerful. After a while, a light flashed in Yuan's father's sharp eyes, which was fleeting, but his heart was shaken a little. Is it really that I am wrong? The children are waiting for me as a father? Do you want to treat everyone equally, or do you want to carry forward the national family? In a short moment, the father thought a lot, and then looked at the two children with a kind face. The deserted firewood house in the past is much more lively now, and after a short period of loss, Jiguo Yansheng has been lost. Or walked into the house to help my brother move, with a smile on his face and a happy face. After living next to me, we can play together every day. How good it is to be unrestrained. In the face of his brother's suffering, Ji Yuan's heart was even more uncomfortable, but he still left with him. Seeing their happy appearance, Yuan's father was suddenly relieved. Seeing this, Lin Chuan turned around and explained to his father. The white pill is a hangover elixir that you can take when you need it. After that, Lin Chuan said goodbye to his rigid and stubborn father with some disappointment. Afterwards, Lin Chuan walked alone on the quiet path, and the cherry blossoms beside him were scattered and withered. Lin Chuan's mood gradually sank like a floating cherry blossom. It's really suffocating to be born in this kind of family. Lin Chuan said indignantly, Father Yuan is too much in pursuit of fame and achievement, but ignores the children's feelings and thoughts. In Lin Chuan's opinion, Father Yuan is a bit of a shadow of Kyojuro's father in purgatory. It's just that I don't know who is Tanjiro's head hammer can wake up the father. Lin Chuan shook his head, and then walked towards Jiguo Yansheng's residence. Along the way, many servants cast strange glances at Lin Chuan, and occasionally whispered. You see, he's here again, and he hasn't left yet. How long do you want us to serve? It's enough to eat and drink like this. What are you? The head of the family invited him to drink, and he actually refused. Lin Chuan wanted to be angry, but his mood had already changed. Still calm, as if nothing had been heard. Lin Chuan smiled on the surface, and in his heart. As Lin Chuan passed over these smiling servants, the purple medicine jar in his hand was quietly finished. In life, you can offend many people, but you must not offend the pharmacist. Lin Chuan gave a slight punishment and put a jar of hallucinogenic powder. It's not fatal, but it definitely doesn't make them feel better. After Lin Chuan left, those dissatisfied servants all saw their grandmothers. Then the style of painting suddenly changed, and the eyes turned into a terrifying and bizarre hellscape. For a while, the screams resounded in the sky, and the crowd was chaotic. Jiguo Yansheng's house is very large. It is a traditional bamboo house, which is warm in winter and cool in summer. The door was hidden, as if it was waiting for someone to enter. Lin Chuan's eyebrows furrowed, and then he walked forward slowly, knocking on the door gently. Knock knock. The door was immediately opened, and Jiguo Yansheng poked his head out. When he found out that it was Lin Chuan, his face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly beckoned. Master Pharmacist, please come in quickly. Lin Chuan immediately smiled mildly and waved his hand to refuse. You still call me Lin Chuan? I can't afford this kind of gift. If you succeed the country in the future, Yansheng will really become the first string. That's a big celebrity around you. Isn't it? Jiguo Yansheng said with a cute face, I think Master Pharmacist is very good. Why call your name? Lin Chuan didn't explain any more, and then stepped forward and asked, Where is your brother? Next to me. I thought he would come looking for me. Jiguo Yansheng was stunned when he heard this, and said in a lost mood, but I didn't expect that he stayed in the room and didn't come out. Lin Chuan looked at the sky. The sun was very good, and he couldn't stop screaming, so he had a guess in his heart. Ji Guo Yuanyi wanted to run away from home at night. Lin Chuan followed Ji Guo Yansheng into the house and sat cross-legged on the tatami mats together, and the room was filled with a faint fragrance. As the heir of the Jiguo clan, Jiguo Yansheng is well treated. There will be incense in the house, which can repel mosquitoes and calm the mind. As his mood became comfortable, Lin Chuan let out a long sigh and said in a complicated mood, "As expected, I'm leaving tonight." Jiguo Yansheng was like being struck by lightning, and immediately got up and said in shock, "What? Medicine Master is actually leaving? Isn't it good to stay?" Lin Chuan waved his hand when he heard this, motioned for Jiguo Yansheng to sit down, and then said warmly in his heart, "You are a good boy, I have received your heart. But there is no feast in the world that will not be dispersed, and I am not a person here after all." Jiguo Yansheng panicked and wanted to say something to keep it. But he's just a kid now, and there's no way to make a guarantee. Seeing this, Lin Chuan comforted, "Don't worry, if we don't meet anywhere in the world, we will meet again. It's just that when the time comes, you will become the strongest warrior, but don't cut me if you don't see me." Facing Lin Chuan's jokes, Jiguo Yanshen's mood was also much better, and he sincerely clasped his fists with both hands. "Haha, definitely, if I become the strongest samurai, I will treat you with courtesy." Lin Chuan's heart is comfortable. This time, Lin Chuan won the affirmation of Shang Xianyi and Jiguo Yuanyi. That is not miserable, it should be jaw-dropping. Lin Chuan nodded, and then sent out a soul torture. "The elixir I gave you last time, have you taken it?" Jiguo Yansheng's eyes dodged, and he scratched his head shyly and said softly, "No, because there was only one, I mixed it up with the food I gave my brother yesterday. As long as he's good, it doesn't matter what I do." Lin Chuan nodded helplessly, and then said sharply, "What about your brother? If he knew that you were like this, would he be happy or sad?" In Lin Chuan's impression, Ji Koyuan never pursued the road of immortality, but only lived for the people he loved. Wu Miao was not eliminated by him, which became his only regret. Fortunately, he met Tanjiro's ancestor, Tanjiro. Jiguo Yansheng fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he said with relief, "He won't know, if I don't tell you, my brother won't know. Besides, I was able to go to the monastery for my brother to suffer as a monk, and I have no regrets. To become a monk means to take refuge in Buddhism and lose your freedom." Forward. Lin Chuan frowned when he thought about it, then looked out the door with a smile on his face and quipped, "Ji Guo Yuanyi, I've been listening to it for a long time. Come in and sit down." From the beginning, Ji Guo Yuanyi stood outside the door in a state of silent transparency. Jiguo Yansheng, who has not awakened and penetrated the world, of course can't detect the existence of his younger brother. But Lin Chuan can amplify his perception to positive infinity, and everything is hidden. Chapter 50. Jiguo Yansheng looked out the door in panic. He hoped in his heart that this was just Lin Chuan teasing him. If this kind of thing were known to his brother, he would definitely be sad. But it just so unexpected. The door slowly opened, and a fierce aura came with it. Ji Koyuan didn't want to show too many feelings, for fear that his family would be embarrassed. But his brother's every move made him completely uncontrollable. "Brother!" Ji Koyuan was in tears, he wiped his eyes and stopped in time. But the trembling body and staggering steps are enough to show the unrest in his heart at the moment. "How could it be?" Ji Guo Yuan said in disbelief, "Brother, why did you do that?" Hearing this, Ji Guo Yansheng buried his head, not knowing how to face it. Lin Chuan was very embarrassed to stand between the two. But fortunately, his psychological quality is excellent, so he comforted softly. "Ji Koyuanyi, come and sit down together. Your brother is waiting for you to come." Ji Koyuan is only 7 years old, and it is already unusual for him to be able to not break down emotionally. With the pharmacist's reminder, Ji Koyuan sat aside, his eyes much more rosy. But again fell into silence, not saying a word. Jiguo Yansheng poured a glass of water, sent it to Ji Koyuan, and comforted him softly. Because you're my brother. Okay, let's drink saliva first. Ji Koyuan was as motionless as a statue, just looking at the ground with a lost look. Seeing this, Lin Chuan persuaded softly, the matter has come to this point, so we can only take one step at a time. Ji Koyuan, you are a good boy, reasonable, both civil and military. So understand your brother's painstaking efforts, he has thought it through. Jiguo Yuan raised his head and looked at Jiguo Yansheng with apology in his eyes. But he didn't speak, as if he had changed back to his previous mute. Jiguo Yansheng hugged his younger brother and said in a choked voice, "My brother didn't mean to hide it from you. You are my hope." At this time, Ji Koyuan sent out a soul torture. "My brother wants to go to the temple instead of me, don't you want to accompany me more?" At this moment, the audience was silent. Jiguo Yansheng's expression was a little solemn, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "How come, why don't I want to spend more time with my brother? I wish we were always together." Facing his brother who is wholeheartedly good for himself, Ji Koyuan felt guilty after all. And looking at his father's intentions, it seems that he wants to send his brother to the monastery to become a monk, which is equivalent to abandoning him. And it's all because of me. Ji Koyuan shook his head and said with a resolute gaze, "Brother, I want to leave tonight and go to the monastery that my father said." Jiguo Yansheng put his hand on his brother's forehead, and after finding that he did not have a fever, he asked puzzledly, "Why? Didn't my father say you only went when you were 10 years old? Why are you leaving now? You're only 7 years old." Hearing this, Ji Koyuan smiled with relief, took his brother's hand, and said sonorously, "I want to go early. My brother will definitely become the strongest samurai. I will wait until the day when you become the strongest samurai. And we will definitely meet again." Jiguo Yansheng was stunned, he didn't know how to answer, but his heart trembled and hurt. The pain of parting with his younger brother is really like tearing out his heart and bones, which makes Jiguo Yanshen's heart ache greatly. "Yakushi-sama, take your leave." Ji Koyuan's thin body began to grow taller in Lin Chuan's eyes. This parting is an important turning point for Ji Koyuan to become a dragon. Lin Chuan smiled and nodded, and grabbed Ji Koyuan's small hand, which was very tactile. "I won't stop you." Lin Chuan took out 3 medicine jars from his arms, gave them to Jiguo Yuanyi, and said softly in support, "There is only one life, why not give it a go? I have said everything that should have been said before. Following the country's fate, the next road is up to you. You can take these 3 medicine jars, and use them when you need them." Ji Koyuan carefully wrapped the medicine jar in a cloth, put it next to the flute given by his brother, and patted it gently. Needless to say, Lin Chuan could also see from Ji Koyuan's eyes that he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Lin Chuan's heart was full of joy, it was enough to be able to form a good relationship with a man like a god. The 3 medicine jars were filled with hallucinogenic powder, qi, and blood pills, and life-saving pills. There are hints in the medicine jar above, so Lin Chuan didn't say it. Seeing that his younger brother had made up his mind, Jiguo Yansheng reluctantly hugged Jiguo Yuanyi, and did not let go until dark. In the end, Ji Koyuan said that when he went to the temple, he would practice playing the flute given by his brother. Jiguo Yansheng was very moved, and waved goodbye to his 7-year-old brother by the hazy moonlight. There are no people around the Jiguo clan, so Jiguo Yuanyi doesn't have to worry about being discovered. After jumping out of the 6-meter-high wall, he ran aimlessly. After noticing that Jiguo Yuan was far away, Lin Chuan retracted his thoughts, rubbed Jiguo Yanshen's hair, and comforted. "Don't worry. I've seen it, your brother will be fine. Besides, doesn't he still have the medicine I gave? Hearing this, Jiguo Yansheng nodded, looked at Lin Chuan and asked repeatedly. Well, thank you, Master Pharmacist, is my brother really okay? Lin Chuan nodded with a firm gaze and said in a sonorous voice. I see people very accurately, he is the dragon among men, absolutely fine. Jiguo Yansheng nodded approvingly, yes, my brother is a dragon among people. It's going to be fine. After that, Lin Chuan glanced at the bright starry sky, and the bright moonlight came into his eyes, shining. This night is so beautiful. Lin Chuan said with emotion, your brother will definitely be as brilliant and dazzling as this bright star in the future. Of course, Jiguo Yansheng, you also have to come on. I should go. Lin Chuan slowly walked towards the courtyard, and his tall back left an imprint in Jiguo Yansheng's heart. With a slight tap of Lin Chuan's toes, the terrifying power exploded and disappeared directly in place. Seeing this, Jiguo Yansheng was stunned and smacked his tongue. Is this a celestial? In the next second, Lin Chuan appeared on the top of a steep mountain, leaning on a large rock on the edge of the cliff, and lay down comfortably. The ancient trees here are sky-high, the rocks are lined up, and the big rocks are like night lights under the moonlight, shining and dazzling. Lin Chuan pillowed his head, stretched out his hand as if he could touch the moon, and said with a comfortable face. The moon is so big. Is Wu Miao also thinking about me now? His stomach was beating and bulging again, and Lin Chuan's face immediately changed and he muttered.